Check 1, 2. Test, hello. Check 1, 2. Test, hello. Hello. Check 1, 2. Test.
Good morning, everybody. Hello. Good morning, everybody. The first session, technology workshop. The first lecture that will be taken by Dr. Navneet Agarwal, sir. He is a consulting diabetologist from Gwalior, Chief Diabetologist and Director, Diabetes, Obesity and Thyroid Center, CEO and founder of DNS Sugar Clinic. And he will talk on role of technology in 24/7 diabetes care. Please, sir.
Thank you, Chairpersons, for the nice words. And at the outset, I wish to thank Dr. Bansi Sabu, sir, for inviting me and giving this opportunity to discuss the role of technology, and that is 24/7 care with the help of technology in the field of diabetes. We know the prevalence of diabetes is increasing globally, and the same scenarios in India. And India is currently home to 77 million diabetics, and almost around 200 million patients or million people are at risk or are in the waiting for developing diabetes. This is the usual story of a diabetic patient. Like if the patient is diagnosed as a diabetic, be it symptomatic or asymptomatic, usually he goes in the denial phase. He doesn't accept that I can't develop diabetes, it cannot happen to me. And even if he accepts, then he starts with the indigenous medicine treatment, some like home-based remedies, or like he tries to control it or he hides it from the family members. And then finally he lends to us for the treatment. There is a problem of adherence, compliance, it's not that good. So ultimately what happens, the A1C of that patient, do you have a pointer, is almost high. So like the average A1C in the current Indian patient, in the current Indian scenario, we see that it's somewhere more than 8 or 8.5. So this is the usual scenario. And we know that the diabetes knows no boundaries, like the age, gender, rural or urban, socioeconomic status. So the diabetes is prevalent across all the parts, all the length and breadth of the country. And the irony of the story is that 75% of Indian population has a limited or a poor access to diabetes care. And in spite of the developments in the last 20 years in the therapeutic armamentarium for managing diabetes, the scenario is not good. Almost only less than 20% of the population or the diabetic population has an A1C of less than 7. So almost around 2/3 of the patients in the country are uncontrolled or having an A1C of more than 7. The reason for that, the fundamental challenges for this uncontrolled A1C are the lack of accessibility. There is a lack of access to the good diabetes care, lack of access to the diabetologist or the specialist. Patient has to travel to the cities, to the towns for getting the treatment or even getting the medicines or getting the investigations. Then lack of awareness. People are not aware what is the target, like the fasting, PPG, A1C, what is the importance of controlling, what is the role of prevention or the controlling the target A1C in the prevention of micro and macrovascular complications. And there is a lack of affordability because it is out of pay. The patient has to pay for the consultation, for the medicine, for everything. So the lack of awareness, accessibility and affordability are the fundamental challenges in controlling or achieving the target A1C in the country. So what can be done? The digital technology based solutions for diabetes can be the answer to many of the challenges, but they should work tandem with the traditional physician based diabetes care to make it effective. We have seen the evolution in the technology, so in the field of the diabetes technology, and this has led to the emergence of virtual healthcare because there is an urgent need to address the rising burden of chronic disease, and there is a development of smaller and cheaper mobiles, the smartphones which has reached to the rural areas, so the technology can help in achieving a good diabetes care. So there is a new horizon in the public health, that is the digital healthcare, and this can be a digital therapeutics, mobile health, health information technology, telehealth, devices, sensors, wearables, and the personalized healthcare. So, and this digital therapy or the digital therapy can help in from ranging from pre-diabetes or from the prevention to even the tertiary care. So in the pre-diabetes, the self-tailored digital intervention programs, mobile apps, wearables can help in the losing weight or for the diet modification. In the diabetes treatment, for the adherence, for the compliance of the treatment, for monitoring, for SMBG, For managing the comorbidities like the engaging the patient and the HCP in the care, target should be identified, written out and monitored, and even the patient can be screened for treating or prevention of the complications like the retinopathy and neuropathy can be done with the help of technology, and that even in the rural areas, even in the outreach areas, that can be helpful to that particular patients. And how it works, basically when a patient comes in the digital platform, the digital ecosystem, the data points are collected, they're analyzed, and then on the basis of that, these data sets, this review of this data, the artificial intelligence based or the machine learning based programs can be made, and this will help in personalizing the treatment for that particular patient. So this is the way the digital technology works for overall care of that particular diabetic patient, and the machine learning and the artificial intelligence in the digital therapeutics can help in the devising a customized and more tailored therapy or the regime. But it's not that easy. There are multiple barriers to use the virtual healthcare technologies in India, ranging from the technical constraints and the quality aspects, the literacy rate and the acceptance of the technology, lack of basic amenities, even the internet or the Wi-Fi or the broadband, the financial unavailability, person's fear and unfamiliarity, particularly in rural areas, perspectives of medical practitioners, and support from the government bodies. But if we can take care of these barriers, we can do wonders, because India is the second largest mobile phone consumer worldwide. And if we can incorporate the digital technology in the diabetes care, this can help in the healthcare delivery, including health promotion, prevention, primary care, and even the specialized care in India. So what are the different types of diabetic technologies which we are using? We are using the SMBG, be it the glucometer which is not connected, or even we have the connected glucometers like the app-based connected glucometers, where you can collect the data in the app and can see the graphical presentation, or even you have the data of that monitoring graphs and data. Then you have a CGMS which helps in assessing the glycemic variability, or which gives you an information about your blood glucose every 15 minutes, where you can assess that what food is affecting or causing how much hyperglycemia. So you can have these visual presentation, and then patient can be advised, patient can be counseled on the basis of that CGMS data. We are using these insulin pens and pumps. Then you have these automated insulin delivery systems or the insulin pumps, where the sensor can assess the level of the hyperglycemia and deliver the insulin dose according to that. Now the digital health, it plays an integral role in managing diabetes, and it is defined as a system that combines technology and online coaching. So it provides the online programs that offer the lifestyle counseling to aid with the weight loss and even increasing the physical activity. This also include a health coach and can create a small group of similar patients, so that patient can be counseled by that health coach and can keep the patient the target, or helping the patient for the dietary modification, for lifestyle modification, or even for the weight loss. So with the help of the apps or the digital health, we can modify the lifestyle, that is diet and lifestyle. We can go for something like fitness trackers. I am sure you all, many of us are using that, the fitness trackers, the step counts, and also the keeping track on the weight. And then monitoring. There are glucometers which are connected with the smartphone, and then you can do a monitoring, the app based, where you can have the insight on the monitoring part, that how your blood sugars are doing, and even you have incorporated estimated A1C on the base of that SMBG values. There are some apps like if you see this is from the B2 app, that where you have the, like suppose there is an SMBG triggered phone call from the coach. If the patient has a hypoglycemia, there is an immediate call from the coach, wherein the patient is being advised how to manage this hypoglycemia at home. Even the patient is having hyperglycemia or the severe hyperglycemia, over a certain cutoff point, patient is being advised how to manage it. So the apps not only helping just on the basis of AI or machine learning, but also there is a human touch, wherein a coach is calling to the patient on the basis of the hypo or hyper and advising to manage this at home. Then comes the telemedicine. It is a technology which is like being frequently accepted, and initially before COVID this was not very much in use, or was not organized, but during COVID time telemedicine has come as an important tool for helping the patients, particularly those who are in the home isolation or those who are in the outreach areas. So the video consultation in the healthcare is now an upcoming trend, and the patients has the acceptance from the patients, from the government, and now the government has formulated the guidelines for the telemedicine also. What are the clinical evidences? This is a study of 163 patients, where the effective, it was found that this smartphone app was effective in managing diabetes, and this is the real world data from the retrospective analysis of a study in the northern India of almost around more than 7,000 patients, where it was found that there was a 9.9% reduction in the preprandial, 9.2% reduction in the postprandial sugar levels, and there was reduction in the hypoglycemia incidences by 60%. Because whenever we plan a management of patient of diabetes, we are targeting a management of hyperglycemia, but we always fear the risk of hypoglycemia. If there would have been no risk of hypoglycemia, there would have been no patient with the A1C of more than 7. So hypoglycemia is always a concern when we are managing a patient of diabetes. Another study which was published in ATTD, there was a reduction in within 40 days by using this app, the smartphone app. There's a reduction in the postprandial hypoglycemia, reduction in preprandial, reduction in the fasting. So this was study which was focused on management of hypoglycemia or prevention of hypoglycemia in patients on, say, the oral antidiabetics or even on the insulin therapy. This is the study from the US which has shown that the AI virtual health assistant and a consumer-friendly glucose measurement has shown a consistent A1C reduction over a period of 24 months. And this is again study which has shown that the reduction is a study which was done in more than 2,000 patients, has shown that there was a 80.74% reduction in the hypoglycemia events in patients who were using this Bose smartphone connected digital diabetes care app. This is the newer study which is the data under publication, that the diabetes care program, and which has shown in just 3 months the A1C reduction of 1.8 with the help of the coach with the continuous treatment, lifestyle modification and patient counseling. So the A1C reduction of 1.4, that means we know that whatever the pharmacotherapy is doing, but patient, if well aware, patient is being good educated and make aware of the lifestyle modification or the exercise, they can do wonders and they can do a reduction of even up to 1.8%. So different across multiple platforms, patient has a choice to choose from the multiple smartphone apps. There are multiple apps available depending on the patient which services patient want to use. Online consultations, daily health coach, the weight loss, only the diet, the exercise, fitness tracker, multiple platforms are available. Patient can choose from them according to his or her requirement. So what we can say that the diabetes or the digital technology in the field of diabetes can help in expanding the geographical access to care. That means it will take care of the lack of access. It will help in improving the patient to provider ratio. It helps in reducing the provider's burden. It helps in improving awareness about diabetes. It helps in reducing economic burden, that it will reduce the patient's travel time and the cost of the loss of work. And it helps in improving the clinical outcomes as we have seen from the clinical evidences. So the fundamental challenges of lack of awareness, lack of accessibility and lack of affordability can be taken care by the digital technology in the field of diabetes. And if we talk of the future of digital health, new therapies including implantable drug delivery systems, automated closed loop systems and miniaturized non-invasive glucose monitoring system or even non-invasive the contact lenses, non-invasive wearables, they are on the way. So they'll really revolutionize the management of diabetes with the help of the technology. So the new digital health technologies will create a digital diabetes ecosystem where a patient can take care just with the help of technology. So the key takeaways, like the health intervention for diabetes are heterogeneous and clinical effects are generally modest. So barriers to adoption include cost, sustainability and integration with healthcare systems, and if we can take care of that, we can do a good work or we can achieve a good clinical outcome in patients of diabetes. Digital technology has the potential to expand access, to reduce the cost, and it can widen the approach. More work is needed to assess which features promote clinical efficacy and patient engagement so that they can be incorporated more and more in the patient's care. And future work in diabetes should focus on medication adherence, lifestyle modification and improving the compliance so that we can bring the A1C less than 7 and we can change the status of our country from the diabetes capital of the world to the diabetes care capital of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your excellent presentation. We have seen our various technologies which are used. Any question from audience? So, sir, there are various apps available. Which app you are using? You advise to the patient.
सर ये मेरे ख्याल से थोड़ा सा conflict of interest बात हो जाएगी, because I am working as a senior vice president and director of diabetes care programs for B2. So that will be a conflict of interest. But yes, there are multiple apps. But I'll suggest as physician, as a clinician, I'll suggest patient should, as I was discussing, patient should understand what is his or her need. Is it monitoring, it is diet, it is lifestyle, or is it compliance is a challenge? So, जैसा हमारे नियम है, जैसा भगवान वैसी पूजा. So, जैसी requirement, वैसा app. There are multiple apps, and every app is say claiming that they'll do this, they'll do that, they'll do that. But I think we should go with what are the evidences available, what is the clinical trials or the clinical evidences available with that app or with that company. Then only we can say, because like just claiming anything, like if you go to the Google, reversal of diabetes, thousands of apps and thousands of websites they say, and if you ask them how much you have done, we have done in 10,000. I was on a platform and there was a discussion. We have done 10,000 reversals. I asked, have you published a paper of 100 patients? No, sir. So if you have done 1,000 reversals and you have not published a study of only 100 patients,
True.
that means there is no clinical evidence. आपके कहने से मेरे कहने से it will not work. It has to be evidence, because like we are in the era of evidence-based medicine.
True.
So the company, like I have shown you some data which is our own published. I was the author of 3-4 publications.
Right.
So like if you have an evidence, yes, it is accepted. And on a scientific platform, only evidence speaks.
What is the acceptance on the side of patients?
Acceptance, like sir, I'll tell you the experience of our this B2O data. So we have almost 1 million patients on the platform, and to me, my surprise, initially we used to think that it will be accepted only in metros or like the literal or the educated class. But believe me, our 70% population is from tier 2, tier 3 cities.
Okay.
So the acceptance in the smaller towns, will be like now smartphone has reached to even the smaller towns.
True.
And people who are like, so why I'm saying this? Suppose I'm working in Gwalior. The patients who are sitting at 150 and 160 kilometers, they have to travel to 160 kilometers just to consult me.
True.
To take their medicine and to do the investigation. So if they get a access or they can get a service at 160 kilometers or 150 kilometers, they'll not lose one day of work. They'll not, जो किराया उनका 1,000 rupees, 1,500 रुपए वो बचेगा, and घर पे बैठ के consultation, they're getting medicine, they're getting compliance, they're getting monitoring, and they're getting coach consultation. Because like if the patient comes to us or patient comes to the clinic, hardly 2 minutes, 3 minutes, or the educators, because like all the clinics are overburdened.
True.
So the clinicians or the educators, they give only 2-3 minutes, 5 minutes. But the diabetes is not a disease; it's a chronic disease. We know that it cannot be managed in 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes.
Yes.
You cannot change the behavior in just 2-3 minutes.
True.
There have been someone who's hampering you continuously, at least minimum 3 months. Then
Yes.
only you can imagine or you can expect that change in the behavior will occur.
Sure.
So we have the coaches which are accepted by the rural areas, because like the patients who are coming from the rural areas or like the smaller towns, they have lots of questions.
Yes.
क्या खाएं, क्या नहीं खाएं, कैसे खाएं, एंड अगेन लाइक आई एम श्योर आपके पास भी 15 साल बाद भी परी जाता है तो 10 बार भी आया, 11वीं बार भी पूछेगा डॉक्टर साहब खाने में क्या करना है. सो दिस इज ऑलवेज दी
दवाई में तो कुछ नया आता नहीं,
कुछ है ही नहीं ना,
खाना नया आता रहता है.
सो खाने में क्या करना, खाने में भी कुछ नया नहीं आया ना, बट स्टिल दे आस्क.
नहीं, नई रेसिपीज आती है.
यस सो दे आस्क, एंड बेसिकली लाइक पेशेंट को ऐसा लगता है डायबिटीज हो गई, सब बंद हो गया. So the coaches का काम यही है, अच्छे apps का काम यही है कि like it should be palatable, it should be acceptable, and patient should also enjoy a good quality of life. It's not like just he has been diabetic and he cannot enjoy the life.
संन्यास नहीं लेना है.
He should enjoy the life.
True.
So that is, if you are successful in that, you are a wonderful technology.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Now we'll move on to the next session. We'll invite Dr. Rakesh Parikh, sir. Sir will be talking about advantages of EMR, challenges in India and the way forward. I will put as many challenges in India and way forward. Dr. Rakesh Parikh, sir, is a fellow of American College of Endocrinology and Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons and College of Physicians and Surgeons of Bombay, RSSDI. Sir is treasurer RSSDI Rajasthan State Chapter and on the editorial and review boards of various journals. And he has got over 50 publications including textbook chapters, and he is principal investigator in several global phase 3 trials. So over to you, sir.
Thank you, chairpersons, for the introduction, and thank you, Dr. Bansi Sabu and the DiCareCon team for inviting me here. Before I go to the topic, I just realized today morning what is the biggest drawback of technology. So I was under the impression that I have talk tomorrow morning, and that's the problem of being so much reluctant or relying on the technology. You just forget the things. Your brain doesn't work. So just half an hour back, I was told that my talk is today. That's why I requested Dr. Navneet to take it first. So we'll go to the topic now. I'll be speaking on EMR, and as I said, I had to prepare the slides in 15 minutes, so there is not much that I can talk, but I'll give you some demo of the EMR that I use, so that probably you can get a glimpse of different features of EMR. So the history and perspective of medical records is that the data can be organized as patient-centered or physician-centered. So the patients will come to you with a file that is having all his records. A physician has to, segregate the data depending on his requirement. It can be, oriented based on chronology. So patients will come to you with the reports which are, arranged date-wise. That is one way of arranging the records. Second is department-wise. The file of nephrology, the file of diabetology, file of cardiology. The third one will be problem-oriented. So these are the different ways the data can be organized. Now the earliest medical records were physician-oriented because the doctors were the ones who used to care of the data. Patients didn't bother much. Hippocrates said it over 25 years ago that the medical records should accurately reflect the course of disease and indicate the possible cause of disease. Now, before the era of this widespread diagnostic testing and therapeutics, earlier the medical data was actually only the observations that the physician made. But now we have advanced and we have so many tools and gadgets at our hand. Now, electronic health records is a different term, and EMR is one of the components of EHR. The EMR is the software that we use for recording our own patient's data. We'll not go into the details of other things like patient registry or patient management system or HIS, which is used by the HR department of the hospital. So the problem-oriented medical records were proposed for the first time by Weed in 1969, and he suggested that all entries should be categorized into these categories. The first one is subjective. So what the patient reports to you in his history, in the complaints, and whatever he tells you about his findings. The objective will be the data that you collect based on your own observations. And then assessment is what do you assess your diagnosis, and then the plan, what do you plan to intervene, what do you want to give the patient as advice. So this is the most common uses of entire, this is the most common uses it to have entire encounter organized by SO format, not individual problems. Now, in modern day medical records, it's a mixture of patient and problem oriented approaches. So your data can be anytime retrieved the way you want it, or you can hand over to the patient as he wants it. In general, each provider or institution maintains its own records, and the creator of the record is the owner as of now. Is it still, though that's a debatable topic, because the patients can always claim that everything that is theirs is, the data that is from their own records is theirs. So it is still predominantly paper based, and many of us are using a hybrid system. Even in my own case, I still have the paper records of my patients, and then I am trying to shift to electronic records since last 5-6 years, but I am keeping both of them in parallel. So as of now, it's a hybrid mode that we are using. So in the EMR, we get the data from these various sources: the medical history that the patient gives, the physical examination that you do, the medical records that the patient brings to you, the lab tests that you do, the family data, community data, and all those things. And then you gather all this data, integrate it, and then you analyze the data based on your own clinical judgment, and give the advice to the patient. You can communicate that data to the patient, to your colleagues. You recommend the diagnostic test or therapy based on this data that you analyze. So there are several limitations of paper-based record. It's a single user, and only one person can see the record at a time. You can't see it, many people can't see it at the same time. It's usually disorganized. So in complex patients, we often find that the patient comes with a file, doctor file dekh lijiye, but it's very difficult for us to juggle through the papers and find out the right paper that we want. It's usually incomplete. The exact thing that you want is always missing. So all my patients, they don't have one thing that I always want, that is the sugar chart. They always say, doctor साहब वो तो भूल गए घर पे, बाकी सब है 10 साल पुराना रिकॉर्ड है, लेकिन sugar chart लेके नहीं आए. So they are usually not complete, and then you can't do the audit because there is no trail available. It's a source of infection, recently realized, because in Corona we have been all taught not to touch anything which is not necessary. So it's also a source of infection. And handwriting, I thought it's only problem of India, but probably it's the global problem. So these kind of handwritings we often see, and we don't, we can't comprehend what is to be done with this. So still patients come to me, doctor साहब ये दवाई चल रही है. Now I always tell him कि तू ही बता दवाई क्या चल रही है. अंग्रेजी में लिखी है, पढ़ के बता दे क्या लिखी है. So it is so bad, and that is the major problem, that you can, I don't know whether it was intentional to keep the patient with you only, that you write some symbols and the patient comes back to you, nobody else can understand, but this is still there. So Then keeping the records, even my files are like this only. So these are stored like this, and then it's very difficult to find out the right file that you want, and to keep them safe from different problems is very difficult. So it's the right time that we go from paper to digital. And there are several options available to you. There are so many, I just listed a few here, but there are probably hundreds of EMR softwares which are available in India. You might have to try one or two to find out which one suits you best. But then this is a very tricky thing, because once you stick to one EMR, it becomes really difficult to change to the next one, because since last 5-6 years I am using one particular EMR. Now even if I have better options available, I can't shift there because all my data is in that EMR, and then shifting that data from one EMR to the other is really difficult. So in the next few slides I'll just give some screenshots of the EMR that I use in my clinic. So the EMR basically has got different users that you can have. You can have a login for your front desk, the receptionist, another login for your lab, one for yourself, one for the admin of the hospital or the clinic that you have, one for the pharmacy. These all options are there. They all would have their own credentials. They can log in and they can access only the thing that they are supposed to access. Then this is the example of the dashboard of the front desk. So in the front desk, my staff would be able to see the list of patients that are there. He can enter the patient, he can book the appointment for the next visit, he can bill the patient, look at his past visits, enter the lab data, all those things. And he does that outside in the front desk. The patient enters in my chamber, and then I get to see this dashboard. So on my dashboard, I will see the list of patients that are scheduled for today, the patients which were already done, the patients who are waiting. So these things can be seen at the doctor's dashboard. After that, suppose you have the patient who has come to you for the first time. In diabetes practice, we'll always like to have the whole history of the patient recorded for the first time. So this is the patient case sheet. I couldn't take the whole screenshot, but it's a lengthy one where you can record the whole history of the patient, the history of diagnosis of diabetes, the history of medication, allergies, family history, smoking, diet, lifestyle. Everything can be recorded once. Once you record it, it remains there for next visits. You can always review back the case history of the patient. The patient who has come to you for follow-up, so this patient has come for the 16th visit. So once I open the patient, I'll see the last visits, and if I scroll down, I'll see all the visits, the previous visits, the medicines that were given, the complaints that the patient had, the changes in the vitals. All those things can be seen. And then for recording the next visit, you just click on the create new visit option. Okay, some picture is missing here. So you create the new visit here, and after that the page opens, which will ask you to enter the vitals of the patient, the blood pressure, weight, sugar readings, the complaints that the patient has now, and it will auto-populate the medicines that the patient is already on. So if you don't want to change the medicines, you don't waste time, you just click print and the medicines will be printed. In case you want to make changes on a particular drug, you just change that medicine. So it saves a lot of time. You don't need to write down the whole 10-12 medicines list at every time, every visit. Again, that point is missing here because the slide is missing. So again, at the end, you have the option to schedule the next visit of the patient, a particular date, so that the patient gets the reminder on that particular day. You also have that patient's name in the list of the upcoming patients. You can have some advices which are usually given to patients. You can pre-print them, like the dietary advice, the lifestyle advice, the exercise advice, the advice regarding hypoglycemia or food care or SMEG monitoring. So whichever patient you want to give the particular advice, you can just click on that button and that will be automatically written. So these are various features for the doctors. Then the patient goes to the lab, and then there is a portal for the lab assistant who can just select the patient that has gone to the doctor. He will directly get the advice, the lab tests that were advised, and he can just enter those lab tests and take the patient for the lab. Then similarly, there is a module for pharmacy also. So if you prescribe some medicines, the patient goes to pharmacy. The pharmacist already knows that these are the medicines that are prescribed. He just has to tick it, and then he can just make the bill of the patient for the medicines. Then there are so many other options for the report analysis. You can analyze the report based on the patient's visits to your hospital, the follow-up visits, how many are coming back, how many are not coming back, patients who are missing their appointments, the SMSs that were sent to patients, lab reports that were done, and there is so much that you can do. You can actually analyze most of the data that you want to use for publications or do research of your own patients. I don't have the screenshots right now, but then you can analyze your data based on whatever hypothesis you have. So you want to analyze only the data of patients between the age group of 18 to 35, and then you get the whole data of the patients. You can look for their A1Cs, their medicines that they are on, the timing of insulin or the initiation of insulin. Those things you can analyze depending on your hypothesis. And this is again a dashboard that gives you overall snapshot of the same thing that I told, the number of patients who are coming to you, the follow-up patients, the medicines that you are prescribing, the companies of medicines that you are prescribing. We even forget the name of the company that we are prescribing. Only after looking at them, then I understand, okay, I'm prescribing this company most. So this kind of info you can get. So there is so much of, there are so many advantages. The most important is that the data is available at one place. So at your own dashboard, you have the data about everything. The patient's demographic, patient's medicines, patient's lab tests, all those things are there. You can anytime, review the data chronologically. You can review it condition-wise, doctor-wise. It can be shared with others. The apps allow those things. It saves a lot of paper and money. So saving paper definitely saves the environment. Money is definitely saved. Less manpower is required. You don't require large amount of space because my medical records for last 10 years are stored in cupboards like this, and it's occupying a lot of space. Now the data from last 5-6 years is just in the computer. So it saves a lot of space also. Accounting, inventory, all those things are made very easy. It's easy for a doctor to review the previous records of the patient when he comes to you. You don't need to juggle through the patient's file. The vitals, lab tests, prescriptions, all are at one place. You can put those things. The prescriptions get auto-populated. It suggests the medicines that the patient is already on, and you might make the changes easily. The software also warns you about obvious mistakes. Sometimes you might do a mistyping, and then there might be two drugs which are having some interactions. The software will tell you that there is a prescription in which there are two drugs, there might be an interaction, and then you might give it a second thought. So it's very useful for data analysis, for doing research of your own data and publishing that data. There are a few challenges in India. So the first one is availability of resources. So as of now, still even among the clinics, many clinics do not have the computer or laptop. Even if they have it only for the reception desk, only for the billing purpose. They don't use for the EMR or for doctor's own use. The lack of IT training, or I would say inertia. There are so many seniors here, and one of them is sleeping, a good friend of mine, Dr. Mehendi Ratta. The another challenge is that the senior doctors, the senior friends of mine, they are so used to writing with the pen that they don't like to type. So even if you give them a EMR, they might be able to type, but they feel कि मुझे अच्छा ही नहीं लगता यार, वो लिखे बिना मजा नहीं आता, patient देखा लगता ही नहीं है. So that is also one challenge. And to solve that challenge, some people have come up with a EMR system where you use the pen, and that will capture your handwriting and translate that into the medical records. So I think we need to motivate people to go to EMR, and we need to train them in, and there is a generational issue definitely, though they are my friends, but they are of this different generation. And then there is a concern of data safety. So all our patients, doctors, they are all concerned, like even though most of us are using EMRs, we are not sure whether the data is being misused by the software companies, being it sold to pharma companies or other companies. And there can be legal issues, because when it's a paper data, paper document, you can always modify it. You made a mistake, but you have option that I can just tear up that paper. But once it is in the record, then that possibility is not there. So what is the way ahead? The most important is training, and probably to motivate other colleagues of ours to go to EMR and train them. Look for better options. The softwares are definitely improving very fast in the last 5-6 years, and maybe there is a better future that we have. The data safety and security must be ensured. There must be some guidelines and some legal framework which ensures that the data is safe with the patient themselves. So I'll conclude by saying that EMR is ultimately geared towards reducing the errors, improving safety and care, and cutting cost of healthcare. And as Albert Einstein said long back, we can't solve the problems by using the same kind of thinking we used to when we created them. So we all created the problems with the paper data. I think let's move ahead to electronic data. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the nice talk. And as you rightly said, the time has come to change from paper records to electronic records. There are definite set of problems, but I think when we start teaching them in medical school, that we don't teach computers to the doctors in the medical school and everybody learns it. So I think that's a hard way to learn. And as you said, there is an inertia to adapt a new thing, because as long as the OPD is full and the cash box is full, people don't think of innovations.
Yeah. So here I'll just add one story of mine. When I was in 7th or 8th standard, that time I somehow felt that I should learn typewriting. So I told my father that Papa, मुझे typing सीखना है. And that time there were only typewriters. That time computers were not there.
Yes.
So he told, तेरे को क्यों करना है? तेरे को डॉक्टर बनना है? तू क्लर्क थोड़ी बनना है ये करने के लिए. But somehow I felt मुझे सीखना चाहिए. And I went there. I actually learned typing. And after that, for next 10 years, I never used typewriter. But when the computers came, my fingers started moving.
True.
So it has become so easy for me to type with the query keyboard
True.
that I really feel that the children should also get training on typewriting.
True.
It is just like a skill, just like cycling.
Absolutely.
Once you learn it, you never forget it. So I think typewriting is also important skill, because now even if you use softwares, even if you use the keyboard, you always type like this, and that takes so much of time.
True.
And if your fingers start moving, then you can type faster than writing. So I think that is also important.
True.
Yeah.
And I think the landscape will change with the doctor entrepreneurs getting into this health tech space. So things will improve. The product, good products will come,
Right, right.
and with the good acceptability. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Please.
Sorry, I would like to make some comments. I mean, Dr. Rakesh and we shared the same KM hospital 30 years ago. But I work in US. I worked for there for 26 years. And this topic is so near and dear to me. That's why I requested 2 minutes to talk. In doctor's world is always behind the IT. What happened in 1960s in industries, we did it in medicine in 1990s. In fact, the inertia that he talked about was so much prevalent in US that in 2009, Obama actually had to crack it down with a penalty that in next 5 years, if the physicians do not get into the electronic medical record, they will be penalized. Today, it is almost 99%. I don't remember any of those older generation, and that's a very important point he made, that even in United States, the older generation who was reluctant to type, they actually retired, but they could not go into the new ones, and it's entirely to the generation. So it's going to happen in India. You can't even imagine today that you are doing the airline ticket or the train ticket by standing in the line and on the piece of paper where he scribbles. The computers, we don't even have to tell how much advantage it has. It is going to completely revolutionize. And the best part about the India, I always think that, is if you think of the cellular technology, we just went from the copper lines straight to the cellular. We did not go through the optical. India has an unbelievable capacity of quickly going and transforming into technology that I'm sure 10 years from now, if you stand here, people will wonder, hey, I actually used to write a prescription. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now moving to the last lecture of this session. The speaker is Ms. Jaj Sethi. She will speak on do-it-yourself artificial pancreas is here, clinical experiences. Please.
Thank you so much, the chairpersons, and thank you to Dr. Banshi and the entire organizing committee of DiacareCon. So yes, I am someone who is living with type 1 diabetes, and I've been living with type 1 diabetes for 13 years now. And today I'm going to be sharing about looping, do-it-yourself artificial pancreas system. It is a system that I am personally using right now. And I'm going to share a little bit about the nuts and bolts of the DIY loop system. So life with type 1 diabetes, I always say, is not easy. There are pricks and shots and highs and lows and ups and downs. And often what happens as people living with type 1, we need to fit our life into the type 1 diabetes timetable and schedule. But what would be, that's the current scenario, right? We need to fit our life to match type 1 diabetes. What if we had a system that made type 1 diabetes fit into our lifestyle? And that is made possible and prevalent with the DIY APS, which is the do-it-yourself artificial pancreas system, which I believe is the future of type 1 diabetes management. So a little history about myself. I was diagnosed in 2009, and I began on the MDI treatment, the injections and stuff like that. Then I went on to a pump, but still I had fluctuating sugars. I also then got onto a CGM, but I still had fluctuating sugars, because my body had different insulin requirements for different times of the day, which my pump and my CGM just could not keep up with. So that's what the DIY system sort of changes. So the components of a normal DIY system, you need 4 things. You need a CGM, which is your continuous glucose monitor for real-time glucose values. You require an insulin pump. you require a smartphone, and the smartphone becomes your host, it becomes your controller to control your pump. And finally, you require a hardware, a third-party frequency device which makes the pump and the CGM talk to each other. So in effect, in very layman's terms, if I have to put it, a DIY APS is basically hacking into your pump and CGM, making them talk to each other and making your life much, much better. So how does the system work? This system makes recommendations and takes action to adjust insulin delivery based on numbers and models. Now this is very important because I know that you all must be thinking in a pump also you can have different basal requirements for different times of the day. That's true. But it does not communicate with the CGM. So when you are dropping, you know, your insulin is not suspending. When your sugars are rising, your temporary basal is not changing. And that is what the DIY system does. It is constantly making decisions for you, just like a normal pancreas would, to adjust your insulin to ensure that your sugars stay in range. So there are two modes of this DIY loop system. One is called an open loop and one is called a closed loop. I am currently on a closed loop system. But what the open loop is basically for people who are a little bit hesitant to try this. An open loop is basically, it'll make the decisions, but it'll ask you before actually executing them. So if it says that, okay, I need to change your basal from 1.2 to 1.4, instead of doing it, it'll give you a notification that this is what the loop wants to do. Do you want to accept? So it gives you like a little bit of a practice run, a warm-up session, so to say. So you can get comfortable and used to the fact that it is a safe system, and then you can move on to the closed loop. Very honestly, I never used the open loop. I trusted it immediately and it worked well for me. But the closed loop, basically the system takes over. You still have to manually bolus, but the basal rates will change based on your model, your current readings and the algorithm. So it's truly do it yourself, and the options are a lot, but they come with varied complexities. So there are 3 options currently available. The 4th one has just come out. It's called free APS, which I'm still going to be trying out. But there's open APS, which basically runs on a small rig, which you need to create. So you need to make that Raspberry Pi little rig of yours. One is called Android APS, which works for Android phones and devices. And the one that I am on is currently Loop, which is an Apple-only framework. And the algorithm runs on your iPhone. It works with legacy Medtronic pumps, Omnipod Eros, which is the one I'm using. And it can also work with Dexcom CGM or Medtronic or Libre with a third-party transmitter. But it requires a third-party device called a Riley Link, which is your radio frequency device. So a little bit, I'm not going to get too much into these details. I'll be happy to answer questions if required. But the open APS systems, you know, you require all these things to do it. I'm going to talk a little bit about Loop because that's what I'm on. This is Android APS. It uses the OPS algorithm for this as well. But the one I am on is on the Loop. It is an implementation of LoopKit, which is available on GitHub. And to set up Loop, you require an Apple computer, you require an iPhone, and you require Riley Link, CGM, and stuff like that. So what inputs does the user have to put in? So we need to set in these different system settings to make it start working. So I need to put in my ISF, which is my insulin sensitivity factor. I need to feed in my ICR, my suspend threshold, which means under what level do I want it to start suspending. Override settings, which means that for certain activities like flying, for example, if I take a 16-hour flight, I know I tend to run low on flights. So I would do a flight setting which would change my entire target range. Insulin model, so are you using rapid acting? Are you using human insulin? What insulin model are you using? And finally, your target range, which is also customizable. So my target range in the night is slightly higher than my target range in the day. So it's so DIY that you can tweak very, very minute details. And then once you feed in all this data, it's ready to go. And that is when I truly say the magic of looping begins. And the basal rates modify constantly based on the predictive CGM values, the algorithm, your ISF, your ICR, and it's truly, truly magic. And I'll show you how it's magic. So this is what a visual representation of the entire system looks like. There was a pointer somewhere. I don't know how to use this. Oh yeah, okay. So that is the CGM, that is the pump, that device over there is the Riley Link, which is the radio frequency device, and then you have your phone, which is your controller. Now, one thing is that all these components need to be in the same vicinity because the Riley Link has a distance of 15 feet. So So out of range, it will not work. You won't be able to bolus, you won't be able to change anything, nothing. So the only drawback is your entire APS system needs to be in a close vicinity. This is what my dashboard looks like. So as you can see in this insulin delivery, every maybe 3 minutes, the temporary basal is changing. That is just not possible on a pump, and that is just not possible on MDI. Every few minutes, based on my values, the temporary basal is changing. When it says 0, that means it's suspended. So I probably was running high, it gave me some more insulin, now it's coming low, so it suspended it, again made it high, suspended. It's just absolute magic. This is what the dashboard looks like. So the dotted line, the dotted ones over here, they are the values that it's taken from my CGM. The dashed lines are the predicted values. So based on how much, this is the insulin, active insulin, IOB, based on your IOB, based on your ISF, it will calculate where your sugar is going to go. So if you see this over here, it says eventually 84, which means that with currently insulin on board, with current metrics, your sugar will eventually be 84, and that's why it's taken the decision. Green loop means everything is working. Sometimes we get a red loop, which is not fun. That is my pod life, and that is what my current basal is. So right now, plus 00 means the suspend. It's been suspended. The impact. Quality of life, of course. I used to be someone who used to get so many hypos in the night. So better sleep and decrease nocturnal hypos. Reduce hypos, even like the severity of my hypos have reduced. I don't like this word at all, but the burden of diabetes has truly been reduced, because now type 1 diabetes is fitting into my timetable. And I'll give you an example of this. I used to use a pump before, but my basal rate from 8 in the morning used to become 1.5 units an hour. In the night, it used to be 0.6 units an hour. Now, let's say one day I want to sleep in late. I want to wake up at 12. I am sure going to get a hypo, because my basal would be increasing at 8 o'clock. Now, let's say with the loop, I want to sleep in, even if my basal rate is still changing at 8 a.m., but it will notice that, okay, my sugars are dropping, it will suspend my insulin, so I will not get a hypo. So it's truly fitting into my lifestyle. This is a small image of what my graph used to look like pre-looping. I used to be a little bit time in range, but I used to be somewhere all over the place also. There's no such thing as a perfect diabetic, so this used to be my normal day. But post-looping the system, this is what my graphs look like. And these are taken on random days at random times. Mostly completely flat line, time in range, reduced hypos, reduced hypers. Of course, not every day looks like this. I'm still a diabetic, but most of the days I'm pretty good. I love this picture because this is the graph shot I took on the day I began looping. So around 11 o'clock over here, I began, this is 12 a.m., 11 p.m. I set up my loop, and immediately it got into action, and you can see how quickly the effect takes place. So a bit of the pros and cons. The pros, like I say, it's a tech marvel. You can bolus from your phone and your watch. So if you have an Apple Watch integrated, I can actually just bolus from my iWatch. I don't need to even go to my phone. Time in range, override settings, adapts rapidly since it's not FDA approved yet. There's constantly upgrades. So the way you upgrade your iPhone software, you upgrade your loop software as well. It's by the patient. So there's such a user-centric design in place because it's by people who are living with this condition. The cons, of course, DIY means you can't go and download it from the app store. You have to code this app in. So I used Xcode to actually build this app. It's not FDA approved yet. It's not a cure. So it's not like once I have loop, I forget that I'm diabetic. No. Tech trouble at times, of course, like anything with tech. Red loop at times, and there's no helpline. There's no only social media. You can't call customer care if something goes wrong. So the nuts and bolts. If people want to start looping, this is the advice I give them. What can you get your hands on? That's the most important thing. If you want to get an Omnipod and you can't procure it, don't go in for the loop option. Try an Android APS, which works with Medtronic legacy pumps. How much customization do you fancy? Do you want a system that is like customizable to the T? Then I would suggest an Android APS. But if you want something that is customizable but also easy, I would suggest the loop. Understand the safety. There's no FDA approval yet. There are a few safety concerns. You could get severe hypo, so understand that. Understand form, function, and interaction, and do your research. There's plenty of research out there. So a lot of people must be asking, okay, what is the difference between a DIY open source system than one of the closed loop systems that are coming out in the market? Well, one is cross compatibility. You can change your brand pairings. Currently in the Medtronic, you have to have a Medtronic pump, you need to have a Medtronic CGM. In my system, I'm using an Omnipod pump and I'm using a Dexcom CGM. So there is cross-compatibility of brands. So you can choose the best of what you like and actually get the best of both worlds. Absolute flexibility. Now this is a pro and a con. There are no safety limits in a DIY system. I can set my target range as 70 to 80 if I want, but I know there'll be more chance of a hypo. No brand will actually come up and give you that kind of a safety limit. The cost, it's actually cheaper because your DIY components are very, very cheap. If I need to set up my Riley Link, it's $150, that's it, compared to what you would get from the market. And constant updates. Like I said, I'm constantly updating my loop. Every few months there's an update that comes in, so I can just upgrade. This is a bit of what all the different things have. Again, I can share, you can take pictures of this slide if you want, but this is all the different kind of systems that are out there. The data, of course, is very, very promising, and this is the data conducted by Dana Lewis, and the mean BG and time in range improved in every time category for this study. And overall, average blood glucose improved, HbA1c improved, and I can tell you from my own self that it all has improved as well. Just yesterday, in fact, Dana Lewis, she's a dear friend of mine, she's one of the initiators of looping. They published in the New England Journal of Medicine about open source APS. So it's out there, it's coming, it's going. There are around 40,000 people currently in the world using this DIY system, so it's just gonna get better. We've also done a paper on this, so if you guys want to go and read that, please go check it out. We did an entire paper on my experience of using looping in the country. And I can just say that this has truly changed my life. It has changed the way I think about diabetes. It has changed the way I live my life. It has made, like my last HbA1c was 5.7. I can just tell you that, if that's any indication of how good my control has been without hypos and without the constant up and downs. So, and lastly, if DIY is not for you, be patient because the future is bright. We have approved closed loop systems coming in the future. Will they be as flexible? Will I want to shift out of this kind of flexibility? Maybe not. But I would recommend all of you as physicians, if your patients with type 1 diabetes want to try looping, and if you are not able to understand the tech, please reach out to us because we'll be more than happy to help get them this kind of quality of life. Because the loop doesn't sleep so that people with diabetes can sleep. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Raj, for giving your experience with the technology and improvement in the quality of the life. If you have any question, the floor is open for.
Yes. It will not predict the hypo, but it will start suspending. Yes. So basically the idea is that in some of the Medtronic things, the insulin will only suspend below 80. Here, it will do preemptive suspension. So if it says that eventually you will be 70, 20 minutes before, it will already suspend. So the beauty is you don't ever get into hypo. The suspension happens way before you even reach that hypo level. That's what happens with me at least. So my loop suspends at least 15 minutes in advance. When it predicts that you're going to be into hypo, unlike other systems which suspend only once you're under 80. It does. Riley Link requires to be charged every night. It has a lithium battery inside it, which requires charging, but it's very simple. You charge it when you go to sleep in the night, and your phone and your Riley Link. You have two things to charge, and the Riley Link battery stays up for 48 hours. So I can go 2 days without charging it, and once a year I change the battery. So the cost of the Riley Link is $150. For the Android APS, you need to build your own rig. So you require the Raspberry Pi motherboard, you require a battery, you require some wires to attach it, which is actually much cheaper. And the cost of build, you just require Xcode, which is the software where you build the app on. It's about $100 for your Apple developer license. So you require that license to start building it. It's a yearly subscription. So once a year you pay $100 for the system that builds the app, which is the Xcode. And then the cost of your pump and CGM, of course, which is depending on what you have. Yes? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Raj. So we conclude the session here. Thank you all.
So a very good morning and welcome to this symposium. This is a highly clinical based one. I'd like to first invite Ami, Dr. Ami Sangvi. She's going to be talking about diabetes neuropathy, still a burning issue. Welcome, Ami.
So a very good morning to everyone here. Thank you at the outset, thank you Dr. Bansi for having me for today's discussion on diabetic neuropathy, a burning issue. And we all would agree that it is definitely a burning issue which we all see in our routine day-to-day clinical practice. Yeah. So, diabetic neuropathy. It's like, our patients telling us, don't get on my nerves. They have enough problems. Diabetic neuropathy is one of the most common complications which we encounter in our patients with diabetes, affecting around 50% of our patients. And this painful neuropathy is associated with increased distress, a poor quality of life, leading to a reduction in productivity and employment, and which indirectly or directly impacts the economic burden on the patient and the healthcare system. So around currently the patients which we have diabetes, 16 to 20% of our patients are suffering from chronic painful diabetic neuropathy. And what we need to understand here is 39% have not even received any treatment for their pain, while 12.5% have never even reported to their doctors. Sometimes they do not even find that it's related to diabetes. They do not even understand that they need to report to their doctors and get cured for it. Our own data, epidemiological data from Dr. Mohan Center in the CURE studies has said that the prevalence of diabetic neuropathy is around 26.1% in our population, which is significantly associated with age, HbA1c, and the duration of diabetes. So how do you define the diabetic neuropathy? The ADA says that diabetic neuropathy is a descriptive term, meaning a demonstrable disorder, either clinically evident or subclinical, that occurs in the setting of diabetes without the other causes of peripheral neuropathy. The neuropathic disorders includes manifestation in the somatic or the autonomic parts of the peripheral nervous system. Now, what is the pathology, or what are the pathogenesis factors which would cause this neuropathy? So there are many factors. Most common ones are metabolic factors like dysglycemia, dyslipidemia, long duration of diabetes, advanced glycation end products, sorbitol, autoimmune factors that cause the inflammation in the nerves, ischemia of the nerves, mechanical injury to the nerves, abnormalities of the Schwann cells, or impaired neurotropic support and defective regeneration. Here I would like to add that there can be, sudden decrease in A1C. Say if you bring down the A1C by 2% in 3 months, there can be acute painful neuropathy in a patient. Or there is a term called as insulin neuritis, which is also a small fiber neuropathy, which can be seen in our patients who are on insulin. So when we discuss about the risk factors which cause diabetic neuropathy, there are either modifiable risk factors or non-modifiable. So modifiable can definitely be a good glycemic control, hypertension correction, stop cigarette smoking, alcohol, hypertriglyceridemia, and reduce weight. Non-modifiable can be older age, male sex, height, family history of neuropathy, APOA genotype, and various others. Now, when we try to classify the diabetic neuropathies, though it's a very elaborate classification, it is in general that there can be generalized symmetrical polyneuropathies, focal and asymmetrical neuropathies, and combinations. So in generalized symmetrical polyneuropathies, the most common one is the distal sensory or the sensory motor polyneuropathy, small fiber or large fiber sensory neuropathy, or autonomic neuropathies, and then followed by cranial neuropathy, truncal neuropathy, limbal neuropathy, or a combination of these. the neuropathic pain which the patient describes to us is very typical. If you try to evaluate, understand the history of the patient, the most common way is stocking and glove painful sensations, which are very common. Now, while both small and large fibers can be affected, the symptoms which the patient complains of can define which is affected first. So if it is a small fiber, maybe there is more of pain amplification and hyperalgesia with loss of sensitivity. Can be autonomic symptoms can be present, which would predispose to diabetic foot, and electrophysiology may not detect the nerve damage of the small fibers. While it is large fibers, sensory and motor nerves are affected, generally of the feet are affected first. There is loss of vibration perception and proprioception. There is deep-seated gnawing and aching pain. Muscle wasting can be seen, and these abnormalities can be detected by electromyography. Now, the symptoms, the pains which the patient describes can be, positive symptoms due to the excessive activity like spontaneous pain, allodynia, hyperalgesia, dysesthesia, or paresthesias, or it can be negative symptoms due to deficit of function like hypoesthesia, hypoalgesia, and analgesia. Now, what is the beauty of this is that sensory abnormalities and the pain can paradoxically also coexist, and the patient may have a combination of symptoms that may change over a period of time. So, is pain a God's greatest gift to mankind? Yes, because neuropathy affects many of our patients, and if the patient is not feeling the pain, the chances of foot ulcerations can be high. So, pain is in a way a gift to us that the patient can report to us if he is having any complaints. And these neurotropic symptoms can affect the quality of life. So they can have a positive impact or a negative impact. Now, positive and negative symptoms definitely have a negative impact. The quality of life is reduced with how, everyone has a different pain threshold, how the pain is perceived by any individual. The painful symptoms can generate anxiety. The negative symptoms are associated with depression. And this may all lead to sleep disorders, which may have a negative impact on the quality of life of our patients. So we are here, we are trying to help them. And when a patient comes to you with a pain, a slide about discussing whether it can be a neuropathic pain or a vascular pain. So depending on various features like where the pain is situated, if it's in the feet more than the calves, it can be more of a neuropathic pain. The quality of pain which the patient complains of, whether it's a sharp, superficial, burning or a tingling sensation, it is more in favor of neuropathy. And if it is a deep ache, it may favor vascular disease. If the pain is present at rest or worsens at night time, it is more of neuropathic, and the patient has more pain while walking, it can be a vascular disease. And the glycemic control will definitely bring down the neuropathic pain, but not the vascular pain. They say that not all neuropathic pains in our patients with diabetes are due to diabetic neuropathy. There can be other causes. 10% of the causes can be different, it can be different etiologies, which may be correctable. So differential diagnosis is definitely important. So there can be other causes like thyroid or renal disease, or there can be infections like HIV, hepatitis, CIDP, B12 deficiency in our patients who are vegetarians or on high doses of metformin, alcohol. So these can be modifiable risk factors, and they can, if you give the correct treatment, the patient's pain may go down. Now, when we talk about the diagnosis of diabetic neuropathy, one is the symptoms, where you understand the symptoms of the patient, whether there is numbness, tingling, painful sensations. Look at the signs like lost reflexes, decreased sensation, joint deformity, skin changes. Then the quantitative sensory testing, like with a biothessiometer or a tuning fork, or with a 10-gram monofilament, or there can be objective measures with electrophysiology, electromyography, X-ray and ultrasound. Diabetic pain or diabetic neuropathy pain can progress over a period of time. It can occur intermittently at any time, or it can be continuous. And what happens is, as I discussed earlier also, the patients may not discuss this pain with you, and sometimes you have to be proactively asking whether he has any complaints of any tingling, numbness, to figure out the patient is having any diabetic neuropathy along with the testings. Now coming to the management part, which is the most important part. So according to the ADA, definitely a strict glycemic control in both type 1 and type 2 diabetic patients with lifestyle modification is one of the mainstay in the treatment of diabetic neuropathy. There are other factors also which we can help our patients, like neurostimulatory, psychological, complementary alternatives lifestyle changes, interventional anesthetics, physical rehabilitation, along with the pharmacotherapy of treating the neurological pain. Now talking about what drugs are available for treating this pain, they are divided into various classes. So we have the gabapentinoids, we have the pregabalin and the gabapentin in that, which all these medications come with some amount of side effects, we all know that. Then we have the SNRIs, which are the serotonin, norepinephrine reuptake inhibitors, where we have duloxetine, venlafaxine, tricyclic antidepressants like amitriptyline, nortriptyline or imipramine, and the opioids like tramadol. Then we have local applications like capsaicin ointment, and then TENS, which is transcutaneous electrical nerve stimulation. So all these molecules are prescribed over a period of time. There are not many studies on these molecules, but if these molecules, they say that start effect by 1 week, shows the maximum effect by 12 weeks. If the patient does not have any benefit, maybe you can go to another class after 12 weeks. Not many studies have been done on these. The maximum they have data is up to 5 months of usage. So maybe we'll need to have more studies on these molecules. But when I looked up the literature, so you use these molecules a bit more in our clinical practice. So I tried to find out whether these molecules are safe in our patients who have other comorbidities. So when we talk about pregabalin and gabapentin, which we very regularly use, we have to be using it with caution in patients with CV disease, because it may cause edema, heart failure, and its cardiac safety in clinical practice is yet not known. In renal disease also, the doses need to be titrated. So we need to bring down the dose if the eGFR is falling below 30. And in hepatic diseases, these molecules can be safely used. When we talk about TCAs, again in CV diseases, use it with caution. Renal disease, it can be used. Hepatic diseases, around 0.5 to 5% patient may develop asymptomatic mild elevation of the serum transaminase levels, but TCAs are contraindicated in prostatic hypertrophy and narrow angle glaucoma. SNRIs, no CV risk, they can be used in patients with cardiovascular comorbidities. Renal disease, it can be used, but these molecules are contraindicated in hepatic disease because they can cause liver injury. So if the patient is on a duloxetine, then maybe you have to monitor the liver functions on a regular basis. Something like a benfotiamine has shown protective effect in all these comorbidities, say CV disease, renal disease, or hepatic disease, and it can be prescribed in patients with all these comorbidities. So this is just an algorithm where what treatment you need to start. So once the patient comes with a neuropathic pain, you try to find out which type of neuropathy it is, try to rule out. And now if you come down to if it is a distal symmetric polyneuropathy, if the patient has either put the patient on gabapentinoids or on TCA, tricyclic antidepressants, if the patient has contraindication to TCA, then gabapentinoids, and then add on molecules if the patient is not relieved over a period of time. The latest guidelines, which was just released in 2022, it was an add-on to the statement released by the American Association of Neurology in 2011, that there are 4 classes of medicines which you can prescribe: the SNRIs, the gabapentinoids, the sodium channel blockers, and the TCAs. But sodium channel blockers, though they have advice, you have to use it with a lot of caution because of its teratogenic effects and causing dysglycemia and weight gain. So these should be the last alternatives if the patient is not relieved with any other medications prescribed to them. These different treatment patterns are not backed with much evidence. There is very moderate or weak evidence with all of them, but something like a clonidine pentoxifylline should preferably not used in patients who are having neuropathic pain. There is insufficient evidence with use of vitamins, benfotiamine, alpha-lipoic acid, or vitamin D, but for whatever little effect it has, we can prescribe to our patients. Capsaicin can be used, but some patients do find it intolerant, like they have burning pain on contact with warm or hot water or in hot environment. Foot care is the key. We had a campaign which was running 2 months back with RSSDI, Save the Feet and Keep Walking campaign, which re-emphasized the fact that foot checkup, foot care should be done from both the physician side and the patient side on a routine basis. Lifestyle modification has no direct effect on the diabetic neuropathy, but bringing down the blood sugars, the weight, and exercises like Tai Chi, yoga, and Pilates have shown benefits. Also, cognitive behavior therapy and mindfulness have also been recommended to show positive benefits in our patients with neuropathy. Non-pharmacological treatment, patient education is one of the most important one. Electrical stimulation, acupuncture, and surgical decompression, if required, can be offered to the patient. Lot of emerging technologies coming up, or not treatments coming up for the patients with neuropathy, though we do not have much now. We had the aldose reductase inhibitors, but they did not take off well. Maybe something new coming up. Other molecules have shown effects, but still to get for the use of our patients, something like C-peptide, immune therapy, PL37, nerve growth factors have shown some benefits, but still trials and studies are required. So a lot of future research is required in our patients, especially clinical trials which would focus on the effect of quality of life and the physical function when evaluating the efficacy of the new interventions. Trials with head-on comparisons of the different medications, and most important thing is, since it's a chronic problem, we need more trials of longer duration so that we can offer these molecules for a longer period of time to our patients. So every type of neuropathy has its own way of treatment. So pharmacotherapy is one. Large fiber neuropathy may require some additional like orthotics or surgical intervention, and small fiber, foot protection, regular foot inspection, and supportive soles. So it's a team effect. It's not only the diabetologist or the physician, but we need to take maybe a neurologist on board or a foot care team who, collectively can help the patients to do better and prevent complications later. So concluding, keep calm, we can burn it down. Not all cases of diabetic neuropathy are straightforward, can be easily managed, but most patients can achieve lower levels of pain and better enjoyment of life with fewer adverse effects through the methods used. Use of more than one medication, rational polypharmacy is common in the management, and ongoing monitoring of therapy and a close working between the physician and the patient is what is most important. So I end my talk by what J.K. Rowling has said, that anything is possible if you have got enough nerve. Thank you all for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Ami, for nice deliberation. So I think it's very true that most of the psychotic medication, antidepressant medication, what we use in diabetic neuropathy, that most of diabetic patients, almost 50%, 40% have depression also, underlying depression also. So many patients get excellent result with the medication
with the TCS and duloxetine.
As well as duloxetine. So try to use it, and these are wonderful drugs. So thank you.
Thank you.
And the next topic is by Dr. Vinay Dhandania from Ranchi. He is a good friend of me, and so he is speaking on the place of sulfonylurea in management of type 2 diabetes. So over to Vinay.
Good morning. At the onset, I would like to thank Dr. Bansi Sabu and his team, the whole organizing team, for giving this opportunity. It's always a pleasure to be a part of UDF symposium. And as Dr. Alpana said, it's purely a clinical symposium, which is very, very important in day-to-day clinical practice. Is there a place for sulfonylurea in the management of type 2 diabetes? Is it really a debatable question? I'm sure almost all of us are using it in day-to-day practice. Maybe we start and we end the day with sulfonylureas. And if you see this data, this categorically says that of the 77 million Indians with diabetes, almost 36% are on sulfonylurea. So it's a huge prescription which we are using it very, very safely. And in a few years down the lane, we'll be celebrating 100 years of sulfonylurea. 1956, tolbutamide was started up, and it's 2056, it's going to be 100 years. And in this presentation, we are going to have pathophysiology of diabetes and how the sulfonylureas fit into it, unique mechanism and efficacy, safety and durability, then cardiovascular safety, pleiotropic benefits, ischemic preconditioning, conclusions, guidelines, and recommendations. Let me tell you, at this point of time, when we were doing our post-graduation, we had 3 drugs in our basket in the medical colleges. I'm talking about Nair Medical College, Nair Hospital, sulfonylureas, metformin, and insulin. And insulin were both bovine and porcine and human insulin. And at that particular time, in 1995-96, there was a very landmark trial which was published, that is called as UKPDS. And I tell you, there is no presentation in diabetes where you don't quote a UKPDS data. And you know what UKPDS used? They used drugs like chlorpropamide and glibenclamide. Then they use metformin and they use insulin. And they used as monotherapy in the beginning. There were 3 arms. One arm was on sulfonylurea, the other arm was on metformin, the other arm was on insulin. And let me tell you, we have phenomenal results of UKPDS, even the legacy effects which we talk about in UKPDS. So you can understand what sulfonylurea means to us in our clinical practice. The only thing is, in recent times, in the last 1 decade, we have been carried away with the newer drugs, and when we talk about the newer drugs, we criticize the older ones. That is how it is. So we need to understand how we can actually use these drugs very, very safely. And we all are very, very confident in using sulfonylureas. If you ask me, any doctor anywhere, whether it is a periphery, a rural area, or a village, they start someone on a sulfonylurea very, very easily, and nothing goes wrong. Most of them are doing pretty good. So this is the ominous Octet, Pathophysiology of Type 2 Diabetes, which we have been seeing since pretty long time, the same story. The important thing is, there are a lot of places where sulfonylurea fits in. It fits in at the level of beta cells, where it releases insulin, and it fits into the level of alpha cells, where it also decreases glucagon by the paracrine effect of insulin. Whenever there is a release of insulin from the beta cells, the paracrine effect actually suppresses the glucagon release from the islets. Then at the level of brain, again there is a good mechanism. If you see the pathogenesis, the sulfonylurea 1 receptor, SUR1 receptors, which is there at the level of beta cells, are also present in the brain. And probably they have a very, very direct effect from the neurotransmitters that actually mediates the release of insulin from the beta cells. If you see type 1 diabetes, GAD antibodies, you know GAD antibodies, how they actually cause type 1 diabetes. GAD is an enzyme which acts at GABAergic hormone, which are released at the level of neurotransmitters. And these neurotransmitters are inhibitory neurotransmitters. So when there is a GAD antibodies, this inhibitory transmitters doesn't act. And what it happens is it actually causes the direct lysis of the beta cells, and that is how you have type 1 diabetes. So similar is the mechanism, the neural mechanism, how actually sulfonylureas even help there. So you have multiple sites, and there are extra pancreatic benefits. There are a lot of data in the literature where it suggests there are extra pancreatic benefits of even sulfonylureas. These are the sulfonylureas, Sulfonylureas are recommended second-line agents after metformin for the treatment of type 2 diabetes. But let me tell you, there are indication as a first-line drug of sulfonylurea. Can anyone say the first-line indication of sulfonylurea in a diabetic patient? Is MODY, M-O-D-Y. MODY patients, they only require a sulfonylurea. A very small dose of sulfonylurea, they do excellently. There are good literatures even of sulfonylurea uses in pregnancy. If you see the O. Langer study, which was published way back in 2000 in NEJM, he used actually glibenclamide, low-dose glibenclamide very effectively in patients with pregnancy and diabetes, even in gestational diabetes. And there is a very good published data of almost 700 patients where he showed there was no complications with low dose of glibenclamide, and a lot of gynecologists started using after that. And recently, even a lot of people are using where the insulin is not been easy to actually use and monitor blood sugar. So sulfonylureas are mostly the second line after metformin on the most of the guidelines. This is what is the mechanism. Sorry, can I use the pointer on the laptop? This is the mechanism of action. This is the sulfonylurea receptor at the level of beta cells, which is called as SUR1 subtype, where this sulfonylurea binds and it closes. One second. Yep. So this is where it acts, SUR1. And after there is a closure of these potassium channels. The moment these potassium channels are closed, there is depolarization. And this depolarization causes influx of the calcium inside the beta cells, and this causes exocytosis of insulin granules and release of the insulin. Now, if you ask me how it is, if you see hyperglycemia, glucose is the basic stimulus for the release of insulin from the beta cells. But in diabetes, in spite of having high sugars, these beta cells are not releasing insulin, isn't it? They have failed to release insulin from the beta cells. That is why your sugars are not getting controlled. In normal physiological function, what happens? There is a rise in glucose after a meal. So it is being sensed by the beta cells. It releases insulin and your blood sugars are controlled. But in diabetes, what is happening? In spite of high sugars, these beta cells are not releasing insulin. You understand? So why this sulfonylurea acts and releases insulin? That means beta cells are functioning. They are not functioning in response to the glucose. There is a dysfunction of the beta cells. The beta cell mass is not affected. The beta cell function is affected. There is a dysfunction of the beta cells. So try to understand there is a difference between loss of mass of beta cells, which is there in type 1 diabetes, where in type 2 diabetes there is dysfunction of the beta cells. The same beta cells which is not releasing insulin in response to glucose is releasing insulin in response to sulfonylurea and also in response to things like DPP-4 inhibitors and GLP-1 receptor agonists. So we need to understand this, that the glucotoxicity and lipotoxicity plays a very important role in actually reducing the release of insulin from the beta cells. So the average A1C reduction, if you see, is the best with sulfonylurea. It's the most potent drug. And that is why, see, the most potent drug is insulin. So it causes hypoglycemia. Similarly, the most potent sulfonylurea is, the most potent oral antidiabetic drug is sulfonylurea. So it causes hypoglycemia. So anything which is potent is likely to cause some bit of hypoglycemia if there is some concern. There are complementary mechanisms with metformin, and both drugs may decrease hepatic glucose overproduction. This is because when you give what is the difference between a sulfonylurea and an insulin, exogenous insulin? Because when you give sulfonylurea, it releases insulin directly into the portal vein, and very little insulin is needed to actually inhibit this hepatic glucose production. So sulfonylurea gives a physiological impact as far as hepatic glucose production is concerned, whereas the exogenous insulin doesn't go into the portal vein. It goes into the extra hepatic circulation. So therefore, combination of metformin and sulfonylurea helps in addressing multiple etiologies of hyperglycemia. Sulfonylureas versus other OADs as add-on, we have excellent data when they have compared glimepiride metformin versus sitagliptin metformin, and there was a significant difference as far as HbA1c reduction is concerned. There are a lot of studies which we know of, CV outcome trials, EMPA-REG, CANTATA, and they all have used sulfonylurea. They have compared with sulfonylurea, EMPA with glimepiride and canagliflozin with glimepiride, and they all have been non-inferior to each other. Even LEAD-2 study, they have compared liraglutide versus glimepiride, abliglutide versus glimepiride. Can you believe most of the drugs, when they are launching, they compare themselves with sulfonylurea? Why? Because they are the most potent anti-diabetic drugs orally which are available. So they try to match with them. So sulfonylureas are definitely been head-on compared with most of the drugs which we have. Now this is very much talked about hypoglycemia and weight gain. Now let me tell you, hypoglycemia is very, very exaggerated as far as usage of sulfonylurea is concerned. Only when you are not using it correctly, suppose someone is having a hepatic disease, chronic liver disease, someone is having hypoproteinemia. Why hypoproteinemia? Because these drugs, sulfonylureas, are bound to plasma protein. If there is less of protein, more of free drug will be available in the circulation, so you will have more chances of getting hypoglycemia. Similarly, patients having chronic kidney disease, or if you are giving some antibiotics or drugs like NSAIDs or drugs like aminoglycosides, they can impair the renal function. There the chances of hypoglycemia is very high. Or there are drug-to-drug interactions. For example, someone is taking dapsone for Hansen's disease and you prescribe this class of drugs. Someone taking warfarin for valvular heart disease. So you have to be cautious in prescribing. That doesn't mean this drug causes hypoglycemia. It's like interactions and contraindications which actually precipitates the complications. Even weight gain is mostly very, very exaggerated. Why weight gain is exaggerated? Whenever you have severe hyperglycemia, you get weight loss. Patient will say, Doctor साहब मेरा 8-10 किलो वजन कम हो गया ना, तभी मैं sugar check कराया and I was diagnosed with diabetes. So when you start therapy to these individuals, they try to gain couple of kgs or maybe 4-5 kgs when you start treating them. That is not weight gain. That is like they are recovering from their disease. They are recovering from the dehydration because of hyperglycemia. Weight gain is when the patient was 60 kg before getting diabetes and he becomes 64 kg after starting sulfonylurea. That usually doesn't happen with sulfonylurea therapy. So weight gain is not a big problem, and initially there can be a couple of kgs weight gain, but after 2 to 3 years time, when you continue the therapy, there is a neutrality of weight. So these are the comparison: metformin, glimepiride, glyclazide, glipizide, and glibenclamide. Hypoglycemia is most common with drugs like glibenclamide. Why glibenclamide? Because the metabolite of even glibenclamide is active. That is the most important thing to understand. And this is the most potent sulfonylurea. The reason is because even the metabolite of glibenclamide is active. Rest other drugs like glipizide is very, very safe, very short acting, renal friendly sulfonylurea. You can use in patients with stage 3 and stage 4 chronic kidney disease. Glyclazide and glipizide, both of them are short acting sulfonylureas. Even the risk of sulfonylurea versus oral other anti-diabetic drugs, they have compared glyclazide with even sitagliptin, is almost the same. Glimepiride is weight neutral over 5 years. This is what I was talking. Durability and myth of beta cell exhaustion. So this is one area which we need to understand, and this has been very, very wrongly been marketed by other products, which is very, very important to understand. I can tell you very simple examples like UKPDS, which we are talking about, and the other studies. There is a myth that beta cell exhaustion is there with sulfonylurea. They actually compared all the 3 drugs, metformin, even patients were started on insulin in UKPDS study. Even patients who were started on insulin had a gradual decline in the beta cell function. So you can understand it's not sulfonylurea, it's the nature of disease which actually causes decline in the beta cell function. And you start any drug, starting from GLP-1 to semaglutide to any drug, patient need addition of other drug as you follow them up with the progression of disease. So sulfonylureas may correct this imbalance and protect against autophagy associated beta cell death. And lot of patients, the newly diagnosed patients, go into something like phase of remission. Doctor Saab, you gave me a very good medicine. I took it for 1 month, and since last 5 years I have not taken any medicines and my sugars are good. You know, they go into phase of remission even after taking sulfonylurea. You give them 2.5 milligram of glibenclamide and some metformin. They take it for 1.5 months. Sugars are good and they stop taking it. So there are a lot of patients who go into something like phase of remission also. Cardiovascular and renal safety of modern sulfonylurea, and the cardiovascular safety started up from UGDP, the genesis of sulfonylurea CV controversy. They started with tolbutamide uses, and they found that almost 70% of the patients on tolbutamide had higher chance of getting CAD compared to the placebo group. But later on they found that the study design which was done for tolbutamide was grossly with lot of mistakes, and they could not fight it back. I don't know how many know about tolbutamide. Tolbutamide was marketed by Hex by the name of Restinon, 0.5 gram and 1 gram. And then came the chlorpropamide, which was again marketed by Pfizer with the name of Diabetes. A lot of us have used when we were in Raheja, we used to use this class of drugs, but hypoglycemia, hypertension and electrolyte imbalance was a real big concern. UKPDS started up with chlorpropamide, then they switched over to glibenclamide later on because of the complications. Then we had glibenclamide, commonly known as with Dionyl. The micronized glibenclamide used to have less of complications compared to the conventional one. Then we had glipizide. I'll take 2-3 more minutes. So this is how they have evolved. Then we have glimepiride. You know, glimepiride is there when we were doing post-graduation. That was in 1997-98. We used to get in the OPD from the Sanofi people to use in our clinical OPDs. So you can understand the experience which we have with drugs like glibenclamide and glyclazide. So we have a lot of data as far as CV safety is concerned, and this is a very, very good meta-analysis which suggests that glyclazide and glimepiride were associated with a lower risk of all-cause and cardiovascular-related mortality compared with glibenclamide. And this is what I was talking about, the long-term effects of sulfonylureas on macrovascular outcomes. So you have benefits everywhere with sulfonylureas. It's just we need to understand the science behind it and use it very, very rationally. And the modern sulfonylureas like glimepiride is CV safe. Almost all these CV outcome trials have used this. The Carolina study, they compared with glimepiride thinking they will have a very good data, but it was non-inferior with linagliptin. So even the CV outcome trials, you will see that the glimepiride was non-inferior to linagliptin in this Carolina study. Even the advanced study is a very landmark study which used glyclazide, and they used in people who were 10 years old diabetic and they had a poor control for last 10 years. So you can understand the very, very high risk population they did this study, and they found that the PEP reduced by 10% and microvascular events by 21% and macrovascular events by 6%. And that also, the renal outcome was pretty decent because they also used perindropil as an ACE inhibitor in the active arm. So CV outcome, these are the data which we have talked about, different sulfonylureas and renal outcome. Today, even a sulfonylurea like glyclazide has been recommended to be safely used in patients with kidney disease in all stages, less chances of hypoglycemia. And if you see the guidelines by almost everyone, whether it is ADA, RSSDI, WHO, IDF, all recommend the use of sulfonylurea. Even the South Asian consensus which was done have recommended the use of modern sulfonylureas. There are 3 modern sulfonylureas: glimepiride, extended release glyclazide, and glipizide extended release. So all 3 of them can be very safely used in most of our patients. This is how you can use alone or in combination with metformin. Let me tell you, a lot of people get GI side effects with metformin. So you can stop their metformin and try on a very small dose of sulfonylurea. And sulfonylurea are the most GI friendly. Even sitagliptin have got a lot of GI side effects. They even raises lipase and amylase enzymes in few patients and can cause GI side effects. So you can try this drug as a monotherapy and you can see whether it is drug induced or it is some other cause behind it. Ischemic preconditioning and sulfonylurea is another big concern. What is ischemic preconditioning? That in normal individual, what happens is whenever there are phases of ischemia in the coronary arteries, there is opening up of the potassium channel so that the entry of the calcium channel is not there, and that causes immediate vasodilation and correction of the ischemia. But the sulfonylurea receptors are also present in the coronary arteries, the smooth muscles, and what they have found that if these potassium channels are closed by sulfonylureas, the ischemic preconditioning is getting impaired, and the patients can have prolonged ischemia and cause further damage to the myocardium. So this is not been seen with the modern sulfonylureas like glyclazide and glimepiride. Why? Because glimepiride has got 3 to 6 times rapid association when compared to glimepiride at the sulfonylurea receptors, and the dissociation is still faster by 8 times. So you can understand at the level of receptors they don't bind for pretty long time. So who recommends sulfonylurea as a second-line treatment of type 2 diabetes? Even we are using the same way. ADA even choosing oral antidiabetic drug if cost is a major issue. Let me tell you, in spite of cost, the availability of sulfonylurea is there in each and every corner of the country. In the smallest of the villages in the rural area, you can get a sulfonylurea, metformin, but not the other drugs. So you should always try to choose a drug which patients can take easily. Unlike West, finance is a big concern. So to summarize this, early glycemic control can help minimize the risk of chronic exposure to hyperglycemia and complications of diabetes. And we have data from UKPDS, patients who were on sulfonylurea, there was almost 40 to 45% reduction in microvascular risk. The complications were reduced remarkably, all the microvascular complications. And evidence suggests that monotherapy or combination therapy is the backbone of type 2 diabetes treatment, and the use of modern sulfonylurea in combination with basal insulin can decrease the dose of basal insulin. And the Indian diabetes needs an Indian solution. Very interesting, 4 A's: appropriate, available, affordable, and accessible. All 3 are very, very important for our country. And this is the takeaway message. Final slide. Newer sulfonylureas are associated with lower risk of all-cause and cardiovascular related mortality. Newer sulfonylureas are associated with a lower risk of CAD. Modern sulfonylureas should be used over conventional sulfonylureas in the management of type 2 diabetes. And in addition to glycemic control, sulfonylureas poses a variety of pleiotropic effects, the extra pancreatic benefits, and considering better glycemic efficacy, long-term safety, and low medication cost, sulfonylureas should be continued to be used as a frontline agent. Thank you all for your patient listening. I'm extremely sorry for some extra time which I took. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vinay, for nice deliberation. So I think you rightly said that older molecules still we can use it very nicely, and it gives insulin production which can directly go in hepatic circulation. It's not like systemic circulation. And I think nowadays era of low dose sulfonylurea, that is 0.5 milligram of glimepiride, or I think dimicron also, they are now making it available 30 milligrams code tablets. So 15 milligram of gliclazide modified release now you can use. So I think that's nice. Thank you.
I think he summed up the thing pretty well. I'd like to invite Dr. Alka Gandhi now, and she's going to be talking on the topic of, are we missing evidence-based practice? Welcome, Alka.
Thank you, Alpna. At the onset, thank you Team Diacare Con for inviting, and thank you Dr. Bansi Sabu for giving this topic, which was very interesting. I think it really deserved the place in the UDF symposium because it has best of both worlds. Now my topic is, are we missing evidence-based practice? And I've added in diabetes because this symposium is about diabetes. So are we missing evidence-based practice in diabetes? Now what is evidence-based medicine? It is process of integrating individual clinical expertise and the best available clinical evidence from the systematic research. So it aims to increase the use of high quality clinical research in clinical decision making. So it is not a cookbook recipe, but it has good application and it brings a cost effective and better health care. There are three main components of evidence-based medicine. First of all, of course, physician. So the training and the clinical experience of the physician, current expertise and continued learning. We all know we are here for our continued learning, and that is what is important part of evidence-based medicine. Along with it, the information which is clinically relevant, proven by research and best scientific evidence that we have. On top of it, the priority of any medicine is the patient. So the patient's value, concerns, preferences, expectations and life predicament. These are the important components of the evidence-based medicine. The 5 steps to practice EBM is, first, a patient-focused and problem-oriented clinical question. Then find the best evidence by the literary research. Evaluate the evidence for quality and usefulness. Apply the evidence along with experience and patient values. And then evaluate the outcome, the information, intervention and the evidence-based medicine process. So finally, you start applying, think logically, then look for the literature support and then evaluate the outcome. These are the basic steps of evidence-based medicine, and it has helped us to develop several systemic reviews and meta-analysis. The methods by which researchers identify multiple studies on a topic, separate the best ones and then critically analyze them to come up with the summary of best available options. So this is increasingly incorporated into daily medical practices to overcome the shortcomings that we have been having traditionally. So though we are treating certain diseases in a certain aspect, there are certain shortcomings which we need to overcome. Now if we consider managing type 2 diabetes, we have guidelines which come up every year. It is from national as well as international organizations like ADA, EASD, NICE, that's UK guidelines, Canadian guidelines, RSSDI guidelines. So these guidelines come up every year, and the progress is that initially it was a stepwise approach, but now it has become a proactive approach. So we need to have a proactive approach in managing diabetic patients. Now as we know, last 2 to 3 decades have seen lot of evolution in management of diabetes, because there are newer molecules which has come up because we have increased the understanding of the pathophysiology of diabetes. So we have large basket. Initially, as Dr. Vinay was saying, we had only 3 drugs when we were studying in Nair: insulin, metformin and SU. But today we have so many drugs like sulfonylurea, glinides, insulin, TZDs, biguanides, SGLT2, DPP4, GLP1. So we are spoiled for choices. and how do we choose. Now each drug has a different mechanism of action. The target site is different. So we have drugs acting on liver like TZD or biguanide, so drugs which improve the insulin secretion, or drug which improve the peripheral sensitivity, and again the incretin inhibitor. So these are various aspect or pathophysiology of the drugs which they act on different pathophysiological site. So managing hyperglycemia is not about correcting A1C, it is using the drug which is going to target the pathophysiology as well as prevent the progressive beta cell failure. This is what is important. It is not only a good glycemic control. We want to have a pathophysiological control of the disease also. Now, as we all know, all the guidelines like EASD, ADA, ACE, IDF, everyone recommends Metformin as first drug of choice till date. But as we know, things change, and what is the current update? This is the current ADA 2022 guidelines, and what does it say? The first line therapy depends on comorbidities as well as patient-centered treatment factor. So these are very important aspects. We have to consider cost, accessibility, and the management needs. After that, maybe metformin and comprehensive lifestyle may be the first choice, but depending on other comorbidities, we can use other agents as first choice. What comorbidities? Of course, I'm going to discuss a little bit in detail. And it also suggests that we need to avoid therapeutic inertia. It is very important that we assess the patient at every 3 to 6 months and avoid the burden of unwanted hyperglycemia. So as I said, metformin and lifestyle may be first choice, but depending on the comorbidities. So if the patient is having ASCVD or heart failure or CKD with or without albuminuria, you can use SGLT2 inhibitor or GLP-1 receptor agonist. So if ASCVD predominates, you use GLP-1 receptor or SGLT2 inhibitor with the proven benefit. And after one agent, if the patient is not controlled, you can use the other agent from the different class. So if the patient is already on GLP-1, you start on SGLT2. Still not controlled, you can use basal insulin, TZD or SU. Similarly, if the heart failure predominates, you use SGLT2 inhibitor with the evidence of reducing HF, that is heart failure, and if the patient is still not on target, you can use a GLP-1 or a DPP-4 or basal insulin and SUs. Then if there is a need to avoid hypoglycemia, which is always there, then you should use agents like DPP-4, GLP-1, SGLT2 or TZD. And after using it, if the patient is still not on target, use drugs from the different class and still see if the patient is achieving the A1C target or no. Then the other priority is weight. So we want to avoid weight gain and we want to promote weight loss. So the drugs will be either GLP-1 or SGLT2 inhibitor. We all know SUs, TZDs and insulin may be associated with weight gain. Cost always a factor. So if the cost is a factor and in patients without ASCVD, you can use SUs or TZD, and if the patient is above target, again use the drug from the different class, and after that you can use basal insulin or DPP-4 or SGLT2 inhibitor, which has a lowest acquisition cost. So when we are managing type 2 diabetes, our priorities are very clear. First, the efficacy, that is lowering A1C. Second, safety, that is hypoglycemia prevention. Along with that, if we have CVD prevention, we are more than happy. So we have trials with CVD prevention, and that is GLP-1 receptor agonist like leader and duration trials with LIRA and SEMA, and SGLT2 inhibitor trials like EMPA-REG with EMPA, CANVAS with CANA, and DECLARE with DAPA. So these are the trials which have shown CVD prevention and CVD benefit. Again, if we focus further on the guidelines, it says that if the patient is not controlled on OHS and you decide to start injectable, first injectable therapy should be considered as a GLP-1 receptor agonist prior to insulin if the patient is not on GLP-1 or a DPP-4 inhibitor. After that, if the patient is still above target, you can use basal insulin, And basal insulin, of course, you start once a day. After the initiation, you can titrate. If the patient is still not on control, either add prandial, you can use a split mix regimen, or you can use a pre-mix regimen, and then if the patient still not on control, intensify to basal bolus therapy. So this is what guidelines recommend. But along with it, we have to understand that what is the entry level A1C? That decides whether we start the patient on 1 drug, 2 drug or 3 drugs. So if the entry level A1C is less than 7.5, ideally you should start with monotherapy. Can be any of the agents that we discussed. If the patient is having A1C more than 7.5, you start with dual therapy, so it can be met plus any of the other agent. And if the patient is not controlled, you further titrate to triple therapy. And if the A1C, entry level A1C is more than 9.5 or 9, and if the patient has symptoms, either if the patient has symptoms, you start insulin. If the patient is not symptomatic or there is no catabolic signs, then you can start with dual or triple therapy. Again, a stepwise increase whenever the patient is not on the target A1C. The latest recommendation also is there on use of metformin in pre-diabetes. So according to ADA standard of medical care, metformin therapy for prevention of type 2 diabetes should be used especially in those with higher BMI, more than 35, age less than 60, history of GDM and rising A1C despite the lifestyle intervention. So guidelines are there in place, and we know everything. Still, what is the ground reality? Ground reality is very different. What are the percentage of people who receive the healthy advices by the doctor? So if you consider advice to start or do exercise, only 30%, advice or treatment for smoking, again almost 30%, and advice or treatment to lose weight, again 38%. So because even though we promote, the lifestyle changes are the first advice to be given, but what therapeutic advice are we giving on that heading is very important. So 2/3 of the diabetics are left lost without the proper advice of lifestyle intervention or modification, and therefore patient is left confused, lost, uncleared and disoriented about what we are talking. And this is data, the real world evidence, where they have collected the data from almost 1 lakh type 2 diabetic patients in US between 18 and 80 years of age, and they have said that the initial agent, they have studied what is the initial agent. Of course, as you can see over years from 2005 to 2016 that we have the data, the use of metformin as a first line is increasing. So guidelines are there, but we need to see how are we able to implement. So implementing and adhering to the guidelines is also very important. And again, this is a registry which have shown the use of second line agent, and it was seen that after metformin, initially, as you can see down from the graph, in 2005 SUs were being used more, and then again glitazones or TZDs, but after 2011 then the rosiglitazone ban came, and then slowly the role of use of TZD reduces, and SUs are still being used. So these registries provide us data or information to assess the change in treatment, to assess whether we are implementing the guidelines and what is the change which we get by following the evidence-based medicine. Again, if we see uses of different therapy, we all know in our country, especially with too many followers of Baba and Ayurvedic therapy and homeopathic therapies. So if the usage of anti-diabetic therapies is assessed, OAD is almost 70%, insulin only 13.6%, and more than that 15.6% is use of herbal medicine. So this is more than the use of insulin, which is the basic treatment needed for diabetes. So the commonly observed routine clinical practices and the faults that we have is improper monotherapy and dosage, early or delay in initiation of second agent, choosing inappropriate first choice, and clinical inertia. Remember, we need to hit early and hit hard. And then when we are managing, the goal is very important. We have to have an individualized target. ADA suggests less than 7 A1C, ACE suggests less than 6.5. Again, individualized depending on patient factors like age, duration of diabetes, life expectancy, comorbid conditions, risk of hypoglycemia, patient motivation and adherence. So we need to avoid hypo and go low as much as possible. Balance between the safety, that is hypoglycemia prevention, and A1C effect has to be maintained. Now, what are the key factors which will influence the clinical practice decision? It can be evidences from systemic reviews and meta-analysis, evidence from safety studies or large outcome trials, evidence from personal experiences and case report, clinical practice setting, and evidences from RCTs and real world evidence. Now, what is real world evidence? It is the data collected outside the control constraint. So, RCTs have a controlled environment, whereas real world evidence is a situation happening in normal practice, and therefore RCTs just show whether it can work, and real world evidence will show does it work. So we are we should also, after having RCTs, we should look into the real world evidence also. As I said, RCTs tend to be closely monitored and tightly controlled, whereas real world evidence are more variable and reflective of the everyday. So it can, real world evidence may provide a different finding from the RCTs. Why so? Because the study settings are different, the adherence may be different, there is no placebo effect, there are population settings may be different, and there is lack of randomization. So RCTs and real world evidence sometimes may have different readings. Now, which guideline will fit our situation is what we need to understand. Remember, guideline is a tool and not a rule. Individualize the glycemic goals depending on the situation of our country. Try to fill in the gap between the guideline recommendation and what we have been doing in clinical practice, and evidence-based guidelines are in place, one has to implement it. So learning evidence-based medicine is like climbing a mountain to gain a better view. One may not make it to the top and find the perfect answer, but individuals will undoubtedly have a better vantage point than those who choose to stay at sea level. So this is what EBM is going to tell us. In EBM, it is physician's duty to find the best and the most current information and apply it judiciously to the benefit of the patient. But if a practice is based exclusively on science and math, it is not going to be effective because our patients are not robots or clones. Therefore, we have to have space for human differences and personal preferences. An important rule in evidence-based medicine is it starts with the patient and ends with the patient. So I would like to ask you all one question. What is the basis of your medical practice? Whether training, clinical experiences and consultation with other professionals, convincing evidence, maybe non-experimental from articles, case reports, product literature, etc., preferences of the patient, and active search of RCTs or systemic reviews or meta-analysis. So this is a self-assessment question. I am not going to judge, but I am just going to tell you that if you are able to tick all four, then congratulations, you are practicing evidence-based medicine. And if not, you need to practice or maybe attend more conferences, meet more people, and then start practicing EBM. Thank you.
Thank you, Alka, for that very lucid talk. I think she has summarized this whole session very beautifully in that one statement that she made, that management of diabetes today is not like a cookbook. It's in fact like a banquet. There is some form of therapy for everyone, and it's our role as clinicians to choose the right therapy, whether it is the use of a sulfonylurea in managing diabetes, or whether it is how extreme do we want to go in management of neuropathy. So that, I think that's the takeaway point for today.
Sure. Thank you.
So thank you, Alka, and I think it's time to finish this session. So thank you, Dr. Banshi sir. Thank you. Already up. It's 12. Yeah. So thank you, Banshi sir, and thank you, UDF teams.
So good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me start by thanking the entire Diacare Con team and of course Dr. Banshi Sabu for providing us this opportunity. And of course, my co-chairperson. Thank you so much for filling in. So since we are on the clock, we will start with the first session for which I invite Dr. Bharat Sabu. Privileged to be speaking about him, needs no introduction. But definitely he is the Chief Director and Diabetologist at Prayas at East Center, Indore, and has a lot of accolades. I'm sure that he has a lot of national, international repute papers as well as sessions that he's delivered. Has been a winner in Journal of Endocrinology. And
thank you, Ritu. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you. And it's indeed a pleasure to be here at Diacare Con. It's like being at my home and with Deepak and Ritu here. I'm very thankful for the kind introduction, and I am again thankful for placing my session along with my friends. So as we all know, this is a nutrition month. So what I'm going to talk about is diabetes specific nutrition, because it is always a dilemma as far as nutrition needs of our diabetic patient is concerned. So this is a brief disclaimer of my talk, and the definition of diabetes we all know. It's a group of disorders characterized by high blood glucose level, which is due to a defect in body's ability to produce and or use insulin. The word defect is very important as far as my talk is concerned. Now this is a United Nations data which we all know and we are aware of it. Every 5 seconds, 1 person develops diabetes. Every 10 seconds, 1 person dies of diabetes. And every 30 seconds, a limb is amputated due to diabetes. So this is a horrendous figure which we all know. The diabetes trend in India are not behind it, and we can see the trend is increasing like anything, and we all know and we are all facing this problem in our day-to-day OPDs. And we are surpassing all the countries whichever are there in terms of newer cases of diabetes mellitus. Now, when we see the number in millions, we are at a much higher, we are much high placed as far as other nations are concerned. Can you move my slide, please? It is not moving forward. Okay, thank you. So the rise in diabetes, the reasons are, first of all, we are supposedly eating too much, and data suggested that we are partying a lot and eating too much calorie intake is there. Then our genetic makeup is prone to develop diabetes. We Indians are having a genetic makeup which is prone to develop diabetes. We are having a habit of eating and not moving, that is inactivity, which is increasing day by day. And along with that, childhood obesity is on an alarmingly high level, as we can see, and this is a really alarming situation as far as India is concerned. Now, mortality we all know is higher with diabetic patients, and we all see with this Whitehall, Paris and Helsinki policeman study that the diabetic patients are at a higher risk of mortality as compared to the normal subjects. Now, what are the risks associated with increase in HbA1c values? As glycemia increases, I don't need it, thank you. As glycemia increases and there is 1% increase in HbA1c, the associated risk increases. It increases the risk of myocardial infarction by 14%, a 21% increase in diabetes related deaths, and a 43% increase in risk of peripheral vascular diseases. So the benefit of reducing HbA1c, we all know the data from UKPDS and all those studies, and we all know that 0.9% reduction in HbA1c results in a 25% reduction in diabetes complications. So if we can achieve that much, we will be benefiting our patients. So what are the long-term benefits of controlling the blood glucose level? There is a 76% reduction in retinopathy, 60% reduction in neuropathy, and a 54% reduction in nephropathy. So a controlled diabetes is much better than an uncontrolled one. Now to achieve that, we need a collaborative management of diabetes. It involves 4 things. First of all, we need to focus on nutrition. It is the first and foremost thing. Then we need to focus on activity. The education again remains a key to the patient. We need to educate our patient, and the medicine, periodic medication, and compliance to medication is the 4th pillar which involves the management of diabetes. Now, why do we need good nutrition and why it is being kept at the top? Because it controls the blood lipid levels also along with the blood sugar values. It maintains a healthy weight. It reduces the medication. If we control our nutrition, we can reduce the medication of patient, and it again prevents complication. So the MNT thing, which we all know, is very important. So MNT is a therapeutic approach to treat the medical condition and their associated symptoms. This is a definition of MNT. via the use of a specifically tailored diet devised and monitored by a professional. So a professional is needed for MNT. I want to emphasize this point that a professional is very much required for a MNT. Any Tom, Dick and Harry who is claiming to be a nutritionist cannot, I again emphasize on this word, formulate a MNT plan for our patient. The importance of MNT in diabetes is because it is a primary prevention to prevent diabetes in those with obesity and pre-diabetes, especially our kids, and secondary prevention in our patients to prevent the complication, and tertiary by preventing morbidity and mortality in our patient. So what are the goals of the MNT? To achieve and maintain blood glucose levels. We need to maintain the blood lipid levels also. Then blood pressure levels needs to be maintained also. We need to prevent or slow down the development of complications. So these are the goals of MNT in diabetes. Now we need to address individual nutrition needs for our patient. It should be very individualized, and we need to maintain the pleasure of eating with the limit of food choices. So we cannot divide our patient of the pleasure of eating, because eating is a pleasure. You all will accept it, and eating gives us satisfaction. We feel full when we eat what we want to eat, but it should be limited. Now, when does the MNT becomes effective? Now let us see that when we are willing to change, only the MNT will become effective. So the patient should have a will to change. Then patient should receive a individualized MNT. Rather than giving one size fits all to the patient, we need to receive a individualized medical nutrition therapy, and it should be sensitive to the personal needs of the patient. If the patient is needing specific nutrition, we should plan it accordingly. So what are the components? First are carbohydrates, we all know, proteins, fats, vitamins and minerals. Now the carbohydrates. MNT recommendation for carbohydrate, because carbs are these days a culprit for many. So the total carbohydrate, 45 to 65% of the total calories should be there. We should prefer low GI or GL foods, and we should prefer fiber intake. They should be more in fiber. Now regarding protein, the total protein requirement should be 10 to 35%. Rather than going on a lean protein diet, it should be balanced. And we should prefer vegetable source of protein. And we should reduce protein intake in diabetes and CKD, which is very important for our patients with diabetes and CKD. Now regarding fat, the total fat should be 20 to 35% of total calories. Saturated fat, trans fat and dietary cholesterol should be limited, rather very limited, and polyunsaturated fat intake should be about 10% of the total energy intake of the patient. Now micronutrients are the key components, and they are actually required even for the normal individuals, but the need for diabetic patients increases much more. So uncontrolled diabetes often is associated with micronutritional deficiencies. So they should be addressed very well, and we should supplement our patient with vitamin C, E, zinc and selenium. They should be an integral component of the micronutrient milieu. Now chromium, potassium, magnesium and zinc deficiency, they all have been shown to aggravate the dysglycemia. So they should be taken into account while planning the MNT for the patient. Now basic nutrition advice for diabetes patient. We need to give them advice regarding timing of the meal and snacks. They should avoid long period of fasting or the period between meals so as to avoid the risk of hypoglycemia. They should avoid excessive carbohydrate intake. As we all know, in one meal they can divide it in parts and they can take it, but they should avoid it in one meal. And they should get a variety of high fiber foods. So fiber intake is very integral for diabetes management. They should limit refined carbs and added sugars. The weight loss of approximately 4.5 to 9 kg, or suppose 5 to 10% of the total body weight, plays a big role in control of diabetes, as we all know, and recent data supports it. Exercise again becomes very integral along with diet, and we should watch the protein portion sizes, and we should read the food label for hidden sugars which are there in the food particles or food products which are there. Now nutritional facts. The food that are good for you are good for everyone. It should be very clear. The food which is good for one is good for other. And we should eat a variety of food that should have a high fiber and right amount of nutrients. We should prefer plant protein, as I have told you, over the animal protein, and we should prefer PUFA and MUFA. So we should control the portion and read the label. These are the basic gist of what I want to say. Now the dietary management, as I have told you, this is just a recap. 55 to 65% of carbohydrate, 1 gram protein on a rough basis per kg ideal body weight per day. Plant protein should be preferred. 15 to 20% of the total energy to be coming from fat, MUFA, PUFA again preferred. And vitamins and minerals are integral to the diabetes treatment plan. Dietary fibers are very much important. So this is actually in a nutshell what should be the dietary management of diabetes. Now, there is always a need of an ideal nutritional supplement for diabetes, and we are searching for it. So one of the solutions which is there is by the British Biologicals, which are leader in nutrition, and they are having their product which is called as D-protein. So the D-protein features complex carbohydrates, dietary fiber, PUFA, protein, and all the 23 nutritional essential nutrients. So it is a mix of all the things which we require in our diabetes patient for MNT. So why D-protein? Because it provides appropriate amount of calorie, it supplies optimum nutrition, there is no added sugar to it, it maintains the blood sugar level, it gives relief from diabetic symptoms by the help of micronutrients and maintaining a balance or energy balance in the body, and we achieve an optimum lipid profile with it, and we can prevent the acute and chronic complication due to the control of blood sugar values. Now, role of active ingredients, what is there? It contains maltodextrin, which is complex carbohydrate, and it acts as a bulking agent. So it helps to prevent the nocturnal hypoglycemia. That is the biggest advantage of it. Then soy protein isolate, which improves the blood lipid profile. It causes satiety, so our food intake is reduced. Then there is inulin and phospholuble fiber, which actually decreases the postprandial blood glucose rise. It decreases the total and LDL cholesterol. It delays the gastric emptying, and in return, it helps in reduction of weight. Now, PUFA decreases the insulin resistance. It decreases LDL and triglyceride levels, and it increases HDL values also. Vitamins and minerals, you all know, they provide the optimum nutrition and helps in various factors, including reduction of complication. Now, this is the list of vitamins it has and minerals it has, because it contains B6, which is required to prevent diabetes related complication, B12, which we all know, required to prevent diabetic neuropathy, vitamin C to improve glucose tolerance, vitamin D to boost insulin sensitivity, vitamin E to improve the activity of insulin and reduction of complication, chromium, zinc and magnesium, they improve glucose tolerance, decrease fasting levels and insulin level sensitivity. So in return, it also reduces the cholesterol level. Now, calorific distribution, if you see, it contains 63% of carbohydrate, 32% of protein and 5% of fat. The salient feature we see, if we see, it contains complex carbohydrate, adequate protein with low fat. Now, high glycemic index food we all know are high in sugar. Then there are medium glycemic index food, but this is having a very low glycemic index of 38.8. So it is not harming our patient in any manner. It doesn't cause any spike, it doesn't cause any crash, and it doesn't cause craving because it induces satiety. So in a way, it is helping our patient. Now, it offers cardioprotection by the help of monounsaturated and polyunsaturated fatty acids, which lower LDL cholesterol and in lieu reduces the risk of cardiovascular complication. Now, protein acts as glycemic regulator, zinc, chromium improve the insulin synthesis and sensitivity, and that's how it helps in regulating the glycemic control. Protein again improves the satiety. So in a way, it helps in reduction of weight also with the fibers. The indication being pre-diabetes, diabetes and gestational diabetes. So we all know a well-controlled diabetes is the leading cause of nothing. So we should aim for it. Thank you.
If any question, we can take it right now. If no, I do have one. Please. What is the role of multigrain flour?
It's a very good question actually. What happens, what we are eating, it mainly contains wheat these days, because this is my favorite topic. We talk a lot about wheat, and wheat being the culprit of many things. So gluten, as we all know, is a culprit. So multigrain, what it does, it reduces the amount of gluten first of all. Secondly, multigrain, what it does, because I belong to traditionally Rajasthan, and Rajasthani food includes multigrain. We have bejad roti. So it is an incorporated mix of various grains into it. So all the grains have different level of absorption and different rate of gastric emptying. So what it does, it actually is not emptied into your stomach or bloodstream at a single point of time. It is gradually released, just like a slow release preparation. So what this multigrain does, every grain has their characteristic properties. Some are high in protein, some are high in calcium. So what it does, it again imparts a balanced sort of situation which we talk about, like the balanced diet. Rather than giving only wheat, which is having carbohydrate, and it is also bad for our insulin sensitivity.
Any homemade remedies to make that multigrain?
It's very simple. We employ various characteristics. We employ 2 portion of wheat, then 1 portion of chana and 1 portion of jow, which people commonly call as oats. Another remedy is 1 part of wheat, 1 part of jowar, 1 part of chana and 1 part of jow. So it varies. People mix and match. They have various combination which is good for them. But one thing with multigrain is not a single preparation suits everyone. So every household, what I have found in my practice these years, they ultimately develop their own sort of multigrain, and they are very happy with it, because with different grains which are there, the biggest problem comes in making the chapati, which is very troublesome for the lady of the house. So if we talk about bajra and jowar, it becomes sometimes very tricky for a lady to cook the roti of jowar and bajra, while many are able to cook it. So it's a mix and match for many, but the best is 1 part of wheat, 1 part of jow, 1 part of jowar and 1 part of chana.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
So moving next to our next speaker, Dr. Amit Kumar De. He is a consultant physician and diabetologist from Kolkata in Apollo Sugar Clinic. He is a part of various national and international diabetes bodies, and he has presented and given lectures in national and even international conference. He has presented posters and papers as well. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, dear chairpersons, for the kind introduction. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Bansi Sabu sir for giving me the opportunity to speak on a topic that is very close to my heart, on technology in diabetes care. And I hope I can keep you glued to your seats. Before lunch, we will be discussing a little upon what is artificial intelligence, and then I will take you through into how we are actually using or we can incorporate AI into diabetic retinopathy. So I will take you through 3 questions. And the first part would include what is artificial intelligence. I'm sure many of us in this room would still have this question in mind, that what exactly is AI? We'll give you a brief overview of how we can use AI in diabetes, and then we can ask that $1,000,000 question, will AI replace physicians? So to start with, artificial intelligence is nothing but the ability to make computers do things that would require intelligence if done by human, which means understanding, learning, reasoning, to make decisions and to solve problems with the help of tools which are decision making primarily. So artificial intelligence is not new. It means more computing power, more data, better algorithms, and definitely it requires a broad investment. If you look at the history, it started since 1950 when Alan Turing introduced the concept of machines being capable of making decisions, and he published a paper called Computing Machinery and Intelligence. In 1957, John McCarthy coined the term artificial intelligence and hosted the first conference to discuss AI. Since 1958 till 2000, a lot of work has been done in terms of storage and analytical capability of the computers improved. The government started funding AI research universities. Corporates started venturing into developing AI. In 1997, world champion Gary Kasparov was defeated by IBM's Deep Blue in a game of chess. And today, the application of artificial intelligence has already been quite fruitful in several industries, and we generate about 33 zettabytes of data each year and have the computing ability to process all of it. So AI is all around us actually, in infrastructure, in smart appliances that we are using, in the screening, diagnostics, and the wearables that we use, in surveillance cameras that is all around this hotel, in our self-driving cars, which would soon probably be a reality in our country, in this data that gets gathered, that gets exchanged through machine to machine and machine to human connections, and eventually it gets all collected on the cloud. Now through the cloud, a big data is generated, that is analyzed, and that leads to proper decision-making support system. So that's the reason of data sharing, my friends. You know, we all have reservations about why we should share data and why we should not. The more the data we share, the bigger a data pool is created, the more reformed data we have, and more decision-making tools gets accurate. So as I said, it's all around us, in our cars, in our virtual assistants, in our Google, in our Netflix, everywhere we find that there is use of AI. Now, in the wearables, in the teleassessment and history taking, in diagnosis, in our EMR, in e-pharmacy, all these are producing a lot of data. And this data helps us in creating that big pool from where artificial intelligence algorithm can be generated. But the question is, why artificial intelligence? The reasons are plenty. It's accurate and consistent. There is no fatigue. There is fast, and of course, it's skilled. It's no inter-observation variation, no lack of motivation. There is no emotional, mental, or physical disturbances with AI, no breaks, no holidays. It reduces the cost, and of course, there is a possibility of getting AI which can even function without internet connectivity. So in terms of medicine, AI will support specialists so that they can focus more on what they can do the best, that is, invest more time in their patients and invest more time with each patient. That is very, very important. Let's quickly understand, before I move into retinopathy, let's quickly understand where are we using artificial intelligence. And this might look a little Latin and Greek to most of us. These are the methodologies which are used in diabetes care. The AI algorithms, these are the names. There is something called the expert system in medicine, which comprises of rule-based reasoning, case-based reasoning, and fuzzy logic. And then comes, over development, there has been introduction of machine learning. So basically, their algorithms are characterized by the ability to learn over time without being explicitly programmed. There are various algorithms which are available in machine learning, like the decision tree, artificial neural network, which we will talk about, genetic algorithms, and support vector mechanism. One wing of machine learning is deep learning, and that is a new branch which is based on neuron behavior inside the human brain. It is basically an evolution of the artificial neuron network, and this is used in screening of diabetic retinopathy. So we have seen the application of AI in diabetes care, in diabetes prediction. That's going to come in the future, we know. In lifestyle guidance for diabetic patient, that's already there. In insulin injection guidance, it's already there. In CGM, it's already there. And screening and monitoring of diabetes complications, one such is the retinopathy screening that I'll talk about. And precision medicine in diabetes care, that's something that the next speaker is going to highlight about. So you can see here how these different algorithms are used in the various applications in diabetes care. And deep learning and artificial neural network is used in retinopathy assessment, which I will discuss in details. So of course, retinopathy exists in our country. The burden is huge. If you look at the Union Health Ministry's first National Diabetes and Diabetic Retinopathy Survey ended in 2019, that revealed that the prevalence of DR is 16.9%, while the prevalence of sight-threatening DR is 3.6%, and that's a good number. So 1 in 11 adults suffer from diabetes, and everyone with diabetes will eventually have a risk of developing diabetic retinopathy that can lead to permanent blindness if left untreated. And the challenge is diabetic retinopathy, especially in the initial and in early stages, is asymptomatic. 4 out of every 20 diabetic patients in India may have diabetic retinopathy. And of course, the limitations, we know that the number of specialists, you call it the urban or the rural area, it's very limited. If you talk about the rural area specifically, the Anganwadi or the Asha workers would not be trained, and they don't have the resources to detect the eye problems. MBBS doctors and nurses may not have the knowledge, time, or the resources required to examine the eye. Added to that, it's the cost, the portability, quality, and the operators. From the patient side, it's the affordability, accessibility that plays a very important role. So there are a lot of problems. To take care of diabetic retinopathy, conventionally we've been using fundus examination by the ophthalmologist with the help of color fundus photography using the mydriatic cameras. But where is the problem? The problem is, the primary issue is the grading of these retinal images by the ophthalmologists or trained persons whose numbers are very scarce and they are already overloaded with their own work. Second, some of these patients are based in rural areas, so accessibility becomes a huge problem. And third is the perseverance, because it needs a lot of behavioral thought to get into this regular follow-up with the doctor, and there is also an attitude that needs to be inculcated in the patient. So we know the problem is not the lack of intent, but the resources. So there are resources lacks in hiring and retaining, and the cost and the skill and the motivation of the optometrist. Then again, in mydriatic cameras, dilatation would be required. That's time consuming. A dark room setup is needed. Time is important. Dependence on ophthalms to analyze the fundus images comes the cost and the time taken to generate the report. So these are the problems, as we say that need is the mother of invention, that led us to look for AI solutions for grading diabetic retinopathy. So in real time, the system would decide whether a patient requires referral and could potentially be much cheaper than having ophthalmologist conduct a screening. So in April 2018, the US FDA approved an AI algorithm developed by IDX used with TopCon funders for diabetic retinopathy identification. So let's go back to the algorithm. We talked about artificial neural network and deep learning, which is used in the screening of diabetic retinopathy. It looks like a 5-minute test, screening test using the AI. You capture, you analyze, and you get a report with some predictions. But is it that easy? Trust me, it's not. Because there are 3 stages in this. The first stage is data gathering. So more the local data, that helps generate better sensitivity and specificity for the local population. And second is the quality of the image. So better the quality of the image, better is going to be the specificity and the sensitivity of the AI. The second is labeling what image is what, what points are what. That's the very important thing that can be gradually created over the large number of data set. The better the labeling will be and the better will be the sensitivity and specificity. And then the third stage is very interesting, where multiple iterations are done. So more the number of iterations and the number of layers that are put into the algorithm, better is the sensitivity and the specificity. And a lot of work goes into that to give this 5-minute report using AI. So the output is that you get gradings as well as the confidence level of the grading. That is very interesting because I'll show you how the report comes. So it just not predicts whether it's mild, moderate, or severe retinopathy, but it also gives you the confidence level as to what is the percentage of this retinopathy being probable. Now, over the last 5 years, I've used a lot of fundus camera. This is one which I used earlier, captured using a non-Medriatic handheld camera, 40-degree retinal image. Report was generated using machine learning. I also happened to use the images captured using a smartphone-based camera with autofocus, and their report suggested that they had a 97% accuracy according to their study. Over the recent years, I've been using the images captured using a non-Medriatic autofocus camera, which is reported using the AI by Artelus, and by far they have got a good resolution of the image quality, and also the report interpretation is pretty good. So this is how they look like. Based on the ICDR scale, their AI is, the retinopathy is graded as no DR, mild non-proliferative DR, moderate or severe non-proliferative DR, and proliferative diabetic retinopathy. If you can look at it, the images are quite actually beautifully captured. You can actually figure out where the fovea is, where the macula is, where the AV crossing is. Also the optic cup and the optic disc is quite beautifully visible, and the venules and also the arterioles are quite beautifully visible. Also, the good thing is these images that are captured on this fundoscopy camera has a 45-degree field of view. So as a result, it offers a larger field of view, including the periphery. And also the camera has got a good quality of zoom. So as a result, once you zoom in, you can actually identify all the finer details. Even, despite of the reporting, you can identify it on your own, the microaneurysms, the hemorrhages, the cotton wool spots, the hard or the soft exudates. These are some of the images that have been captured in my clinic. So this you can see is just a normal retina scan, and this has been a patient who presented late with a moderate NPDR with hard exudates at the fovea. This is a case of a severe NPDR, and this has been an unfortunate case where the patient got detected with an STBRVO, at screening, and we had to refer the patient, straight away to the ophthalmologist on that same day. So what I did was we went down to look at actually how sensitive this machine is and how it actually helps our patients. So we did a prevalence study of diabetic retinopathy using this AI-based deep learning, which I presented in ATTD 2022, and I'll tell you what the result of the study is. We took about 725 patients, and we screened them, and they were graded as per their ICDR scoring. And this is what the result we got. We got a prevalence of 27% of DR in the community. And what is very important is out of that, we had about 17% patient having mild non-proliferative diabetic retinopathy, 9.5% patient having moderate non-proliferative diabetic retinopathy, and about 0.2% of the patient had sight-threatening diabetic retinopathy who needed to be referred immediately. After that, we actually asked one of our ophthalmologist colleagues to grade these images, and we calculated the sensitivity and specificity. And we found that the sensitivity of these images were 97%, specificity was 92%, with a positive predictive value of 76% and negative predictive value of 99%. But what's very important, and which I've experienced in my practice as well, that it detects sight-threatening diabetic retinopathy by 100%. So there is not a chance that a sight-threatening retinopathy can get missed using this autofocus camera with the help of artificial intelligence technology. Now let's look into and ask that question that we always ask ourselves when we talk about AI and technology, that will artificial intelligence then eventually replace us and will we become jobless? Well, AI comes, we know AI and technology, they come with a lot of limitations that we must appreciate as well. We always look at the good side of it, but of course it has got some limitations. You need a large quantity of data, first of all, to get a good algorithm, and that is something which is missing. Not just that quality data is missing, structured quality data is very, very important. Curated clean databases, and the third point is very important, for which I think we all need to work on, is trust and transparency when you're sharing the data. Then combining the data with knowledge-driven learning, that's very important, because it's just not about the AI interpreting, but also the knowledge-driven learning that should actually drive the AI forward, and it keeps on learning every time. So these are some of the limitations that AI brings us, but at the same time, it's a marvelous asset to use in our clinical practice. Now, the limitation is very important, that today we have an AI that is capable of solving problems based on patterns which helps automate a number of processes. But they cannot engage in abstract reasoning and thinking or have an emotional quotient, which only a doctor can have. In computer science, there is a term called GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. So if you put in garbage, you're going to get garbage out. So unless the data is good and quality, you're not going to get a good algorithm coming out of it. And of course, there are other limitations, because there is always a need of internet connectivity which needs to be operated, and data security is something that always kind of raises a red flag in our mind. So, what does people working with AI tells us? That healthcare professionals will require adequate training to operate AI-based solution, but at the same time, we must appreciate the limitations of this technology, but because over-reliance on AI will also risk descaling the profession. But if you can amalgamate both the two, then we can get fantastic result in our clinical practice.
You have to be quick.
Yeah. So I'm just completing. So will AI improve our diabetic population? Well, it will definitely improve. It will help the clinicians make more informed decisions using precision technology with results derived from various analysis. At the end, I would just like to end with a famous quote of Eric Topol: "The pinnacle of AI is being fully autonomous, but I don't think that will happen in medicine. AI will always need human backup." Most important, these are some of the future possibilities of AI, and I'm sure the sky is only the limit. We must protect our eyes. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much. I think it was amazing to see how AI has, ventured into the clinics, and amazing work, Dr. Day. We will come back onto the questions in a short time. But yes, important message that I got is definitely humans are here, and that's what needs to guide AI. So we should not shut it down. At the same time, we should also not be bewildered by it. Leading to the next session, may I invite Dr. Saurabh Mishra onto the stage for the next topic. Inviting again with pleasure. He is an MBBS, PGD, LM, ES, DVP, and CDIAB, emergency in charge at Regency Hospital at Kanpur, consultant physician and diabetologist at the Mishra Polyclinic, Shuklaganj, Unnao. Also consultant at Center for Diabetes and Endocrine Diseases, Kanpur, has presented several national and international papers, also done poster presentations at various international conferences, has won prizes for them as well, that 2 first prizes. So with that, without further ado, may I request him to take up the session.
Thank you, chairpersons. Basically, just after Amit, it has become quite easy. We have introduced specifically the system. We all know what is AI. So the topic allotted to me was AI in EMR for diabetes management, the next step to precision medicine. Precision medicine at present, we all know, is the new term to be talked. We are talking about the future. Being futuristic, sometimes it is the person who is understanding you. Is he potent to understand the things or not? So do all of us in this hall understand AI? After lecture of Amit, at least we have a focus. Artificial intelligence. It is artificial intelligence, not intelligence. Intelligence is your mind. Who has made it? Everything is made by the brain itself. Try to discover inside your brain. Your thoughts, your decisions, your compiling nature, your collaborations, your algorithm perceptions. So this is a precise Precision, precised what I say. Already precised will be the future. But from where? From your mind itself. It is not from outside. Nothing is from outside. Whatever. Might it be it is electricity, might it be it is the software, might be the computers, the gadgets, from where it is coming out? It is always coming out from the brain itself. As the neuronal system of our brain, we are trying to produce the same type of a structure outside. As our colleagues were talking about synaptic attachments, they are talking about artificial intelligence. Why? Because it is inside our brain and it is coming out. So never and ever it should be thought our profession is going to be replaced by artificial intelligence or precision medicine is going to take a part of a consultant. No, not at all. I think so. It will evolve day by day and we all will be evoluting ourselves into the new era of treating people with only precise medicines. So precision, my slides will not be much, 15 slides at disclosure in next. So what is precision medicine? The definition says the National Institute of Health, NIH, US define precision medicine as emerging approach to disease treatment prevention that takes into account individual variability in genes. Now getting more deeper, at present we are dealing with glycemic variability in top, but now it will be genetic variability also. This is precision medicine, going more deeper into diagnostics, prognostics and therapeutic approach while giving any treatment. So environment and lifestyle will also play a role in prevention. So prevention of any type of disease will be prevention precision medicine. Moving further, these are the current definitions. Current medical practice, we use the vital signs today relative to the last visits, that is all EMRs or electronic health records which we are having. We just assess by the today's records and what he was having the values previous. So this is currently which we are practicing. Now personalized medicine, collect and analyze extensive information about that person and then accordingly you change your decision. Now what is precision? Excessive amount of data. As Amit was talking, we have to show our data. We are protecting our data. Why we are protecting our data? That these pharma people should not know or people should not know. It is not like that. Try to make the norms. After proper permission, this data should be sent to the cloud. Otherwise, we practicing in our area, our genetic coding, our genomes will never be encoded. And mind you, the feature will be the precision medicine will take part and it is already laid. The phase of things have already started. So try to share your data onto the clouds into the particular safe hands, but store your data somewhere. It is going to help the humanity in coming near future. So use massive data network that aggregates and analyzes information from huge patient cohorts, healthy populations, experimental organisms, and reach towards the disease mechanism. This medicine will be talking about the disease mechanism much rather than diagnosis as well as treatment. So prevention part will improve. How to prevent diabetes, that will increase more. So in summarizing, this was a beautiful slide I got on net. So yesterday what was it? Our all seniors, our learned people, all our professors were having symptom based. What we did with COVID? We didn't have any type of diagnostics, we didn't have very good experiences, but symptom based. So the old things came out, no? We never know what will be coming the next. So symptom based and then intuitional medicines. Intuition based, your decision was what will happen. Now when this is now precisely into algorithms, now we have graphs and data. So pattern based and the evidence based medicine which we are practicing today. Evidence, earlier it was mind you fasting, postprandial HbA1c, but now it is ambulatory glucose profile, flash glucose monitors, live sensors. Earlier it was a retinoscope or you can say a fundal camera which was held in the hand of a fundoscope which was held in the hand of an optician only. Now it is AI intelligence, giving report very precise and very diagnostic. So now the technology is improving. How it has happened? By algorithm based studies. So tomorrow algorithm based studies will be there. This is precision medicine. And definitely your hand will be telling, you will be having a glass In early morning, you will get up, and when you will look at the glass, it will tell your temperature, it will tell your heart rate, it will tell your sugar, it will tell your each and everything will be given by your face itself. The mirrors will be like this. And it is the future which I am talking, and it will be there. So not one size fits all. This is an important which we should keep in our mind, and the practice will be more fine, which we practice today also. Then, an ideal objective precision medicine in diabetes. These are objectives which have to be kept in mind while designing or motivating people to understand medicine. So, it should improve the diabetes diagnostics, establishes what evidence we have and what evidence is needed to develop best practice guidelines and best practice study designs. Then provide education to implement best practice guidelines and best practice research also. Establish a research program to address open questions. The forum should not be closed, it should be both sided. The person who is sitting on that side of the table can ask the question and have the queries also. Accelerate the process of getting access to the trials and regulatory authorizations. Not only suppose I have a trial on my name, not only I can access this, there should be authorization. Any people who is getting to have research for that, he should have an authority, and by a process he can reach to that trial and he can understand, and further he can do the more trials near. Modified guidelines to incorporate new recommendations are needed for precision medicine. This is an American Diabetic Association, specifically the path of precision medicine type 2 diabetes. It is the future. It is the future. You can take the snapshot of this slide. All the people all my friends back home who are listening in this hybrid mode, definitely this is the future. Just we should try to understand specifically. Understanding and definitely the disease, risk factor, mechanism and natural history. Then identifying disease by specific biomarkers and then quantifying all the data into graphs and algorithms and then regulatory engagement specifically. Regulatory engagement can be any person of your society. Might be Dr. Bharat is there, Rutul is there, Dr. Amit is there, any one person all over, and there can be a regulatory authority, but you have to initiate on your part. American Diabetic Association at present is also offering some forms. If you want to be the part, they are doing the things, they have done it. The first phase study has already been done. Now they are into second phase, and second phase will also progress. So regulatory authorities, then patient engagement is must, clinician education, then again most important is economic evolution. Our pharmacoeconomics in India at present doesn't permit it, but definitely the future is bright. As the third party involvement and the systems are coming, it will be very much easy to cope up with this also in near coming future. And then patient feedback. So these are some transition of precision medicine which American Diabetic Association has done. Then it will come, the decision will be on part of therapeutics, can be in part of protection, prevention. So in part of precision therapeutics, there are two arms, precision for prevention and precision for treatment, or you can say cure also. Might be a very early term I am using, but it can be. With that amount of data, the prevention may be a cure also. So for prevention of for precision and prevention, you need to avoid specific risk factors, then lifestyle intervention, and definitely monitoring. Monitoring is common in all the aspects, while it is diagnostic, while it is prognostic, while it is therapeutic. Monitoring of any of the disease is very much mandatory, which will generate data. And this EMR which we are using in our clinic is going to generate a potential data which will be a key path for precision medicine in future. Now, precision medicine, what it can do, it can omit the demise of a particular person. Earlier interventions will be available, proper prognostic diagnostic tools will be available. What will happen? Today if I will give this medicine to him, he will be having a cure. Today I will give this medicine to him, he will not be having anything. ऐसा होता है ना, today what we are giving paracetamol to everyone, but 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 people have some side effects with paracetamol. Some we are giving diclofenac, some people have, some people do not have. Some people have good effects, some people do not affect. Today we don't know whom are the persons whom we have to give diclofenac, whom aceclofenac, whom we have to give some paracetamol only. But in near coming future, just when he will be entering your clinic with his genomic conditions, it will be written, don't give him paracetamol, don't give him Vovaran, he will be suiting to aceclofenac. So you will choose the right drug with least toxicity and best benefits. And then definitely cerebral vascular disease, retinopathy, cardiovascular disease, nephropathy and neuropathy. These all things can be prevented. Micro and macrovascular complications are coming. These are prognostic. And specifically, if you take intervention as early today also, in your point of care, if you have a retinal examiner, if you have a neuropathic examiner, if you have albumin creatine ratio facility, can we not give best facilities? This is AI. This is AI, and the data on this basis will generate the precision medicine. Next, precision diagnostics. Definitely epidemiological evaluations, probability-based clinical features and diagnostic testings leads to sub-classification of several type of your diagnostics, and diagnostics will lead to the further treatment and protocols. Now, this is the work which is being planned and has been performed. So, phase 1 has been completed. It has started in 2018. And in 2020 it completed, task force has been recruited, task force meetings have been done, stakeholders have been engaged, identified milestones have been done, draft and published first consensus have been done, and recruit global experts have been done. This has already been done. Today what we are listening, in 2018 it was done. Why to lag behind? Why not right now we just take a pledge that we will learn this medicine more precisely, so that in next coming year when we will be over here, the ray of the hope will increase more. Now phase 2, which is still going on, there are meetings, plan, stakeholder funding is going on, applications are being taken. Then phase 4, 2028, 13, it has become 23 now coming to. The same way 33, 63 will also come, but definitely we have to lay the foundation stone of precision medicine, and it will not take the part of a physician. It is coming out from the brain of the physician. It is not, it is going to replace. Those people in those era will be having more brain or more thoughts than us. They will take part of it. So it is impossible that it will take part of us, we will take the part of it. So what will happen? A simple example giving. These are some purple people, some yellow people and some grey people. Right from childhood, adolescence, adulthood, midlife and old age. The food can be described. According to this medicine, there are some algorithm, input, output, raw data, then algorithms, then your curves and test data will give exact which type of food will be suiting which type of person. So this is precise treatment. This was an example which I produced in front of us. Now, as I was talking, when we give certain medicine to a group of people, what is had? It has toxic effect but beneficial. It has no effect and it has no toxic effect and no beneficial effects also. And in some group, it is having no toxicity but best beneficial effects. We will be learning right from the first day, so side effects will be omitted. This is precision medicine. No side effect of a drug will be complete achievement of precision medicine, but intuition will be ours itself, whom to give, whom not to give. Final decision will be taken by the consultant itself. Mothers can never be replaced, and a doctor is supposed to be just like a mother who gives a care. He can never be a god. I think so we should never be termed as gods. What I tell to my people, we are not gods, we are just like mother. We take care each and every part of your body. We can sponge you. We can clean you, we can give medications to you, we can hug you also even some despite when people are not around you. So we are just like your mother, we are not gods. So precision medicine is definitely not going to replace the doctors, but it will act more precisely, more motherly nature will come out. So this is all coming out from our brains, not from outside. No alien any intelligence has given us this, that we are talking about artificial intelligence. It is out of someone's brain. So discovery is inside. You have to discover the brain, the things will come out more. Now engagement of people has to be done, clinical researches, allocation and capacity buildings are there. This is also an example, just 1 minute. This is an example when we have clusters HbA1c, we rate the medicines, we have the algorithms, we decide the treatment according to HbA1c. Ranges, pre-diabetic, diabetic, uncontrolled diabetic, and we have medications effects, but it is not real like this. HbA1c may be 6.5 to less than 8, HbA1c may be 8 or less than 10, HbA1c will be more than 10, but integrated data will be defining the mode or the actual cause of diabetes, which is something else. The diagnostic part is not easy. This will be made easy by precision medicine. Talking about monogenic diabetes or type 2 diabetes, varied classifications can be done. So this is specifically in near coming future. This precision medicine will make us more precise and best. So yes, artificial intelligence in EMR for diabetes management is the next step for precision medicine. At present, EMRs have to be evolved in each and every diabetic clinic because it helps the humanity and makes a right decision for them. So these are some diabetes digital partner industry people who are acting at present and collecting AI data all throughout the world in several aspects. A simple one slide struck out, each and everything is clearly seen, every bit of data is being collected all throughout whatever so is. And in last, this will never fade out. नापो तो जानो, शक्कर से ज्यादा मीठी है जिंदगी, ये कभी भी फ्यूचर में फेड आउट नहीं होएगा. So check to know. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Saurabh. If we do have any question, or we will take it at last. Thank you. Thank you so much. For the next lecture, I'll invite our next speaker, Dr. Arun Shankar. He is a medical director and consultant diabetologist at Jyotidev Diabetes Research Center, Trivandrum. He is also a chief coordinator of diabetes in telemedicine system over there in Trivandrum, investigator of various clinical trials, speakers, and have national and international conference. They have poster presentation and paper presentation as well. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, dear chairpersons, for that nice introduction. At the outset, let me thank dear Dr. Banshi Sabu sir and the entire DiaCareCon team for this opportunity, and I would like to congratulate for the excellent coordination and the conference as well. So, I am talking on a different topic which you are listening right now. So it's about vaccination in diabetes. Why we are discussing about immunization or vaccines, different vaccines used in diabetes patients. So definitely diabetes, where you see impaired defense mechanism among your diabetes subjects, mainly starting with poor antibody response, cell-mediated abnormalities starting with decreased CD4, CD8 lymphocyte ratios, changes in natural killer cell function, defects in interleukin-2 function, impaired leukocyte function, and of course, when you discuss about infection, mainly what we see in diabetes patients, starting with respiratory infection, which again this poor defense mechanism predisposed to colonization and of course resulting in different infections in your patients. So again, while discussing the main reasons for increased infection rate in diabetes patients, longer duration of diabetes and along with poor glycemic control is again to be noted. In type 1 diabetes, there is 4.4-fold increased risk of infection, and in type 2 it is 1.2-fold. Diabetes patients almost 3 times at higher risk for infection, mainly respiratory. HbA1c more than or equal to 9%, definitely the risk is more, and A1c less than 7% have 22% increased risk compared to non-diabetes subjects. So while we discuss the importance of immunization, how it works in your patient, till now, like these 2 years during the pandemic situation, before that, many a times when we discuss about vaccination to our patients, they were surprised to hear about adult immunization. But after COVID, then we started using COVID vaccines. Then patients are convinced like they can survive long after having a proper immunization in your diabetes patient. So many of the experiments have shown that human cells in the lab, that is outside the body, the innate cellular immunity may be compromised in uncontrolled glycemic status. So in a hyperglycemic or acidic environment, neutrophils and macrophages malfunction, and the restoration of normoglycemia and in a normal pH, it reverses as well. The adaptive cellular immune system may also be compromised, but the evidence is sparse. T cell function may be compromised, especially in hyperglycemic conditions. There is no evidence that the humoral adaptive immune system functions differently in patients with diabetes, but definitely the usage of vaccines will help your diabetes patients to avoid or any of the infection which we discuss later during this session. So to start with pneumococcal infection. So the last 2 decades we have seen so many of respiratory disease outbreaks. During all these outbreaks, and recently what we had, the COVID crisis pandemic, there also many of our patients had to get hospitalized, and many a times what we have seen is lot of patients ending with pneumonia. That too, the studies have shown in the earlier that the deceased, there is decreased 1 year survival in patients with type 2 diabetes who are getting hospitalized with history of pneumonia. And those diabetes patients getting admitted for pneumonia had higher mortality within the first 30 days, and 1/3 died at 1 year. So pneumococcal vaccine, when you discuss about the pneumonia vaccines, the main vaccine which we discuss is the pneumococcal polysaccharide vaccine, which includes 23 purified capsular polysaccharide antigen, which represents the majority of the serotypes of pneumonia. And diabetes patients have a normal humoral response to pneumococcal vaccination. That's what the studies say. And pneumococcal immunization significantly reduces morbidity and mortality related to pneumococcal disease. So definitely vaccination is a cost-effective preventive strategy. So this has been already discussed. And it has also shown that when you compare with healthy individuals, those who are having comorbid conditions including diabetes or chronic heart disease, alcohol abuse and chronic lung disease, there is difference, that is 3 to 6-fold increased risk of invasive pneumococcal disease. And the recent or the updated guidelines suggest that there is some difference from the older one. In the healthy adults, that is above the age of 65, there is the recommendation is for going for PPSB 23 single dosage. And what is different in diabetes is definitely considering the immunocompromised condition in diabetes as well as other situation, 90 to 64 years of age, you can go for PPSB 23 1 dose. It is recommended, and above the age of 65 also 1 dose is recommended. The difference is earlier we used to discuss about PCV. Now the PCV vaccination is no longer routinely recommended for adults aged more than 65 years. Instead, you can have a shared clinical decision making for the usage of PCV wherever it is indicated. So that is the difference. So many of the organization definitely recommends or advises the usage of different vaccines, including pneumococcal vaccines. If you are not aware of the situation of vaccination status of your patient, if it is unknown, you can go for single dosage of pneumococcal polysaccharide vaccine in the high risk. And after vaccination, what is happening is the protective capsular type specific antibody levels generally develop by the 3rd week following vaccination. And what the protection duration which we have seen is following the vaccination, serotype specific antibody levels decline after 5 to 10 years. And in certain groups, that is in children and elderly, a more rapid decline in antibody levels may occur. That's what we have seen. The results of one epidemiological study suggests that vaccination may provide protection for at least 9 years after the initial dosage. In our center also, we haven't come across any serious adverse event after pneumococcal vaccine. Definitely, we have seen 1 or 2 injection site reactions and fever after the vaccine. Hypersensitivity to any component of the vaccine should be taken care of. So a proper history should be taken before providing the vaccine. So these are the 2 different vaccines which we discuss in pneumococcal infection, that is the PPSV 23, which is commonly used and the one recommended right now, and the PCV 13, which has 13 serotype being addressed. So with that, we'll move on to influenza. Diabetes subjects are 6 times more likely to be hospitalized during an influenza epidemic, and the data shows that the mortality is also high. It can be due to, or it has shown that influenza can trigger coronary episodes in diabetes. The risk of CVD is 2 to 4-fold higher. The subgroup analysis and subsequent studies have shown vaccination efficacious and cost effective in reducing hospital admission and associated complications. And after vaccination, what happens in influenza vaccine is after 1 week of vaccine, there is increase in antibody titer and increased percentage of B lymphocytes seen, which protects the subject against the influenza infection. So we have the commonly used 2 different vaccines which we discuss in influenza vaccination, that is the traditional flu vaccine, that's the trivalent, and the quadrivalent, which has the 4 different strains. And definitely it is seasonal. You have to change the vaccine every year. These are the trivalent and the quadrivalent different vaccines. And data has shown that after influenza vaccination, there is 56% reduction in any complication related to influenza infection, 54% reduction in hospitalization, and reduction in deaths as well. So just like pneumococcal vaccination, many of the scientific organizations advocate the usage of influenza vaccine among your diabetes subjects. You can see the different organizations recommending influenza vaccination to be administered in diabetes patients. And definitely without discussing COVID vaccination, the topic is incomplete. But as you know, COVID vaccination itself is a different huge topic to be discussed, so I'm not going into detail. As of now, we have this list of COVID vaccines available, and 3 or 4 are being advised to go for 3rd dose after the usual 2 dosage which we use in COVID infection. So this was the Indian guideline for vaccination in diabetes, which was published in 2012, the suggested use of vaccines in diabetes. And here you can see in what all situation in diabetes you can opt for the different vaccines. And I would like to share our own experience from our center. We started using different vaccines since 2009, and we don't have any reported adverse events after vaccination. More than 75%, that too belong to above the age of 65 years, had vaccinated, and we haven't seen any difference like age, gender, marital status, geographic area, educational level, occupation type, duration, therapy of diabetes, comorbidities did not have a statistically significant effect on vaccination acceptance. And the data, this was again published at IDF Melbourne, the safety of pneumococcal and influenza vaccination in diabetes patients from South India. And the recommendation of vaccines in diabetes patients include pneumococcal, which we discussed earlier, and influenza, and we do have the other optional vaccines, but many a times we do discuss about the most common infection which we come across, that being the respiratory infection, that is pneumococcal and influenza. That too, it is very difficult to convince patients to go for this vaccination, but once they take the influenza vaccine, every year patients themselves will come and ask for the vaccine, because they have shared their experience, like at their home, many had viral infection, but I didn't get that infection because this vaccination had prevented from that infection. So definitely a country like ours, vaccines are crucial to prevent mortality. In that more than 25% of deaths are due to infections which we are seeing. And like what I said earlier, we are more aware of the pediatric immunization, but when we discuss about the adult vaccination or immunizations, many are not accepting the fact that they do require this vaccination to prevent the so-called infection, which will result in hospitalization or increase in mortality or morbidity. So how to increase or improve the awareness of adult immunization so as to cover the crisis or need? The improving our adult vaccination coverage in India could help break the chain of infection, reduce the burden of disease among patients with chronic conditions, prevent wider community spread, and specifically better coverage will result in reduced incidence rates of infection, reduced hospital admission, reduced health cost, and of course thereby improving the quality of life. So these are the simple 8 steps which can be used to set up a better or ideal immunization center for your diabetes patients. Assign a vaccine coordinator or champion, plan a workflow and workspace dedicated for vaccination only, identify who can vaccinate in your setup, arrange for training for paramedic staff and counselors, ensure cold chain storage of vaccines, maintain proper records of vaccination with help of immunization card, which is very, very, very important, because you have to track whether the patient is taken vaccination already or not. Prepare for adverse event management, which I have discussed in our center also. We haven't seen any serious adverse events after going for immunization. Consider standing order protocol for vaccinations. Even without that, you can go for a even 4 simple actions which can improve adult vaccination rates among your patients. Assess the immunization status of all your patients during every clinical encounter. Let it be your diabetes educator or nurse who is interacting with your patient. He or she can assess and take a history about immunization. Provide a strong recommendation for vaccines that your patients need. Even you can go for your other patients who had already vaccinated, encouraging other patients to go for immunization. Administer needed vaccines, or at minimum refer your patients to provider, those who can provide the immunization, because many a times all of the centers won't be having these facilities, so you can refer to other centers where you have the facility for providing immunization. And documentation, definitely I said it is very important. Document the vaccines your patients receive from you or from other providers. So this is the vaccination card which we use at our center for providing to the patients. So strategies to improve vaccination: identify the eligible candidates, discuss the benefits and safety, incorporating with routine care, documenting the procedure. Definitely all the treatment protocol or guidelines advise on the usage of vaccination among your diabetes patients so as to prevent the risk of getting hospitalized or reducing mortality or morbidity, because vaccinations are of proven efficacy and safety. That is why the importance of vaccination, even during the COVID scenario, many a times what we have seen is patients will say that vaccine will have some side effect, so they won't accept the thing that they have to go for vaccination. But you have to make the patient and the entire family aware of the situation so that you can provide a better quality of life for your patient. So Onam wishes from God's own country, Kerala. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Arun. I think brilliantly covered topic, and you also got some time left. So first of all, we'll start with questions for Dr. Arun, and then we'll also follow for the rest of them. And I think very brilliantly covered a topic which people have apprehension about. People have this apprehension of vaccines, and they want to shy away from it because of course the fever and the side effects, and whether it's really required for me. So I definitely do endorse your fact that we should ensure that we make it a practice at every clinic. And I think as a part of the quick bites, if anyone has a question, but I definitely want to ask you, how have you seen the practice change over the period of time? At JBC, of course, one of the centers of excellence. So how have you seen the practice change the mindset of people as well in terms of the vaccination?
Yes, that's what I said. Before the pandemic, the COVID situation, like the scenario was, whenever you are going to discuss about vaccination, they are surprised why we are being advised to take vaccines. What is the need of vaccination? So, like what I said, many a times what we see is after influenza vaccine, that is the yearly flu shot, patients are happy that they are not getting infected with the seasonal flu. So it's changing, and after COVID vaccination, it's changing a lot, and patients are accepting the vaccination.
Wonderful, wonderful, thank you. Any questions from the audience?
If one has to administer the COVID booster back to back with an influenza, what should be the recommended gap between the two? Any recommendations?
You can take it, no issue.
At the same time?
Yeah.
Is there any other?
Good afternoon. My question is, I'm Dr. Lalit from Metal. So my question is Dr. Saurabh. So it's really insightful. The precision medicine is top today. So the vision is clear, and you talked about American Middle Class Association and also. So how do you think in India the EMR adoption has been so far? How do you see the roadmap in future?
At present in India, what we are having, EMR specifically is not used to the fullest. Not only we as a diabetologist, other specialties also, but due to this telemedicine, which has had emerged in past 2 years, we have learned to use the technology at the most. Do you all of us agree? Is it true? Is it true? It is true. So EMR, electronic medical records, will be made mandatory in our country to practice any type of medicines. Before it is becoming a law, start using it. At present, the situation is 5% of all the medical practitioners are using this EMR. Only 5%, because we have 9 economical classifications. You cannot have only single one, upper, middle and lower. We have all the 3 classifications in each of the group. Upper, 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 middle, upper, lower. Middle, upper, middle, 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 lower. Lower, upper, lower, middle and lower, lower. So we have to cater education, prognostics, diagnostics and therapeutics to the ground grassroots level also. So as we are progressing as a nation, the things will improve, the future is bright.
One question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Saurabh, excellent talk. Impressed.
Thank you, sir.
One question is regarding, you said intuition of the physicians. That is what we want to reduce by precision medicine. The precision medicine should not be based on intuition. When we were student, when I was student, वो कमरे में घुसता था मरीज तो बता दिया जाता था इसको टीबी है. This is what is going to go away with precision medicine.
It is right,
should
sir.
go.
It is right. Just, sir, when I showed my first slide, so I had 3 classifications. First is intuition based, which was earlier done. Because in COVID, we had intuitions only. We didn't have any type of data, no diagnostics. So the same way the earlier medicine practice in diabetes was intuitional. Now today, we have graphs, we have variabilities, and further it will be algorithms. So I discussed in the first slide only, but to develop algorithm at present, the word I had used, intuition, specifically is to create new science. Is not to percept medicine, it is to create this precision medicine. That intuition will always be from brain, to create this science, that make it more precise. But in the first slide only I have described that earlier it was intuition, at present it is variability, and then again it will be, precision medicine will be based on algorithm. It will not be based on today's trends also.
Dr. Arun, there is a question for you. Do you have any data regarding more efficacy of COVID vaccine after influenza vaccine? The one who have already received influenza vaccine. There was a recommendation that all those who are receiving COVID vaccine should be given influenza vaccine. Is there any data of more efficacy?
No. I haven't seen, but among our patients, those who had taken flu shot and pneumococcal vaccines, the COVID infection rate was less. That's what we have seen at our center.
Is it based on science also?
No.
Any other questions?
So I would like to ask question from Amit. As Amit is my friend who is also dealing with technology, and he has talked about artificial intelligence and specifically artificial intelligence in EMR. So Amit, we have talked about classifying specifically retinal diseases. And rather than retinal diseases, any other application of AI at present in point of care in our country, specifically which we are already practicing. Can you tell us about that? In other micro and macros.
Yeah, so there is some work being done on predicting foot complications in diabetic patients. I think there is a group of researchers based in the US who are working on that. That's predominantly based on the temperature sensation of the foot. That would also be from a smartphone based photograph, which would use them to get a thermal image, and that would kind of be incorporated in giving the AI an algorithm that would predict the chances of getting a foot ulcer, which would be a neuro ulcer or an ischemic ulcer. So that's one work that is being done on, and I'm sure that is something that is in the pipeline that would come in the future. And of course there are the lifestyle apps which are there, and that I think does a lot of intervention, the behavioral changes, and I'm sure a lot of startups, a lot of work is already there on that. So that is also going to make a difference. There's one comment I would like to make about use of precision medicine in EMR. I think when we practice medicine, there is a segment of experience that is still there, knowledge and wisdom gathered with the gray hairs. I think the more and more, I'm just talking about the limitation, the more and more we see a predictive text coming into EMR, the more the thinking power or the cognitive part would perhaps, not be that active in a doctor. Whenever you are typing in something, you get a predictive text that this would be the expected regime or this drug should not be given, you would somehow be prompted to go with it rather than cross-checking it using your own thoughts. So I think that is one limitation that's going to come, and that is something also that we must accept it and acknowledge it as a limitation of precision medicine.
So definitely right said. Dr. Amit was talking about limitations of precision medicine. I think so it is high time to discuss limitations also. So limitation of each and every technology is always there, and that is based upon your learning and your experience. The technology is not using us, we are using the technology. The computer is not using us, we are using the computers. The cameras are not using us, we are using the cameras. But shutter से पहले कैमरा लगा दो तो चोरी नहीं होगी. Right time, investigate and don't let the theft occur. This is the message to be taken home. Shutter से पहले कैमरा लगा दो तो चोरी नहीं होगी. If you diagnose earlier, the treatments can be done. यही possibilities है sir. Thank you.
No, I think definitely wonderful discussion, and I have one question though for both of you from AI, point of view. I'm sure the audience would like to know from the point of quick bites that when it comes to artificial intelligence, how do they start implementing it? Because, the moment we use words which are really difficult to pronounce as well, it becomes derogatory at times or difficult at times to put it up into practice. So do you think that cost is something that will, make it difficult for people to adopt, or do you think it is, there are some ways, alternate ways? Could you suggest them for the audience?
So for artificial intelligence or EMR, basic how to proceed with. Ma'am is saying, if suppose there is a beginner person who is going to practice diabetes in his city, how to start with the technology. The basic ABCDs of technology. What we were talking since past 1 or 2 hours was specifically the utmost peak in the science at present in the world, which we were talking in past 1 hour. But at present, what should be the basic steps which should be taken? First basic step should be taken, try to have a record of your prescriptions. It doesn't matter it is electronic or physical. More better than that, physical to electronic. More better than that, from electronic to cloud-based, so that the space is more precisely used. So first step is to protect your own records which you are prescribing. If suppose I have prescribed, one of the very intelligent person, I was in some other country attending some meeting where I had presented my national papers. There he told me one thing: if you give me 100 of your prescriptions, my machine will start prescribing like you. 100 of your prescriptions, if that person is having, he will prescribe the same way you think. The same sir was saying, Dr. Bijmohan sir, he is an eminent senior physician of our city in Kanpur, very learned person, enthusiastic, working in field of diabetes since years. We had started seeing him as a pioneer in his field. He has asked that there is a threat of data being stolen. Try to protect it by passwords. Try to make the things, go and check it again. So just make a record of EMR and start doing it. If EMR is not available at your part, you just make your own specific data collection by simple computer and your own your USB drive. But start capturing the data. 5 data per day captured of different people will help you out. So just start. Person who wants to start EMR, start capturing data in any mode. Start doing it. After 1 year, you will have your own EMR. It is done.
Just to add to what Saurabh sir has said, actually it is very difficult to adapt to the EMR. It is very practical problem which we face each and every day. I am using EMR since past 11 years before it was regulated. So what I have learned is the first entry in EMR is difficult. After that it becomes very easy. Like anything, the first drive of a car is very difficult. Once you start driving it becomes very easy. So my practical tip to everyone who wants to use a EMR and we are heavily burdened with our OPDs is just put an assistant in along with you. Just let him put the first prescription in after all the clinic is over, all the clinical work is over. and you need to just pay him a little overtime and he or she will be able to put the data in. The next time the patient ABC is coming to you, you will only be needing to enter 10% of the points. 90% is already filled. Most of the medicines, it will automatically gather from your past data. That is what is known as machine learning. The machine learns from itself. So you need to just write the change medicine. You just need to write the new vitals. That's it. Your data is ready. Third time, it will be more easier. So the more you are doing it, it will become more easier. So the thing with EMR is get going. The first step is the most difficult step. So take the first step because data is the new dollar, I tell you.
Amit. I think the entire thing has been covered. Just to add to what Dr. Ritu asked, will it be costly? Well, it won't be actually. It would rather be a more economical option for the patients. And I think today, I think some of us have been using EMR, and the limitation that we see is that our EMRs are not unified. So now we need actually a unified platform wherein the data entry is going to be a uniform data entry. That's actually where the quality data will come. That has to come with, of course, Data Protection Act and the data protection rules has to be there. But once that is there, I think there will be an initial years where we will have to put in an effort to initiate that, just like we take a lot of initiatives in evidence-based medicine and patient care. But once that is done, I'm sure the flow from there is going to be very easy for all of us into adopting EMR. And the most important thing is the more and more people adopt, the more economical it's going to become. And what I've experienced, like Dr. Bharat said, he's got 11 years of experience, I've got about 7 years into EMR. And what I've seen is that the logistic part gets taken care of very easily. So this common things that you forget, when was the last time I did a creat, when was the last time I did a urine ACR, and you need to look back into the older prescription and you tell them, take out your prescription, let me see when was the last UACR done, or what was the last creatinine and the patient is on a metformin on a higher dose. I think those minimal errors gets much reduced, rather negligible, and you focus much on the quality of the treatment in that 10-15 minutes that you're spending on the patient. First data entry is always difficult, I completely agree with Dr. Bharat. After that, it's actually a smooth go thereafter. So basically what we are looking at is there should be a unified platform which should be, of course, governed by the health authorities, wherein all the data can get into a single portal, because that is actually the essence of using electronic medical records. So for example, it would be like if I as a diabetologist is entering the data, when the patient is visiting my friend nephrologist, he doesn't have to re-enter the data, but with a single unified ID, he gets to get all the patient's drug history, the medical history, the allergy history, previous drug records, and the job becomes much simpler and much easier for him. More importantly, imagine the amount of research that we can derive out of it and the amount of quality data that can derive out of it. And we should not shy away from sharing data. I must emphasize on this point, because unless we share the data, the cloud won't be able to pick up that and create AI algorithms. And without AI algorithms, EMR and precision medicine would not progress. But of course, it needs rules, and the protection acts must be there.
So definitely you asked the question that what is unified, specifically what we mean. At present we are using EMRs, all different EMRs. Someone is using someone is having its own customized to protect your own data. Specifically you are trying to do that. Who is having more protection? Unified means, suppose I refer a person to a ophthalmologist. Now he wants all the demographic data which he has been seeing since past many. I have several of fundal photos in my EMR, but he doesn't have an access to my EMR. So there should be a uniformity that all the persons can have an access, or you can also, now what we are doing at present at our centers, we have small links also. So a link can be generated and you can mail it to the person whom you are sending the patient for referral, and he can have all the demographic data of past 16 years if he wants to look in deep. So if there will be a body, it will be easy for each and everyone to access the data. And while accessing the data, have we studied about obstructive sleep apnea? So the ResMed people have developed a apnea link in air itself, and each and every device has its unique code, and that can be assessed by any of the physicians. But when his person is logging, his technician is logging, he have to use a unique ID. So who has done what he has prescribed, what changes have been done is easily. So the same way will happen for everything, and it should be unified. I think so we have reached to the time and lunch is awaiting.
Yes, thank you so much. I'll just quickly request all the speakers for a quick photograph, and then we can call this session off. But thank you so much. I think it was really meaningful to have the quick bites from all of you. It's starting from diabetes-specific nutrition to AI and to, of course, vaccination, which is now one.
All credit goes to Bansi sir and his vision.
Absolutely.
So that was a very interactive session, and thanks to all 4 rockstar young diabetologists from all over the nation, each and every part of nation, and that's the beauty of DiaCareCon. Thank you all of you.
can be also achieved if we find other methods of reducing the insulin levels, which was what done by the low carbohydrate diets. Low calorie diet, we all know that very low calorie diets are those with less than 800 calories of intake per day, and they can result in a very rapid improvement in both the glycemic parameters and also the weight reduction as early as 1 week. It was Lim et al. In 2011 who showed that insulin secretion can be normalized by using a low calorie diet of less than 600 calories within about 8 weeks of time. This led to the direct trial by Professor Roy Taylor. But what we must understand is low calorie diet is not a joke. It has serious repercussions, and if not done properly, there were almost 60 reported deaths in the literature while following the very low calorie diet. The reason being a lot of ventricular arrhythmias because of micronutrient deficiencies and also protein malnutrition. So, based on these reported deaths, the Codex standards of very low calorie diet was introduced, which made it mandatory for anybody who employs a low calorie diet to provide at least more than 50 grams of protein, also provide adequate essential amino acids and good quantity of micronutrients, because whenever you lose weight you need more quantity of micronutrients. So, with all that, there are further setbacks of the low calorie diet. One is the reduction of the lean mass and also the reduction in the resting metabolic rate, which can lead to a rebound weight gain and loss of remission over a period of time. That is what we are seeing in the direct trial, which started with 46% remission in the first year, is now having a 36% remission at the second year. Switching over to the low carbohydrate diets, which are now becoming popular both with the AD and the general public, you call it as a low carb diet when you give less than 130 grams of carbs per day, and ketogenic when it is less than 30 grams of carbs per day. A meta-analysis of 3 RCTs using a low carb diet showed a low remission rate of 10% when the definition included medication. Without medication, it was only 4%. In fact, tomorrow you have a talk by Dr. Anjana Mohan about reduction of carbohydrates and remission of diabetes. With the ketogenic diet, there is no RCT. It's just a parallel prospective study done by Verta, which showed a remission rate of 20% at 1 year. There are a lot of setbacks with the low carbohydrate diet. The low carbohydrate diet essentially focuses on the meal macronutrient composition alone, but forgets to take care of the person who eats the food. So, if you look at various variables, the meal macronutrient composition impacts the glucose AUC only by 16%. The rest of it, the other variables like age, sex, the BMI, the genetics, the HbA1c of that patient, the gut microbiome, and even the meal context, when the same food with the same low carbohydrate diet, whether it's taken for breakfast, lunch and dinner, can make a big impact on the AUC. And also to consider is, not everybody is sensitive to the carbohydrate content. There are people who are sensitive to the carbohydrate content in the meal and some who are not sensitive to the carbohydrate content of the meal. All this is not taken care of when we prescribe a low carbohydrate diet. So, to give you an overall picture, you can see the macronutrient composition is only about 16 to 30% impact on the AUC, whereas the rest of it depends on various individual factors such as the microbiome, the meal timing, the medication that the patient is taking, the timing of the meal, sleep that the patient has had, exercise, all of that will decide on the AUC for a particular meal for that particular person. So, we can see that when you employ the postprandial glucose response as the measure of healthy nutrition, the reason being it can directly impact on the insulin levels, thereby affecting the fat storage, and is also associated with multiple disease conditions such as diabetes, obesity, cardiovascular disease, and many other chronic metabolic conditions. And it is easily measurable parameter that we can all employ. And you can see that the dietary interventions which target the postprandial glucose also induce a very consistent change in the gut microbiota, thereby leading to a long-term change in the diabetes remission. In our study, which has already completed 1 year, the blood glucose measurement for 200 of our patients is about 65 lakhs measurements. And rather than just going by the food recall, which is usually done in most nutritional studies, we had an app installed where each meal of the patient was logged into the app, and you can see more than 1,40,000 meals were recorded by the patients into the app. So now let's say we did give a standard meal of 3 idlis to our patients, and based on the glycemic response we expect a particular kind of response. And you will be surprised to see the results that we had in our patients. You can see that there is so much of interpersonal variation that you see when the same food with the same macronutrients and calories were given to different patients. So that being the case, we also need to understand the postprandial glucose response to a particular meal, even for a particular individual, is not static. It can change dynamically over a period of time based on his change in the BMI, his HbA1c change, all of that. As you can see, 3 months in the program, this same set of patients had a better postprandial glycemic response to the same plate of idli that they had, which they did not have 6 months ago. So this is the key foundation of our trial, and you can see, putting it in a graphical format with a heat map, the patient's response with red in the beginning changing towards the green, showing that as their parameters improved, their glycemic response improved. We cannot expect to have patients on CGM and therefore also measure their postprandial glucose response and keep them on the CGM forever. We need to find some way of getting out of the CGM, and that can be only possible with machine learning and artificial intelligence, which can predict the postprandial glycemic response of for an individual. So here our engineers who are based in California and India, they used all these features, including the demographic information of a patient, his activity levels which are measured by the Fitbit watch, his sleep data again from the Fitbit watch, the blood test parameters, the food nutrition which was logged into the app, the recent glucose features, the medications that they were taking, the time of the day the meal was logged into the app. With all this, we were able to predict the post-meal glucose response without a CGM. Looking at the accuracy that we were able to achieve through this machine learning algorithms, you can see that this is a connected app which inputs all the data of the patient to the algorithm, which learns from the patient and then starts giving recommendations for that patient. Here we need to understand what is good food for one person may be bad food for another person. And this is always guided by a physician and a coach who guides the patient regarding medication change. And here is our actual CGM data of our patient. And if you look at the prediction that we were able to do for these patients, it was as accurate to the level of 7 milligrams per deciliter. This high level of accuracy, I will just show you, is the reason is because we did not depend only on the carbohydrate content of the food. As you can see from this study by Zivi et al., where if you use only the carbohydrate content of the food, you achieve a R value of only 0.38, and when you use all these personal characteristics of the patient, your accuracy improves to 0.68, and you can use the same prediction in patients with whom you don't have the CGM data. So you can see that with machine learning and artificial intelligence, our program was able to deliver nutritional recommendations via the app and with the guidance of doctors and coaches. But again, we cannot have patients on multiple sensors for a long time. As you can see, the digital twin or the avatar that we call learns from the patient and doesn't need more and more sensors as time goes. And you can see by 6 months, the only 2 sensors that we need is a body composition scale and a Fitbit watch. You don't even need the CGM. So we presented recently our 3 papers for the RCT of 6 months, which was submitted to the ADA conference recently, and ADA tweeted this particular artificial intelligence statement, which showed a significant rate of remission compared to standard care. And we had 3 presentations. One was by Professor Joshi, and we had 2 poster presentations, and we also had a media presentation at the ADA, which is quite rare, where the ADA president, Dr. Joshi, and our chief medical officer and myself were there. And I'll just show you the RCT results that we did. Just before that, I would like to show you the study design, where this is an actual randomized study which was registered on the CTRI website, and we included patients of less than 8 years of duration, whereas the direct trial had only patients of less than 6 years. There was no limit on the HbA1c inclusion criteria, whereas the direct trial had a 9% cutoff. We had about 12 patients on insulin, while the direct trial did not have patients on insulin. So with this design, when we started the study, with this CGM we could see a significant reduction of time above range within 30 days of time. And you can see that the reduction of time above range was maintained throughout this 6 months period compared to the controls who are at a much higher level. The same improvement can also be seen in the time in range, the estimated A1C, the HbA1c, as you can see, which started from 8.4, reached a mean level of 5.7 in 6 months of time. And the curious part is the diabetes medication change. You can see that within 30 days of time, all these patients who started with 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5 medications at baseline in the intervention arm were able to get off medication within 30 days of time, which is unimaginable. And only a small percentage of patients who did not achieve remission by the current standards of care, of definition of remission, was on metformin. Whereas on the control arm, as we see in the real world, they had to take more and more medications to improve their HbA1c. You can see that on the right hand side. Like I said, fasting insulin is a key factor in remission, and you can see how there is a good difference of fasting insulin from baseline to 6 months in the intervention arm compared to the control arm. We have also demonstrated improvement in the pathophysiology of diabetes getting better with improvement in HOMA2-IR and also the HOMA2-B in the 6 months of time in the intervention arm. And we were lucky to have Professor Taylor also by the side with his own poster. Why I put up this poster is basically to say we should not be enthused with Western data, and we cannot easily extrapolate population data to our population. We found significant difference of the numbers when we compared it to the direct trial. I will be just showing it in a minute. So you can see here on the right hand side the direct trial with varying degrees of weight loss, there was a significant change in the rates of remission. Whereas in our Indian population, you can see 5 out of 6 patients who even gained weight were able to achieve remission. And you can see we had a significant number of patients who lost 5 kg, 5 to 10 kg, and we had 63 patients who lost more than 10 kg, and we have about 39 patients who lost more than 15 kg. And you can see that as the weight loss increases, the remission rate improves. But this is totally not matching or going along with the direct trial results. And you can see that the baseline HbA1c of the direct trial was somewhere above 7, while we started at 8.9, and you can see we had a 3.3% A1C reduction, and our remission rate was much higher at 84%. Compare that to 46% achieved in the direct trial. Along with that, we also saw a lot of improvement in the other parameters like hypertension, dyslipidemia, obesity, and also NFLD. And we have a series of publications which we have provided as evidence to the medical community. I just won't go through each one of them. We have about 33 publications in the conferences and various journals. What I would like to say in the end is that big data has to be tamed by artificial intelligence and machine learning, and that's what we are doing at Digital Twin. We are not replacing doctors. We are enabling doctors to achieve remission through the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning. And I would like to thank my team of Dr. Joshi, who is our Chief Medical Scientist, Dr. Bansi Sabu, Dr. Suresh, and Dr. Kaufman, who is the former EDA President, who are the key opinion leaders for our company, along with my other principal investigators, Dr. Mala Dharmalingam, Dr. Arun, Dr. Ashok, and all my other colleagues at Twin. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paramas sir, for your wonderful talk and acknowledge us in the field of technology in diabetes. So we will move forward for our second talk. I would like to invite our second speaker, Dr. Amit Gupta sir. Please sir. And he is the fellow diabetes in India, DIP Diabetes in Cardiff, UK, Director of Center for Diabetes Care, Greater Noida, co-founder of DTEC, member of Membership Advisory Group of American Diabetic Association, advisor to ADAs in Public Health and Epidemiology, reviewer of Endocrine Practice, ACE Case Report, Clinical Diabetology, and executive editor of Sadikot International Textbook of Diabetes and RSSDI Proceeding 2022. So I would like to welcome you, Dr.
Point of care testing in management of diabetes. I am not going to burden you with a lot of data and a lot of information. I would just begin my talk by asking three simple questions. That all of us are using some kind of point of care devices or testing in our clinical practice, routine clinical practice. If I ask you to name three most common devices, I think it is very easy to guess which we are using. Number one, we are using a glucometer. Number one, we are using a BP instrument. It is also a point of care device. And number three, we are using an ECG machine. So when we talk about non-communicable diseases, these three devices are very, very simple, which we are using very regularly in our clinical practice. And they are so integral to our clinical practice that if we don't measure BP, if we don't check blood sugar is almost now regarded as the fifth vital sign. So our vital recording is considered incomplete. And now there are many algorithms which are at the same time of recording blood pressure, they are also taking some ECG track also with the help of some devices, maybe 1 lead, 2 lead. At least you can diagnose atrial fibrillation with that if you are not looking at the pulse. So with this context, I would like to tell you that now the technology has advanced rapidly over the last decade, and now there are many more things which can be added to our clinics and can improve the lives of patients with diabetes. So the workflow has changed. We knew that first of all we would like a patient, you ordered a certain test, patient goes back to the lab, tests are conducted, then the patient comes back to you after some time, maybe after interval of some day, and may not come back again at all. So we may miss the opportunity to testing these patients and knowing their results. But now with the availability of certain point of care devices, you have this opportunity and you can actually bring down this, actually reduce the frequency of these events and more focused on your care point. So I'm not going in detail of these definitions, but these are definitions which are given, and these are the POCT which are defined by American College of Pathologists, as well as the other definitions are there. But there are certain key tests which can be done now at the point of care. These include HbA1c, lipid profile, albumin creatinine ratio, and we all know CRP and urine analysis with the dipsticks can also be done. Just to tell you that these are the different point of care devices which can be classified on the basis of their operation, utility, sampling, result reporting, cost analysis, and again you can classify them on the basis of disposable, reusable, multifunctional, clinic, field, invasive, non-invasive, visible, electronic display, low, high, qualitative, semi-quantitative, quantitative, and there are multiple. On the blue side you can see the different tests which fall into this category. So what are the, let us first address the problem. What are the barriers in using point of care devices in India? One is the patient's perspective. Sometimes patient may not like to do the test at the same time the patient wants, is having the consultation. There may be some financial restraints. Also, sometimes patient may be afraid also. How many times we have seen that you ask a relative, now there is a concept of opportunistic screening. If we find any of the relative who is on the obese side and there is a strong family history, then it is said that it is better to screen those patients at your clinic at that point of time. They may be having hypertension, they may be having diabetes. But if you tell the relative that I want to test your blood sugar even for free, he will simply say that I don't want to test my blood sugar. The simple reason being he is afraid of getting diagnosed with the diabetes. If you ask somebody just we want to check your blood pressure, many of these people may be avoiding the checking of the blood pressure simply because they are afraid that they don't want to be tested, they don't want to know that they are having some sort of disease. So this is again a major barrier, and many a times you prescribe a test and patient may not be having an access to the lab. For example, it is particularly true for the tier 2, 3 or sometimes rural areas where if you write an HbA1c, the patient may not be able to do it. Also, as a doctor, since we have not used these devices a lot of time, we also had our doubts. We were never sure that what kind of results these devices will give. What will happen if the patient compares this result with the lab result? What will happen if the result does not match? How I am going to justify that the HbA1c on point of care device is this and from the lab is coming like this? So these are the doubts which we had in our mind, and there is a lot of evidence which says that it is now the device are as good as any other lab. Patient burdens, we are busy in our clinical practice, so we just want to write and then we don't want to see the patient again, because it obviously takes more time of yours. When you ask the patient to do a POCD test, the patient does the POCD test and again comes back to you. So in one consultation he is coming twice to your chamber, one before the test and one after the test. So this may again add burden to your busy clinical practice. So this may be one of the inertia. And sometimes we may have we may not have the staff who is expert in handling these facilities. For example, you cannot do each and every work on your own. For example, if you want to do a urine dipstick or you want to do a urine ACR, HbA1c point of care, fundus examination point of care, you may not be able to do it on your own. So you need to build the capacity building of your staff. So most of these steps should be able, your staff should be able to carry out. And sometimes we may also have issues related to the infrastructure, regulatory issues, and the financial management and the workforce management. So these are the challenges where we find it difficult, and these are the major identified barriers in using point of care devices in India. So key point of care devices I have already listed. So what new can be added, I have already spoken about. So just look at this few examples. You can say that this is one of the study in which more than 42,000 patients record in US were retrospectively evaluated for the adherence, and they found that the compliance with recommended frequency of HbA1c tested was only less than 7% at the recommended frequency for HbA1c, when the POCT devices were not used. So you just imagine that only less than 7% of the patients, they were getting their HbA1c tested in time as per the guidelines or as per the doctor's prescription, and 93% of them were not getting it tested at the right time. Also, the treatment frequency is important, and this study reported that almost 70% of the patients who were tested and treated according to the ADA guidelines, they met HbA1c goals if their HbA1c was done at time. And only 30% were able to meet the HbA1c goals if they did not meet guidelines for either testing frequency or the treatment modification. So this forms the part of the clinical inertia or the therapeutic inertia. So what are the advantages which can be observed with a POCT, HbA1c versus lab for the management of the diabetes and comorbidity? So increased compliance with the testing frequency can be there. Better glycemic control, studies have shown that. There can be operational and economic efficiency. We say that operational and economic efficiency because in one consultation everything is being done. The patient need not to travel back to home, need not to order the lab test, need not to collect the reports again, and again he need not to come back to your clinic just to discuss the report. So all these things can be addressed at single visit if you have this kind of point of care device in our clinical practice. Also better care for underprivileged populations, because these devices can be moved to the area where you want. They just need a electricity connection, and they doesn't require very tight temperature controls and other regulations, so simply can be used at multiple settings and multiple point of time. So this is what we discussed in this slide. Also, it has been already discussed, the increased compliance with testing frequency, and there is a reduction in HbA1c. And there is also the doctors who tend to see HbA1c more regularly, they are more likely to address the therapeutic issues also. Let me put one of the simplest examination. For example, a patient comes to you and patient tells you that, as most of our patients will do, I am having a good control of blood sugar. You will ask, how many times did you test? The patient will say, I tested only 1 or twice. You will ask the patient to test the random blood glucose level at that point of time. And suppose the random blood glucose comes out to be better. You say it is 150 or 160. So you miss the opportunity if the HbA1c is not done at that point of time and you don't see the HbA1c. Most of us, what we will do is we will simply repeat the prescription, assuming that the patient is saying right and patient is having good control. But this is also, I think all of you will agree that in most of the cases, if you do an HbA1c, you will always find that there is some discrepancy, and most of the patients, they may not be having that tight control as seen in the their current report. So this kind of issues can be addressed immediately if we are using a device which is giving us the report immediately, and you can actually modify the treatment. And this is also true for hypoglycemia. Patient may also be having hypoglycemia, and we may miss hypoglycemias also, because if the HbA1c turns out to be 6, sometimes even 5.8, then we know that if somebody is on OHA like sulfonylureas or somebody on insulin, then there is greater possibility that these patients may also be experiencing some episodes of hypoglycemia, which we are likely to miss. So this is a slide which shows that the clinics or the settings where the POCT was used in comparison to the central lab, the HbA1c was relatively better when compared to the lab, simply because the treatment intensification could be done in time. Also, this is the workflow just to show that the point of care reduces steps and inefficiencies, and we all know that what are the steps which are usually there and what can be done in POC setting. So the impact on workflow has been assessed at multiple settings, and it is seen that the visit schedule can drop down by 80%, revisiting of the patient if certain tests can be done at the point of time. Venous blood collections can also go down by 75%, and the therapy discussion at the first appointment multiplies by a factor of 5.3, and this has been seen in the study by the Petzer et al. In 2018. And this is the impact on the workflow reported by the Petzer et al. And they found that based on 40-hour work we calculated for 1,000 patients, average time saving was 15 days. So over a period of time, this is the time which somebody actually saves. How does it changes the workflow with POCT like HbA1c? Now lipid profile, we know that we can also do non-fasting lipid profile in our patients every time the fasting is not required, unless until you find that the triglyceride levels are very, very high, more than 500. With POCT, 89% fewer follow-up phone calls were required, 85% fewer follow-up letters. The letters we don't give in our clinical practice, but this is the practice in the most of the foreign countries where the patients, they actually get emails or the letters from the consultant they are consulting, and revisits actually came down by 61%. So the cost saving from the improved efficiency was to the tune of almost $25 per patient. So this is again the same kind of setting. I am not going to go into details of that. And again, this shows that the impact on the workflow can save some money also and can be actually beneficial for the patient. So now look at the impact on the satisfaction. So what is the impact on the satisfaction? This is the response of 298 patients that has been recorded. And it says that one of the questions that was asked, that how did you experience the finger stick blood collection in comparison to a venous blood collection? And 62.1% of the patients said that they are happy that their HbA1c has been tested without a venipuncture. When asked which one would you prefer, again going back to the finger stick or the venous blood collection, 49.4% they said that they will prefer a finger stick blood collection, while to some it did not matter. Also, so HbA1c value is being tested directly in your physician's office. So do you see an advantage in this approach? So 82.6% of the patient, they said that yes, this is an advantage. I would just like to share my personal experience with you. I was also like any one of you or any one of us who is not using a point of care devices, I was also skeptical, and I was delaying the adoption of a POCT device in my clinic. So this was a routine that I was ordering the HbA1c test, the patient was coming back. Last year in the month of September or October, I got my POCT device. So after that, what I have observed is that the HbA1c actually, most of the patients, 90% of my patients, they will agree to do a point of care HbA1c at that point of time only. Even the course doesn't matter to them, because the time is also very less. And when you tell them that they need not to come again, this is totally personal experience, which I am sharing with you. So this is what I experienced in the clinical practice. So impact on satisfaction, again reported by the Lawrence et al. So collection process, confidence in the process, the confidence in the results, convenience, cost, disease management. So there are multiple factors which are there, and most of them, they have been given a hands up by the patients when it comes to the patient satisfaction surveys. So I will just skip these slides for the lack of time. So because we have already covered that point. So what are the advantages and the critical aspects of the point care testing? So HbA1c, we know, is the biomarker and the gold standard method right now for the diagnosis of the diabetes. Tomorrow we may have something new. And international guidelines recommend keeping a track of HbA1c at least every 3 months in patients that are off target and or after a therapeutic change, and 2 annual measurements to be conducted in at least all the patients. In addition, most of the international guidelines, they have included HbA1c measurement among the methods for the diagnosis also, and therefore using the POC HbA1c testing can be relied on to monitor for pre-diabetes, type 1 or type 2 diabetes effectively. What are the clinical advantages for diabetes management? Improved turnaround time, it takes only less than 5 minutes. So it shortens the pre-analytical, analytical and the post-analytical steps. There is a reduced therapeutic turnaround time. Rapid results will facilitate the patient management. Improved monitoring of certain conditions which require where frequent testing is desirable. Improved convenience, also smaller sample volumes, just a finger prick, and ability to provide laboratory tests in remote locations or outside laboratory hours. And the POCT may offer economic benefits in terms of reduced clinical visits and length of hospital stay and the hospital admission. This is a very, very good paper, and I think you should all read this paper, because this is the recommendation for in-clinic POCT for diabetes management in India. And Dr. Bansi Sabu, who is the organizing chairman for this conference, happens to be the first author for this paper. So I think it is a very good read, and it gives us a lot of information about this, what is the current status and recommendation of the point of care devices in diabetes management in India. So any point of care HbA1c device should have an acceptable performance. It should be standardized to be at least NGSP certified, simplified operations, and it should be having a good memory to store and capability to share the data also with the clinical management software. We can also test lipid parameters. We can also test for the albumin-creatinine ratio, and urine ACR can be calculated. And HbA1c results should be reported in both NGSP and IFCC units along with EAG, because these two standards, because in European countries or the US, the IFCC reporting is used. So what I would say is that no result is better than a wrong result, and in clinic POCT should give an information error code, and no result should be reported displayed when a correct result may not be possible. So there are machines which are having that kind of quality embedded, rather than reporting any sample which they find that it is the report could be wrong. They will simply say that the report could the test could not be run, or there is an error. So that you are warned that there is some error, so you can go back to the laboratory testing when required. So if such kind of feature are there, then it makes this very important. Also, I would say that this is not the HbA1c urine ACR lipid profile. Now we have AI-based smartphone cameras which can be used for the detection of the diabetic retinopathy, and they are very, very useful again, because you need not to dilate the pupil for these patients, and even non-mediatic fundus examination can be carried out. And many of us may not be expert in reading these images. Some of these images are very obvious, and anyone who would see these images will say that this patient is certainly having some diabetic retinopathy, and you will refer it to some ophthalmologist. But sometimes there may be very small microaneurysm or very small hemorrhage which you may miss. So AI-based feature allows of this instrument allows you to detect the diabetic retinopathy in time, and the sensitivity and the specificity of AI-backed algorithms are now more than 90%, and in some instrument it is even more than 95%. This is just to show that we are using point of care devices in our clinic. All kinds of point of care devices we use just to see what we can do best for our patients. My own experience with POCT, I find it very convenient. Low cost maintenance, requires very less space. You can just see that on just one table you can put it and nothing else is required. There is nothing like spilling of blood or anything. It is the dry chemistry which is there. So easy to perform. Training is very simple. It will take only a few minutes to train your staff, and the more patients they get ready for POCT as results are available immediately. It definitely improves care, allows us to detect complications early, and it is also the cost effective. So what are the limitations in Indian healthcare system? We know that there is less manpower, there are regulatory issues, inadequate infrastructure, communication gap between the doctors and the patient, and there is implications of using POCT devices in India. We know that low turnaround time, personalized diagnostic, early detection and proper planning of the treatment, but these things should be remembered when we are using a POCT device in our clinical practice. They should be affordable, sensitive, specific, user-friendly, rapid and robust, equipment-free, and delivered to the needy. So with this, I would like to thank you, and I will request all of you who are interested in technology, do visit Technology Pavilion at 4 p.m. at level 1 at Iliad 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta sir. It was a nice presentation on point of care testing. Now we will move to our next session. Next session is by Dr. Om Lakhani. He is a consultant endocrinologist at Zydus Hospital, Ahmedabad. He is MD DNB endocrinology. He is a developer of North Endocrinology app. Dr. Om sir.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. So, this is a thought experiment which I always try to play with myself, and perhaps, I'll allow you to do as well. Imagine that you have type 1, I hope it doesn't happen in real life, but imagine that you have type 1 diabetes yourself, or someone close to you, right? Maybe a close family member, or maybe somebody who you are taking care of very closely, develops type 1 diabetes. Second, money is not an issue. And third, you know everything what needs to be known about this field, and as most of you do. What kind of treatment would you do for yourself or for your close family member with type 1 diabetes? And in the next few slides, if I have type 1 diabetes, or if someone close to me develops type 1 diabetes, this is exactly what I'm going to do, right? And that's what we are going to discuss in the next few slides. So we are going to talk about journey to closed loop insulin devices. Where are we in India? So what's a closed loop insulin pump? Now, the human body is designed in a very intricate way, right? You have the pancreas, which is a very sophisticated organ, and we have so much technological advancements. You have machine learning, your AI, and yet we have not been able to replicate the beauty of the pancreas, right? So remember, your pancreatic beta cell itself, every beta cell is a closed loop device in itself. It has a sensor as well as a process to release insulin in response to the glucose level. So that is what we are trying to replicate with this machine, right? So what this machine does, or what a closed loop device does, it senses the glucose through the continuous glucose monitor. It communicates with the insulin pump regarding the current glucose level, and based on the glucose level, the insulin is released, and then the cycle is completed. So it's a closed loop. This is a closed loop device. I think a real life example of a closed loop device would be our air conditioner. Switch on an air conditioner, you set the temperature to, let's say, 26 degrees, right? And if the temperature increases, the air conditioner will start and it will bring the temperature down. If the temperature reduces, the air conditioner will stop and bring the temperature up, right? So the same way, this is what a closed loop device does. It senses the glucose through the CGM and then communicates with the pump to deliver the insulin. So this is a closed loop insulin device. Now, of course, we can make it more sophisticated, and remember I told you that almost every single beta cell is actually 1,000 times more sophisticated than any device we have been able to manufacture. Also remember, apart from beta cells, there are also alpha cells. There is glucagon. It's the opposite action which is there in the human body. So it's a very sophisticated system, and we have tried our best, but so far we have not even come close to it, right? So that's the challenge which we are all facing. So the JDRF has divided 6 levels of closed loop insulin device. So there was a consensus conference where they looked at what to call as a closed loop device, and then talked about what are the various generations of closed loop device which can develop, right? So there are 6 generations. So anybody who is interested in closed loop should know this classification. So the first one is what is known as a very low glucose insulin off pump. It's a very simple device. What it does is when the glucose goes low, the pump gets shut off, right? Very simple, right? So if the blood, let's say you set the threshold to 60 milligram per deciliter. So if the blood glucose goes to less than 60, the pump will shut off, right? We have this pump available in India. It's called the Medtronic VO. Well, most of the pumps that we have are from our sponsors right now, Medtronic. So most pumps, majority of the pumps in India available are through Medtronic. So we'll be mainly talking about those pumps. Then you have the hypoglycemia minimizer. What it does is it has a predictive threshold suspend. So when the blood sugar is crashing towards the low side, then before it goes to low, it switches it off, right? So it means that, let's say you are going to meet an accident. Before you meet an accident, you press the brake, right? Not after you meet the accident. So that is what a predictive threshold does. So if the blood glucose is rapidly falling, right, then the pump can predict that this is what is going to happen, and it shuts off the pump before the patient goes into hypoglycemia, right? So these are the two things, right? These are the first generation pumps. And then you have the second generation pump, and that is what in India we are currently at the second generation. So that is stage 4 pump that we have, that is automated basal or hybrid closed loop device. Now, the earlier generation pump can predict hypoglycemia, but they can do nothing for hyperglycemia. So if your blood sugar goes up, then you have to manually intervene. But now currently we have 670G in the US and 780G both in US and India, which is available in India. This is the hybrid closed loop device. So what this does is that if your sugar goes low or it's going towards low, predictively it shuts off the pump and reduces the insulin dose or closes it. But if the sugar goes high, it can recalibrate the dose and increase the basal insulin dose, right? So this is a automated basal or a hybrid closed loop device. And then the next generation would be a fully automated insulin closed loop device. Now remember, currently a 780G pump, which we have available in India, can only control the basal insulin rate. It can only control the basal rate. But if you're going to have a meal, if you're going to eat something, then you'll have to input what you're going to eat, right? The carbohydrate content of that, and manually take the bolus, right? So the bolus is still manual, but basal is automated. But the next generation pumps, which is generation 5, what they will be able to do is that they would also be able to, predict how much bolus of insulin to give based on what glucose you are going to take, right? We talked about machine learning today and how we could, predict the glycemic response to foods, as we already, a lot of work has been done in that, right? So that when integrated with your existing basal pump, right, can automate this entire process. And this is, imagine, this is what our primitive human body has been doing for many years, right? Not only in us, in almost all the mammals, right? So we are far behind nature in terms of technology. That is what I would say. And finally, we will have the fully automated multi-hormone closed loop device, which is generation 6. Interestingly, the clinical trials have already been published for similar pumps, right? So generation 6 looks like a hypothetical scenario, but there are published clinical trials on generation 6 pumps. One of them is known as Islet. It's of course not available in India yet. But what it does is it has multiple hormones, just like your human pancreas. It has glucose, it has insulin, it has glucagon, it has other hormones also you can incorporate. And what it can do is that, based on the situation where you are, if your glucose goes low, then of course it will shut off the insulin, but it also release glucagon, right? And vice versa. So it can do multiple of these things, and that's a third generation pump. So, I talked to you about the thought experiment that if you or your family member develops type 1 diabetes, what would you do, right? For me, it's a no-brainer, right? I'll straight away call the Medtronic guy and say that, give me a 780G pump today, right? And, take my money, right? It's like that, right? But, that's what we'll do. Unfortunately, a lot of our patients do not really go through that route, it's like this, that, if I put you in the middle of the sea, right? There are 3 things you can do. One, of course, you can say that, yeah, kuch nahi hoga sakta mera, right? I'll just sink, right? Second, maybe you will swim and you will try, ke kuch to karke life bache, right? Maybe, maybe you'll succeed, maybe you'll not, who knows, but at least you're trying, right? And there's a third category which says that, I don't want to sink also, I don't want to swim also. I want to live, but I don't want to swim, right? So they'll pray that, yaar, Bhagwan bacha lo, right? So, it's like that saying that, Bhagwan bhi aake bole 3 baar to maine boat bheji, but you did not take that boat, right? It's like that. So, the same thing, unfortunate to say that lot of our patients with type 1 diabetes, this is what they are going through, They are praying for a miracle to happen. The thing is that the miracle has already happened, right? They're not seeing it in front of them. So that is what is really a problem. But the second challenge is that the speed of development of these devices is extremely slow. And you can understand why, right? So anybody who has, had any correlation with any pharma company, how much time it takes for a drug to develop, right? You have the phase 1 clinical trial, phase 2 trials, phase 3 trials. The same amount of time takes for a device also to develop, right? And a device which is updated also takes time, right? It has to go through a long series of regulatory process, right? And these drugs, they're so expensive. They also take the cost of the research which is involved in that when you are paying ultimately, right? The same thing also happens with electronic and medical devices. If I put a pacemaker in you, right? You are not only paying for the pacemaker, but you are also paying for the amount of money Medtronic has done for research for making that pacemaker available to you, right? So in that sense, drug discovery is faster in a sense because it's a mass production device, but insulin pumps and other things, though these companies are interested, the development is very slow because it is very expensive and the end users are very small number, right? The number of type 1 patients, if this disease was for a large population, you would have, very sophisticated pumps already available in the planet, right? But unfortunately, you are dealing with a minority which unfortunately do not have much purchasing power also. So frustrated with this kind of situation, there were a lot of parents who were put in the middle of the sea and they decided that enough is enough, we will not sink, we'll try to swim, right? And they launched a movement which is called Do It Yourself, right? It's something which is very proud to say that on 8th September 2022, one day prior, one of these initiatives, which is called the Open APS project, Open Artificial Pancreas project, published an article in New England Journal of Medicine just one day prior to this lecture, right? This is perhaps the finest example of how patient advocacy, right, can help change the lives of the patients themselves, right? These are normal people, parents like you and me, who probably thought that, I want to do better for my child, and if the companies are not doing it, I'll start doing it myself, right? And this is what ultimately happened. So this was a do-it-yourself movement or DIAPS movement, and they got together with a simple hashtag called We Are Not Waiting, right? And there's another movement called DDads movement, right? Well, there's a lot of contribution done by DDads. DDads are dads of diabetic patients, right? And how they have contributed to the world, right? So what is DIY? DIY is do it yourself, right? So what these people said that if these companies are not going to make artificial pancreas or sophisticated pumps, we'll do it ourselves. So what they did was, right, like I said, regulatory issues hamper the process of development very slowly, and the development is very costly, right? So end of the day, a 780G pump still costs you about 7 to 8 lakh rupees, right? But if you're a programmer or you're a biomedical engineer, and if you can make an app or a device yourself, maybe at a cheaper cost, you might be able to do a better job, right? So there are some examples of these DIY things which have really been successful, and the first and the most simplest one was what was known as a Night Scout device, right? So what these people did, right? And now it seems very intuitive, that it was very simple, but at that point of time when this started, it was not that simple, right? So what happens is that the CGM device which you have, right, it reads the glucose value, right? But this glucose value is stored in the device which you're using. What if you could take these values and put it on a cloud, so that, let's say, I am a father of a type 1 child and my child is playing, right, or child is in another city living in a hostel, right? If I could look at her sugar values sitting at home, how simple it would be for me, right? It's a simple life for me. So that is what they did with Night Scout. So this is actually a DDAD, right? A father of a type 1 girl whose child actually went to college. And what he did was he hacked the CGM device, he put the data, put it on cloud, and he could then sit at home and access his child's data and feel safer and could intervene if the child develops severe hypoglycemia or hyperglycemia, right? So this is Night Scout. They opened a Facebook page, believe you or not, right? Social media is very successful in that sense. They opened a Facebook page, got people together, a lot of people contributed to this, and now it's actually a easily available project called the Night Scout. You can use any CGM device and convert it into, take the data from that and put it on cloud. As a parent, you can sit at home and monitor that, right? The other one, perhaps the most successful one, is this guy. What you see here is called Edward Damiano, Edward Damiano is a biomedical engineer himself, right, from Boston University. He said, if he's a father of a type 1 child, he said, if anybody in the world can do it, I can do it, right? I have access to Harvard, I have access to the best technology, I am a biomedical engineer myself. If I can do it, if nobody else can do it, I can do it, right? So he started working on this called islet, right? Again, islet, there have already been publications for that in New England Journal of Medicine. Islet is the world's first bihormonal artificial pancreas which uses insulin and glucagon, right? Initially they started with the standard Medtronic pump and used a software application which they developed, but now they actually made a device, and this device is going to be approved very soon by US FDA and going to be available in the markets very soon. There is another company called the Bigfoot Biomedical Tech, which was started by 3 DDads, and they, make simple devices. For example, they have recently made a pen cap which works with any insulin pen, right? When you attach it to that, it will guide you how much dose of insulin to take, which makes it very simple, right? We already talked about Night Scout, and there's something called Riley Link. Riley Link is a device which interconnects the iPhone with the insulin pump, right? Now, with this device, your iPhone can then communicate with the insulin pump, right? So these are all initiatives taken by patients themselves. These are not companies, these are not Medtronic, or these are not, Abbott. These are normal people like you and me who have taken initiatives to help their own children, right? And then hence help the society as well. So to make a DIY pump, right? Let's say, you want to do it yourself. You need 3 things. You need a CGM, you need a pump, and you need a smartphone or a computer which can connect the two, right? So a CGM device, the data from should be read. So you take the data from the CGM, put it on a cloud, which can be done through Night Scout. There are also many apps currently available called Glimp for Android, or you have Spike for iOS, which you can use. You can use third-party devices which can convert this NFC into Bluetooth, like Bluecon, etc. The pump should be loopable, right? Which means, and Medtronic will not like it, you require an older generation Medtronic pump. Why? Because older generation Medtronic pump could be hacked, right? Newer generations cannot be, right? So you hack the older pump, right? And then you communicate, you replace the software and use your smartphone to control the pump, right? So this is what was DIY, right? So again, like I said, there have been DIY protocols. Remember, you require software as well, right? You require somebody to say that how much insulin should be delivered based on the glucose, and this is done by 3 open source platforms. One is called OpenAPS, other is called Android APS, and third one is called Loop. And the CREATE trial, which was just published yesterday, was using OpenAPS, right? So this is open source. Open source means anybody can contribute. You and I can also, if you know a little bit of programming, can help move this movement forward. So where do we stand as far as closed loop device is concerned, right? So we are actually very happy that in India we have perhaps currently the most advanced commercially available insulin pump, that's the 780G, right? We have it available in India. Of course it is expensive, right? Nothing which is good comes cheap, that's for sure. But, this is something I always say whenever I talk about insulin pump. If you have a child, right, this pump costs 7 to 8 lakh rupees. Any car you take, right? Even, a simplest Maruti Alto highest version probably will cost you 6 to 7 lakhs, right? So, when I have parents come to me, right, middle class parents like you and me, who come and say that, sir, 7 lakhs we cannot afford, right? This is what I tell them. If you can afford a car, I'm sure very well you can afford a pump, right? This pump will actually make a bigger difference to your child's life than the car, right? That's as simple as that, right? So that is the important thing. It is definitely expensive. I am sure not everybody can afford 7 to 8 lakh rupees, but at the end of the day, it really changes the life of patients. You're seeing time in range improve like, miraculously. We of course have small but significant, participation in the DIY movement also. In fact, very interestingly, Dr. Jyoti there has a detailed article on DIY, right? You can go through that, it's easily available, right? A beautiful article on the entire aspect, right from history to the current status of the DIY app. And you have Jaz here, who is, who uses a DIY pump herself, right? So it's a photo taken from perhaps I think Diabetic Neuropathy only somewhere, maybe a couple of years back, right? So we have some participation as far as the closed loop is concerned, but unfortunately we are still very far away. And I'll tell you, we have a lot more potential. And what's really hurting me is that unfortunately the potential is much more than what we are really doing, right? So where can we go from here? And again, we have a tremendous pool of talent in the engineering space. Almost, you take any society, you might take my own building, we have 15 engineers in our building, right? Or some 15 people who have done some engineering degree, right? Everyone has, family members who are engineers, right? So once my brother-in-law is an engineer, I talked to him that, we're talking about CGM devices. And he said, this is very basic technology. So simple, right? But then why are you not doing it? That's the question. You know, you have so many seats for biomedical engineering. Where is the Indian pump? I don't see it, right? Where is the Indian Medtronic? Where is the Indian, you know, Abbott, right? We don't have that. Why is it? Why is it, right? I don't know, right? So we have a lot of engineering talent, and they really need to work with clinicians to make devices which are useful to real life people, right? The technology from these pumps is very basic, right? Even your smartphone is 10 times more sophisticated than any Medtronic pump, right? It's that big you know, problem, right? Thankfully, our regulatory systems are very friendly, right? It's a loophole, right? But to get an approval is much easier in India. And if we have this available, why not do it, right? It's much more complex and difficult. You know, I had some friends who wanted to start a company in the US, some technology, healthcare technology. I told them, don't do it, right? You will burn your fingers, and now they're burning their fingers and they're coming back to me, right? It's very expensive, difficult. You need lawyers, you need you know, advisors, you know, a lot of things in US. In India, it's much more simpler, right? Of course, you know, if we do this, we'd be leading the way in the field of diabetes technology, which is the last slide, and not following the West. We should be the leaders, right? You know, in terms of numbers, we have a huge pool of type 1 diabetes patients. We have, you know, a lot of engineers, we have a lot of brilliant doctors, right? Why are we still far away? So we should be leading the way, and we should, you know, we need better coordination between the engineering and medical field for this to happen, right? And all this seems very trivial, but, you know, let me tell you, as of 2022 September, the most number of paper published, right, comes from China, right? China, a country which doesn't even speak English, have maximum number of medical publications published every year since the last decade, right? 10 years back, they had almost nothing. If you search for any literature right now, almost every NEJM copy you pick up, any Lancet copy you pick up, you'll have one article from a Chinese consortium, right? They are swimming, they are not sinking, they are not praying, right? They're swimming. And that is what we also need to do. And we have, like I said, could be the leaders in the technology space. You know, we might not be leaders in perhaps other spaces, right? But in space of technology, we can definitely be the leaders, right? So the take-home message is, this is what is a closed-loop device. So there are 6 generations of artificial insulin, of what is known as artificial pancreas or closed-loop devices. We have a few pumps in India, 620 and 640Gs and 780G, which are available. And we have some participation in the DIY movement, which could be much more. The do-it-yourself movement, it's a changing device, you know, this is changing the device and industry. I think, you know, a lot of participation from the open systems, and it's going to, you know, like I said, we are really taking this forward. And most importantly, we have, I think this is the biggest pain point. We have a lot of potential, and we definitely need to do more, right? Not just follow the West, lead them, right? And we need to have a better coordination between engineering and medical field for this to happen. Now, we are very happy that, you know, we have the DTech Accelerator today, where you know, the organizers are connecting the finance system with the, you know, with the startups, right? But we, of course, need much more coordination in this field to have, you know, better participation here. Thank you for patience.
Thank you very much, Dr. Om Lakhani, for your beautiful talk, and I'm sure we got so many new things regarding technology and the insulin pump. And now session is open for discussion and question answer. If anyone having any question or you need to ask anything to our speaker, then you can ask.
Yeah. So good question, sir. And that's another challenge. The problem is, you will require the cannula and the cannula set, which needs to be changed every 3 to 4 days, which is costly. Of course, you need insulin as well. You know, you can use a single insulin here. So these are generally the running cost. The sensor, of course, you know, you have sensor augmented pumps, so they'll require sensors which need to be changed every 7 days at current Medtronic sensors. So roughly, the monthly expense could come to around 10 to 12,000 rupees for sure, right? So that's a monthly running cost. But again, if you make an analogy to car, right? If you buy a 7 lakh car, you'll be still spending 3 to 5,000 rupees on petrol, right? So again, it's same as car, right? So I'll say almost the same, right? But yes, there is a running cost also involved. Yeah. Thank you.
When you talk about the CGM for the DIY pump, one thing that comes to the mind is in CGM we know when the value goes low, sometimes the hypos are shown as too low, and there is also a lag phase.
Yeah.
So what about your comments on the correction pattern on the PVC part?
Yeah, that's a challenge, right? So these are challenges which are always we are faced with. What these people have done, right, is that they have so unfortunately the algorithms which are there are all proprietary, right? So Abbott tries to make it very sensitive, but their algorithm is proprietary. So these people need to use back-end algorithms or develop new ones, perhaps hack these algorithms and do it yourself. These are challenges. Yes, that's a challenge, but what currently these people have done is, that's why you have the open APIs, where they have developed their own algorithm, which reduces the inaccuracy as far as hypoglycemia is concerned. Having said that, there will still be, without a doubt, cases where the pump gets switched off inadvertently. But the difference is that what people have realized and what we realize in clinical practice also, that the trend of the glucose is a much more better marker than the absolute value of glucose. So when the glucose is trending towards the lower end, right, maybe the patient doesn't develop hypoglycemia, but on a safety side, if this pump gets switched off and warns the user that perhaps you need to do some corrective action, maybe manually check the glucose, that helps. So trend and CGM, if you see CGM devices also, they are also now looking more at trends, right? So they are giving trend arrows. So trends are very important, right? In fact, CGM devices, to use them accurately, we need to understand trends better than absolute values. And if you can do that, and if these software can easily do it, right? If you can do that, that reduces the inaccuracy, right? But yes, DIY movements are not recommended for all, right? It's not something which everybody can do. It's not completely regulated. There's no regulation at all. So you are risking the life of your child also. Remember that. But having said that, it's like swim or sink, that kind of situation.
Any questions? So thank you very much to our all three speakers, and we will move forward for our next session. I would like to invite the chairperson, Dr. Tanish Modi, and Dr. Parikshit Goswami for our next session.
Yeah, can I have a speaker introductory sheet? Yeah, thank you very much. So after a technology boost in diabetes, and as we all have taken a good lunch, we are in a still postprandial state, and to that matter, we have a gliptin symposia on our hand. And we have a 3 eminent speaker lined up, and first speaker that I'm going to introduce is Dr. Parag Shah sir, who is a leading endocrinologist from city of Ahmedabad, and everyone in this august audience knows him. He is a DM, DNB endocrinology, and one of the great institute, SGPG IMS Lucknow. He is a director, Gujarat Endocrine Center, Ahmedabad, since last 20 years. And again, I would like to say, many of us are looking day in, day out his prescription in our clinic also. So, awarded one of the most inspiring endocrinologists of India by Economic Times 2020, has numerous publications. Here, the 50 publication is mentioned in reputed index medical journals. Involved in more than 70 multinational landmark clinical trials as a principal investigator, and was organizing secretary, SECON 2015 Ahmedabad. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Dr. Parikshit, for very kind words. What I'll be talking is one of the less talked gliptin, that is evogliptin. So, I think in next 15 minutes I will try to cover up the scientific data present about the evogliptin. So just like most of the gliptin, this also is a selective, potent, reversible inhibitor of the DPP4. It is well studied for its efficacy and the safety. Though it is not globally approved, it is approved mainly in the India, and apart from India, Korea and Russia. We all know how DPP4 inhibitors work. It binds with the S1, S2 sites of the DPP4 enzymes. And if you see the EVO, CETA and the TENALI, it binds also with this S2 extensive, which makes it more selective and more potent DP4 inhibitions. If you see the pharmacokinetics, it reaches plasma concentration peak within 3 to 5 hours, and it is getting 80% inhibition in less than 1 hour after the administration. That it's a long-acting molecule. Its terminal half-life is more than 32 hours, and it is reaching a steady state concentration within 3 days. So within 3 days you can expect a full clinical efficacy. And according to in vitro study, evogliptin is not inducer of the cytochrome P450, and it is metabolized primary by the CYP34A, making it one of the safe drugs as far as the drug interaction is concerned. The renal clearance, 27 to 30% of the evogliptin gets either excreted unchanged into the urine. So majority is through the non-renal route. So no dose adjustment is required, just like a tenali or a linagliptin, because urinary excretion is not the primary pathway for the eliminations of the evogliptin. Same is for the hepatic impairment patients. Mild to moderate hepatic impaired patients, you don't really need to do the dose adjustment. So if we give the evogliptin, we expect more than 80%, which is the actually requirement of any DP4 inhibitor to get approved or to be effective for more than 80% for 24 hours, and the endogenous GLP-1 levels would increase by 1.5 to 2 times, and we expect around 20 to 30% reduction into the postprandial blood sugars. And if you see the efficacy point of view, this is a Brazilian population study, bridging study, where the baseline HbA1c was 8.9, and evogliptin 5 mg, which is the standard dose, is showing the A1C drop as good as the sitagliptin 100 mg. So it is equipotent for sitagliptin 100 mg. And this is an evergreen study where they compared the evogliptin with the linagliptin for the efficacy and the safety, and subsequently they have seen the results of the evogliptin based on the CGMS data, where how much glycemic variability is reduced with use of the evogliptin. So just like a linagliptin, evogliptin also has a similar HbA1c drop at the end of 12 weeks, and glycemic variability is comparable, though it looks more in favor of evogliptin compared to linagliptin, but if you see the p-value is not much difference. So glycemic variability reduction is similar with the lina or evogliptin, slightly better with the evogliptin as far as the MAGE and the standard deviation of the glucose is concerned. At the end of 24 weeks, again evo and the lina showing equivalent drop into the HbA1c, and you can see the reduction into the glycemic variability with the evogliptin at the end of 12 weeks and 24 weeks. All different aspects of the glycemic variability, MAGE, SD, minimal glucose, maximum glucose, and the average blood sugar all drops significantly, and the effect is actually more pronounced when patient continues more than 12 weeks and continue up to 24 weeks of time. So if you see the glycemic efficacy point of view, evogliptin given orally has a good A1C drop as good as a linagliptin, and a glycemic target of less than 7% and 6.5% was achieved in 80% and 48% of the population, which is a good, just like most of the gliptin. In a 24-week study, evogliptin was found to be quite safe and effective anti-diabetic agents with significant improvement into the glycemic variability. We all know that any drug which does not produce hypoglycemia should show some improvement into the glycemic variability. So X versus Y, which one is better, is actually not directly compared, but I think any drugs which reduces the glycemia without producing hypoglycemia should reduce the glycemic variability significantly. More important studies to be discussed is about the data of the use of evogliptin in presence of the renal dysfunctions. So here the patients with a mild to severe renal dysfunctions, and the Cmax and the EUC was studied, that is a pharmacological analysis, that any drugs which has a more than 2.5 times the compared to normal population, if the area under the curve is less than 2, it is absolutely safe and no dose adjustment is required. So here you can see here that in mild and even moderate renal dysfunction, the area under the curve does not cross
2. So it suggests that no dose adjustment is required, whether patient is having a mild or moderate, though just like most of the drug, it has not been studied in end-stage renal impairment requiring dialysis or patient have a total end-stage renal disease where eGFR is less than 15 for that point of time. What about the hepatic impairment patients? Mild and moderate hepatic impairment patients, there was absolutely good efficacy with good safety with the evogliptin. So severe, again, except insulin, in any major organ failure, we always recommend patient to be on a insulin therapy. And this is a very interesting data about the use of evogliptin in a patient with a NAFLD, which is emerging as a not commonly diagnosed or looked for, but most common now cause of chronic liver disease is not the alcoholic liver disease. Now it is a non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. Sir, like Dr. Madhav Bhai would agree that we never used to see a patient having a chronic liver disease if the patient was not alcoholic. Now 8 out of 10 are non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, going for the actually end stage chronic liver disease or a cirrhosis with a portal hypertension also. So we always want the drugs which should be working very well in a patient with a NAFLD. So this is the mean age of the patient of 52. BMI is not very high, just like a matching with the Indian BMI, around 28 mean BMI, and then hepatic fat content, which was measured by the MRI PDF, which is the gold standard of non-invasive measurement of the fatty liver disease, is the use of evogliptin significantly reduced the hepatic fat during the 24 weeks, and absolute liver fat content also decreased from 16% to 14.3%. Though we don't have a hard endpoint data with, for that matter, any of the NAFLD treatment algorithm, we don't have any hardcore data, but there are some suggestions that evogliptin, just like a pioglitazone or a GLP-1 or a saroglitazars or a SGLT2 inhibitor is showing some benefit, and at least it is not harming the patient with a NAFLD. So this is again in summarizing this NAFLD data. In this 24-week study trial, evogliptin was safe and showed a trend towards reduction into the liver fat for the patient with a type 2 diabetes with NAFLD. Though the most important treatment of NAFLD is the significant weight loss. No pharmacoagents is going to match what the weight loss would be doing to the NAFLD patient. At least 7% of weight loss significantly reduces the progression and reversal also the NAFLD if the F1, F2 score of the NAFLD patients are doing the good lifestyle modification. But apart from that, we all know that lifestyle modification is a short term for most of the patient, and we need to have some pharmacological agents to prevent the NAFLD going into the NASH and then ultimately unfortunate cirrhosis. So what about the cardiovascular disease? Because it is not having a cardiovascular outcome trial, so there was a cardiovascular risk population based study from the South Korea that to describe the demographic and clinical characteristics of patients of type 2 diabetes, they were compared from the after metformin whether glimepiride, DP4, and what happens to the cardiovascular outcome as a second line treatment in the South Korea database, and you can see they had a huge patient populations, and out of this they had a data of around 3,17,000 patients, and out of them 28,000 patients were on glimepiride after metformin, around 1 lakh patients were on different DP4 inhibitor, around 3,000 patients among DP4 inhibitors were on evogliptin, around 10,000 patients were on a SGLT2 inhibitor, different SGLT2 inhibitors, and very interestingly DP4 inhibitors had a significantly less cardiovascular event, and very interestingly SGLT2 inhibitor users had no significant reduction into the cardiovascular event. This is again a population based retrospective study. This is not the trial population, or real world data with most of the SGLT2 inhibitors also matches with the trial data, but here there was a null association with the use of SGLT2 inhibitor. So evogliptin either decreased the risk of CVD or had no associated increase in the risk of the cardiovascular events, and it was comparable to other DP4 inhibitors. So that was about the cardiovascular population-based data available. We don't have a cardiovascular outcome trial. And evogliptin with metformin, I think we'll brush through these slides because we all know that any drugs which you add with the metformin and the drug is going to have a synergistic effect. What I personally have observed in my routine clinical practice, and even my assistant doctors also have started noticing that for whatever reasons, if the patient is not on metformin, other drugs efficacy goes down significantly. Efficacy as a monotherapy is not that effective, but efficacy of the all agents except probably secretagogues is significantly reduced, including gliptin, SGLT2 inhibitor, if the metformin is not on board. That is our observation in a patient with a renal failure or those who are not tolerating the metformin at all, and you are depriving the patient of metformin. Whatever you give, small dose of metformin, sometimes we give 250 mg twice a day, also works very well in such type of the patients. So I don't think that we need to discuss about the safety and efficacy of the metformin with evogliptin, which is better than giving the evogliptin or a metformin as a monotherapy. There is definitely a drop of the HbA1c, even in the Indian populations, and the multinational global study also showed the same thing. The safety, it is as safe or as well tolerated as all the gliptins are there. There is no other safety signals with the evogliptin, including whatever the population-based data about the heart failure also. And this is the Indian data about the use of the evogliptin for 12 weeks and 24 weeks, showing the HbA1c drop of 1.45%. In the patient's baseline HbA1c was 8.6% with a good tolerability data. And this is again a CGM data of around 6 patients on evogliptin, showing a significant improvement into the time in range, and above and below the targets also was significantly reduced. So this is again a target range significantly got improved. And this is a ADA data of around HbA1c drop of 1.2% if the patient is on a evogliptin with metformin added to the insulin therapy. Again, insulin alone in a typical type 2 diabetic patient is not actually as effective as you add some agents like AGIs for that matter. Like I use the most common is the AGIs, which to reduce the postprandial surge, and gliptin, metformin, and if no contraindication, a small dose of pioglitazones also works very well, including SGLT2 inhibitors. So this is the efficacy and safety of evogliptin plus metformin in elderly Indian diabetic patients, tolerating it very well, and CGM also showed a significant reduction into the glycemic variability. So as a add-on to glimepiride metformin, naturally if you add the drug with a different mode of action, it shows a significant reduction into the glycemic parameter with reduction into the glycemic variability also. So I don't think that we need to talk much about this, adding the metformin. What is more interesting would be, before we start using as a routine practice in all patients, is what are the ongoing data which is going to be emerged with the use of evogliptin, and quite interesting data actually from the different parts of the world, predominantly from the Korea, that PK/PD study and safety tolerability in a hemodialysis patient with a evogliptin. Again, it will be very interesting drug because trials, because it shows the safety and efficacy. Again, hemodialysis patients sometimes, apart from insulin, require some agents. So that would be very interesting. Effect of evogliptin on albuminuria and showing the some reversal in the presence of the albuminuria or renal safety parameters in a real life scenario. What we had discussed was the PK/PD data, that it is safe. The PK/PD of the drug-drug interaction of EVO and EMPA or DEPA in healthy male individual, we don't anticipate that that would be much drug-to-drug interactions with that. The safety and efficacy of EVO when added to metformin and DEPA, again we know that it is going to be effective, and that is a open label trial of inhibitory effects of evogliptin on progression of the CAVD, that is a pleiotropic benefit of the evogliptin is planned. Presence of calcific aortic valve disease specifically and the role of evogliptin. Again, it will be very interesting. We all know that atherosclerotic calcific aortic valve is one of the ignored but very common echo findings which we see in our routine clinical practice. So that will be interesting. Evaluation, the effect of the evogliptin on the blood glucose control through CGMS. Again, we got some data, but we will have some more data from the India, and safety and the efficacy of evogliptin on top of the metformin and DEPA. Again, we expect it to be showing some reduction into the HbA1c and glycemic variability. Thank you very much for your patience hearing.
Any question from audience?
In, I think more or less it is a class effect, except the pharmacokinetics, it is not predominantly to the renal route. So just like a tenali or a linagliptin, probably it has an advantage. Otherwise, I think except the pharmacokinetics, I think most of the effect of the gliptins are the class effect. Allogliptin and heart failure, people would say because of this, that, but I think it is a study design problem rather than the molecule problem about the allogliptin and heart failure also.
So what is your real clinical experience with evogliptin?
It is as good as safe as most of the gliptin, efficacy and safety point of view, whatever experience I have. So when we were using predominantly when all the gliptins were patented except enagliptin. So in some of the patients we have used and we found to be quite safe and efficacious. There is no real advantage of this over any other gliptins for that matter, except probably the renal dose adjustment, just like a tenali or a lina. This does not require dose adjustment. And once a day, unlike vildagliptin, which requires twice a day. Vilda OD, we are not very happy with the Vilda OD preparations.
Yeah.
It is probably not as effective as Vilda twice a day. So
Twice
practically, I have stopped using Vilda OD for last few months. Initially, we have tried, but we did not find it as effective as. So I think once a day is the advantage, which is there with most of the gliptin. Renal dose adjustment not required from pharmacological point of view. Hard data is there only with the linagliptin. Tenali also has a data based on the pharmacokinetic data. So we'll see the data of the hemodialysis patient. That will be very interesting. It shows the safety and efficacy. It will boost our confidence.
Okay. Any specific side effects apart from the routine gliptin side effects?
I don't think. It is as well tolerated as all the gliptins.
Okay. Any questions? Any last questions on evogliptin? Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your session. Okay. So we are moving on a second session by Dr. Sonali Patange ma'am, who is a leading diabetologist from city of Mumbai, and she is going to speak on targeting the core defects in diabetes with tenagliptin plus pioglitazone. And to her credit, she is a certified obesity consultant by Strategic Center for Obesity Professional Education Program by World Obesity Federation. Chapter author on optimizing medical management in type 2 diabetes in women in RSS Day textbook, a comprehensive review of diabetes in women in October 2021. Many publications at many national and international forum to her credit, and she is a reviewer of Diabetes Care Journal for American Diabetes Association, review of International Journal of Diabetes for developing countries, and she is a founder and director of Dr. Sonali Patange Specialty Diabetes Center. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, chairpersons. Thank you, team DiCareCon. I had mailed it to Neelam. There is a technical problem with my PPT. What is to be done? Very sorry for this technical glitch. My topic is on targeting core defects with tenagliptin and pioglitazone. I will be needing the slide deck. If you all give me a few minutes, or we can have the next speaker. Yeah, yeah, that would be better. It's on. तोच फॉरवर्ड केला. Yes. Thank you, chairpersons. So, coming to India and diabetes, we all know that India has the second highest prevalence of adult diabetes in the world, accounting for 1 in 7 of all adults with diabetes. Number is expected to rise exponentially. Here we are looking at the ACE 2020 guidelines. We all know that how DPP-4 and TZDs have moved up the ladder. Here we are looking at the first line drugs being GLP-1 and SGLT2 inhibitors, followed by DPP-4 and TZDs. This is the 2018 ADA ESD consensus, which gives us when there is a compelling need to minimize hypoglycemia, what we should be doing. To minimize the patient cost as well, we could be using TZDs in our practice, which have been there for quite some time. We look at the ADA 2022 pharmacological treatment for type 2 diabetes, where DPP-4 inhibitors have an intermediate efficacy. We are looking at combining them with TZDs, that is pioglitazone now. So there is action which is neutral, although there is a weight gain seen with pioglitazone here, definitely. Renal dose adjustment is not there with teneligliptin, drugs like teneligliptin. And now when we look at the fluid retention, and we'll come to that, there is an issue, so we could counteract it with using another drugs. Now let us look at pioglitazone, which is actually a forgotten cardioprotective insulin sensitizer. We are looking at the Chicago trial, which was done versus glimepiride on carotid intima media thickness in type 2 diabetes. So this was a randomized double blind study, and it had actually examined 462 patients with a dose of 15 to 45 milligram per day versus glimepiride 1 to 4 milligram per day. The study duration was 18 months, and this is how we have seen that pioglitazone actually slowed progression of the CIMT compared with glimepiride. So definitely you are seeing a change from the baseline to week 72 in the mean and the maximum CIMT of the common carotid artery. The famous PROACTIVE study, it was a prospective multi-center randomized study conducted across 19 countries, 5,238 patients and 34.5 months of study duration. Target dose was 45 milligram. However, this dose was not titrated as per the symptoms. So investigators were allowed to go to a maximum of 45 milligram of pioglitazone versus placebo. Of course, they also had other medications as standard of care. Now, when we look at the relative risk reduction, if you look at the primary composite endpoint, it was actually a multifaceted composite endpoint which is never seen in recent trials. You look at a leg revascularization as a primary endpoint, which is extremely difficult to achieve, and hence it fell short of this endpoint. The relative risk reduction was there. The secondary composite endpoint was achieved, 16%. Significant relative risk reductions in fatal, non-fatal MI, composite of CV deaths, non-fatal MI. Here the number needed to treat would be 48 patients for 3 years to avoid one major CV event. So this was a good study. There was no increased hospitalizations due to heart failure over a 10-month follow-up. In fact, pioglitazone had improved the LV diastolic function. However, edema was reported in 26.4% patients with pioglitazone compared to 15.1% with placebo. So average weight gain from baseline with pio was 3.8 kg plus compared with 0.6 for placebo. So overall incidence of cancer, which was equivalent in both the groups, bladder cancer was a concern, and we will be coming to that. Conclusion, it concluded that pioglitazone can reduce the risk of secondary macrovascular events in high risk type 2 diabetic patients, and established macrovascular disease. Now we are looking at a very famous IRIS trial. So this had a good follow-up of 4.8 years. This was a drug which was done in patients without diabetes but with insulin resistance, with HOMA-IR score more than 3. Sample size was good at 3,876 patients. Pioglitazone target dose was 45, but here they titrated the dose if the edema came up. So that was an advantage. So when you look at the results, you are looking at a stroke and MI 9% versus 11%. Weight gain was there as discussed, pio versus placebo. There was edema. Fracture risk was there. In non-diabetic patients with recent stroke or history of stroke or TIA, the risk of stroke or MI was much lower with pioglitazone. So again, it achieved its purpose. When we look at the meta-analysis of all the trials of pioglitazone, the effect on MACE, we are looking at a meta-analysis of 26 RCTs. We are looking at a 20% reduction in the risk of MACE, 20% reduction in non-fatal MI, and a 19% reduction in non-fatal stroke. So definitely we need to consider pioglitazone for prevention of CV endpoints. Now this drug has multiple effects. If you look at vascular effects, you are looking at a drop in the inflammation, you are looking at a lowering blood pressure, a decrease in the intima media thickness, we are looking at improvement in the blood lipids, endothelial function, adipose tissue, yes. So there is a redistribution of body fat which occurs from the visceral depots. So then there is a positive key to that. Arterial stiffness going down, there is improvement in the blood pressure, which signifies that there is more of vasodilatation. So here we are looking at this bladder cancer cases comparison. So there was at exposure in India, it was not significant. It has been done by different countries in France, in USA, in United Kingdom also it was non-significant. And finally a statement was issued by the FDA in 2015 that after 10 years of follow-up and studies conducted across 4 European countries, in 1,12,674 patients did not show increased risk of bladder cancer. So hence that was out. Now we heard Dr. Shah sir talking about pioglitazone and NAFLD. Yes, so then it's there. Definitely it has been recommended, indicated even in biopsy proven NASH regardless of diabetes. So here we can use pioglitazone in our patients, as we all know that it's progressing very rapidly to cirrhosis and we need to prevent that. Let us look at the benefits versus the risk. We have the benefits on one side, definitely better HbA1c reduction, lower risk of hypos, improving insulin resistance, improving beta cell function, reduces CV events, endothelial function, improving NASH. Fat gain, but it decreases the visceral, hepatic and the muscle fat content. So the subcutaneous fat goes up. Fluid retention, heart failure, yes, we cannot use it in patients with existing heart failure, we cannot. Bone fractures in women, avoid in postmenopausal women because they are traumatic fractures. Bladder cancer is, like we discussed, it's not established. Let us look at the rising horizon of teneligliptin evidence. We all know this was a favorite drug with everybody. We have been using it since quite some time. They have a good data on it right now. So we are looking at this study, this Treat India 2 study. It is a real world retrospective multi-center study which was done with 10,623 patients, study conducted for 12 weeks. And we are looking at a robust reduction in the fasting plasma glucose, the postprandial, as well as the HbA1c. So again, a very good study. These studies are important because of the concerns which were previously established with teneligliptin with the QTC prolongation. So this is the QSET1 and the QSET2 studies. These were open label prospective multicentric 12-week study with 66 patients. Now here you are looking at the QTC interval which was studied at baseline and at follow-up after 12 weeks with teneligliptin 20 milligram as well as 40 milligram in all patients. So definitely there was no change and it was safe. The QSET2 in fact has been done by Dr. Bansi Sabu sir and his colleagues. This was a sample size of 825 patients, a big one. Again, no significant change in the QTC at the end of 12 weeks of follow-up, which is again a plus for us. Now we are looking at the top TIR study. So this was a recent study which was done with patients who were gliptin naive, uncontrolled on stable dose of metformin for more than 6 weeks. HbA1c more than 7.5, and primary objective was to evaluate time in range in patients treated with 10-ligliptin. So CGMS studies will always have a smaller patient population, but that doesn't change anything because the impact remains. So if you see the baseline data which was captured with the first CGM, then day 5 they have captured 10-ligliptin given continuously for a duration of 6 weeks. And the second CGM was used from day 33 to 46. There was no addition of any anti-diabetic drug. And what have we seen? That 10-ligliptin treatment has reduced the glycemic variability, showed significant and early improvement in TIR within 10 days, reduced time above range at the end of the study, and the glucose management indicator improves. Now let us look at the combination of 10-ligliptin and pioglitazone. This is a phase 3 evidence which was published in July 22 recently. This is important to target the core defects. We all know that pio is a very powerful sensitizer in muscle, liver and adipocytes. So when you have a combination of a DPP-4 inhibitor with a pioglitazone, it seems to be a perfect one. So let us look at this trial design. Again, a phase 3 study. They have done the study for 24 weeks and they have evaluated different doses of FDC. So that is 10-ligliptin 20 plus pioglitazone 15 and 30 versus plain pioglitazone and plain 10-ligliptin also. So this was done in India, 335 patients enrolled, and you can see the comparator groups. The inclusion criteria, metformin was given 1 gram for 3 months, A1C between 7 to 10, and change of HbA1c fasting and PPG was noted, and proportion of A1C achieved less than 7 at the end of study. So what are the results? So let us look at the parameters here. If you can see, there are equal number of patients in each group which are age matched cohorts along with the BMIs also. If you notice that the BMI is around 24 and 25. Now you look what happens at 12 weeks, what happens at 24 weeks. You are seeing a reduction which is fantastic, and with the combination of the two, it is even more so. So you are seeing a reduction which is to the tune of 1.57, 1.36 in HbA1c. So percentages of patients achieving target A1C at 24 weeks was very high with the Pio 30 and 10-li 20. As you compare with the others, even with the 15 milligram, you are seeing a fantastic improvement. So here we are looking at the mean change in the fasting blood glucose, in the postprandial blood glucose, again which is significant with the blue line is what we are looking at. The green one and the blue one are the combinations. So this is actually an allogliptin plus pioglitazone phase 3 study. So this was approved combination by the FDA in 2013. So we conclude that the combination of these two drugs have shown significant improvement in glycemic control, phase 3 done in Indian patients. Combination has no increased risk of hypos, and pioglitazone benefits are above and beyond glycemic control, which was evident with proactive IRIS trials in reducing CV mortality. 10-ligliptin has also shown to reduce the glycemic variability with the top TIR study, and this combination does address the core defects of diabetes and will be a promising combination. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Excellent presentation, ma'am. And as we all know that how DP4 inhibitor and this one only insulin sensitizer drug pioglitazone we often use, but across the practice, contrary to your data, what we have seen, we all are using gliptins with pioglitazone, but not in a combination. Okay, right. Most prescription I have not seen, and even we are not using very frequently this combination, although the data which you have highlighted is excellent one. And in the separation also we know that, and with separate drugs, you know, one prescription we are giving. So what is the core reason in your mind that consultants are still not very well versed with the using combination of pioglitazone and 10-ligliptin?
Sir, it is a phase 3 study, so I think the awareness is yet to be built amongst all of us. I think that is why these forums are here. We are using the drug separately, but India is a country of combinations, and we won't deny that, because we were the ones who told the world that combinations are here to stay, and now they are telling us the same thing back to us. So actually combinations are needed because it reduces the pill burden, and not only improves the patient compliance, it is going to improve the A1C in a much better way.
Yeah, what you are saying is perfectly fine, but my issue is, what is the core issue? Even though the data we have, and we know combination is the key, and we love to use combination, still in a consultant mind, where is the one point which doesn't favor to use this combination as a whole?
I think only thing would be that now that CETA has gone off patent, because we were using teneligliptin so much before CETA went off patent. But I think teneligliptin is a drug which is used more in Asian countries, and we do have a good data with it. So like a previous speaker had said, why do we follow the West? Let us make our own data and let us show that we can be the leaders and we can pioneer in the combinations.
But of late, even I'm talking about the combination of DP4 inhibitor and SGLT2 inhibitors. I do not have a data, but what I peculiarly seen, as soon as in many patients, not all patients, many patients, if it is given separately, it lowers the much better HbA1c level compared to in combination. Not all patient population, but in some patient population. This is my observation with using SGLT2 inhibitors and DP4 in combination.
Right.
And you rightly said that now we hardly use teneligliptin as CETA is off patent. We have Vilda is off patent also, so much cheaper, and gliptins are available with more robust data in comparison to the teneligliptin.
Yes.
So that might be the reason people still hesitant to use pioglitazone and metformin as a combination therapy.
Yes.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
Give her a big round of applause, because in the era of cheaper gliptins, she really delivered a great talk on teneligliptin and pioglitazone. Thank you once again. Moving to our last talk for this session, we have again one eminent speaker, Dr. Piyush Desai sir, and we all know him. He is a consultant diabetologist, endocrinologist from City of Surat, and achieved numerous awards as a young diabetologist, as a legend of Surat, and award excellence of diabetes care in 2019 by RSSDI, and a lot of publication to his credit, and he has written a chapter on erectile dysfunction in diabetes in RSSD Update 2020 book. Is again PD author for PD5 inhibitors, are they enough for ED, for Journal of Nutrition, Metabolism and Health Science. Now he is a reviewer for Journal of Nutrition, Metabolism and Health Science since 2019, and peer reviewer for Journal of Pharmaceutical Research and International 2021. He is going to speak on vildagliptin, the pioneer gliptin, and it is truly a pioneer because vildagliptin is the first gliptin which was approved before any gliptin approved for the usage in clinical practice. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Parikshit. And I am going to talk on vildagliptin, as my previous speaker also spoke on teneligliptin, but it was actually, the talk was not on teneligliptin, it was talk on a combination of insulin sensitizer with a DPP4 inhibitor and its better effect on a diabetic patient. And before that, there was a talk on alpha glucosidase inhibitor. So we are talking in a diabetic conference beyond SGLT2, and that is the best part of this symposium. Because I don't see a single diabetic patient who will survive only on SGLT2 inhibitor for next 20 years. So we need all agents including sulfonylurea, and we need good gliptin therapy to initiate when there is beta cell deficiency and where this vildagliptin is there. So this is my table of content. I will start with the journey of vildagliptin to how the PKPD studies and how it is different than other gliptin and looking beyond glycemic control. These are the data. I think for this august audience sitting in this diacon, I need not to explain that we are also going to become diabetic apical, and number of population is exceeding China in next few years. So maybe diabetic population is also exceeding China. So we are going to be number one. But The main problem is we are getting diabetes at younger age. We have lower body weight, and there was one very good presentation by Professor Yajnik that the young diabetes population of India is not insulin resistant patient, they have beta cell deficiency. So we need therapy which address that beta cell part, and that is where we need multiple agents. That is what I was talking about. Patient needs multiple therapy, and so far in this 100 years of insulin invention to this 2022, we have 89 total molecules, various 36 entities, and total 23 unique drug combinations are in practice. As far as incretin is concerned, it's a very old concept like insulin, because it was first coined the term incretin in 1930, then enteroinsular axis was the term coined in around late 60s, and in 1980 afterwards we start working on proper GLP-1 receptor and its action, as well as DPP-4 inhibitor to enhance the GLP-1 part, and where Novartis was pioneer in around late 90s, where they discovered the first prototype molecule of DPP-4 inhibitor. So this is 1996 to 2007, where the first marketing approval received by Novartis to present this molecule to the world in form of vildagliptin. And these are the molecular structures. You can see vildagliptin. This is the exact vildagliptin what we are using. This is the proto vildagliptin, which was changed later on. This is the molecule saxagliptin, linagliptin, and sitagliptin. Now sitagliptin and linagliptin both are competitive inhibitor. Saxagliptin and vildagliptin are substrate enzyme blocker. So they are strong inhibitor, non-competitive inhibitor, and at the same time you can see the star, that dose adjustment required for renal impairment is much more with sitagliptin, but it is also true with saxa and vilda. Only with lina there is no dose adjustment is required, and saxa is also assigned to have few drug-drug interaction because of this CYP3A4 and A5 inhibitor action, coactions. Vildagliptin term coined from this Wilhor, that is Vil, DAP, that is dipeptidyl aminopeptidase. GLI is the term coined by WHO for anti-diabetic medicine, which is helping to secrete insulin, and IN is for inhibitor. So vildagliptin, the term was coined in 1998. As far as biochemistry is concerned, I already told you that we have different either non-competitive or competitive blocker. These are sitagliptin, allogliptin, and linagliptin are non-peptidomimetic, while saxa and vilda are peptide-like, and the excretion is exclusively renal for sita, almost exclusively for vilda as well as allo, and that's why they also need some adjustment, not full adjustment like sitagliptin, but they need. And linagliptin is having more biliary excretion, and that's why it requires no change. And metabolization is concerned, sitagliptin not metabolized, lina not metabolized, while vilda metabolized to hepatically metabolized to an inactive metabolized, and saxagliptin metabolized to active metabolized. This is the difference. But what is the clinical importance of this difference? The clinical important difference is sitagliptin 100 milligram QD dose will have T half-life, compound T half-life of 8 to 24 hours. So it's a once daily molecule which blocks DPP-4 DPP-4 enzymes by more than 80% at the end of 24 hours. And similarly, if you want to use vildagliptin, though there are now companies, even Novartis people has come up with the sustained release form after patent is over, but for years together, we are using vildagliptin 50 milligram BID, one of the strongest DPP-4 inhibitor with a short half-life. That's why we are using twice, but more than 90% of maximum action, more than 80% of DPP inhibition at 12-hour post-dose, and that's why it has to be used BD. And if you see linagliptin, saxagliptin, they are good agent, but the DPP-4 inhibition is around 70% at the end of 24 hours. So they are working for 24 hours, but DPP4 inhibition, the optimum DPP4 inhibition is more than 80%, which is maximally covered by LO, Vilda and sitagliptin 2. As far as action is concerned, we are also much concerned regarding what HbA1c level reduction we are getting by any gliptin. And we don't have typical head-to-head study, but we have data to compare them, and where we have few data that HbA1c reduction was highest found with vildagliptin. You can see the proportion of the patient targeting HbA1c less than 6.5, 36% with vilda, and 25 and 32% with sita and saxa respectively, and patient who achieved less than 7 were 65%. They are quite nearby. So you cannot say one is very strong and second is very poor. They are quite nearby. But if you compare, vildagliptin twice daily 50 milligram always stands out. And the action on fasting blood glucose is significant because it is used BD, because it is having stronger action, inhibition of DPP4, you are getting highest result in FPG reduction with vildagliptin, and so as MAGE, mean amplitude of glycemic excursion, is also reduced significantly in comparison to sitagliptin alone. That is once daily use, and vildagliptin 50 milligram BD. And that's why I am putting more emphasis, because even there are 100 of company who is making now vildagliptin OD, I am still believer of using vildagliptin BD, because that is one of the best DPP4 inhibitor, strongest DPP4 inhibitor, and it should be used like that only. And see the level of glucagon and level of intact GLP-1, even in comparison to sitagliptin, we have upper hand with vildagliptin as far as the plasma level of glucagon reduction is concerned and intact GLP-1 level is concerned. And if you go through the meta-analysis network for comparing vildagliptin to other gliptin, even vildagliptin 50 milligram BID has showed highest probability in reduction of HbA1c. Even vildagliptin 100 milligram QID has shown highest probability of reducing weight. But frankly speaking, DPP4 inhibitor are more of a weight neutral drug, so don't expect any weight loss even though what you are using vildagliptin 100 milligram OD. The most important part when you are comparing this gliptin to other gliptin, the lowest incidence of hypoglycemia is found with vildagliptin, and actually Novartis people are having data that it is having alpha cell sensing activity, that when sugar level falls down it sends alpha cell also, and that's why the chances of hypoglycemia is least. And they have data even in patients who are on insulin. After adding vildagliptin, there were fewer incidents of hypoglycemia was found when they add vildagliptin to insulin therapy patient. And because I was talking about SGLT2 which is going on in each and every conference, so we have to look beyond glycemic control also. So what glycemic control, beyond glycemic control you would like to see as far as DPP4 is concerned? It is having GI effect, it reduces gastric emptying. So like acarbose, Dr. Paraksa has already told that acarbose is a drug, though it is acting and not allowing sugar to get digest early, but at the same time these are the agent which improves GLP-1 and they are reducing postprandial emptying. Similarly, even metformin, delayed release formula, and so as DPP4 inhibit, they delayed gastric emptying but not as strong as GLP-1 analog. Beta cell actions, we all know it acts on beta cell, but they have somewhat beta cell preservatory action. We don't have in vivo study with that, but we have in vitro study with vilda. We have in vitro study with even linagliptin, that if you put beta cell in the medium of DPP4 inhibitor, they survive more under oxidative stress and apoptosis was less. So definitely this has something to do with beta cell preservation. As far as cardiovascular effect is concerned, it is postulated that it is having cardiovascular benefit, but still we have few concerns that I will speak in later part of my slide with saxagliptin. And CNS effect is neurotropic and neuroprotective, so definitely we need not to worry. What about vildagliptin and heart failure? We have data with vildagliptin during its phase 3 study only, that it is not changing any parameter which increases left ventricular failure. And in comparison to saxagliptin, it is 0.74, which was found during the phase 3 study, so it is safe. Even in comparison to SITA, which is having TECO study, which is having, neutrality for heart failure, it is having better result than sitagliptin people. And the Kaplan-Meier's curve suggests that adjudicated composite endpoint of MACE are less with vildagliptin 50 milligram once daily or twice daily in comparison to comparator, and there is no significant increase in any heart parameter, especially heart failure. And these are the real world conditions. Even in real world conditions, we have number of studies where it has shown there is no extra alarming features which suggest that it increases heart failure rate or anything. As far as severe renal impairment is concerned, how this drug is effective? One important thing, you should use 50 milligram OD. In severe renal impairment, you cannot use BD because it is having renal excretion, the inactive metabolite. But if you compare with a similar dose, that is 25 milligram of sitagliptin comparing to 50 milligram vildagliptin, it has shown better fasting blood glucose reduction. As far as tolerability is concerned, both are well tolerated. And I will say not only severe renal, this is one of the best tolerated anti-diabetic medicine. Very, very less side effect. Only few patients will not tolerate gliptin, and that's why it is one of the safe, and it was found to be safe even in renal impairment patient. So gliptin has revolutionized the concept of diabetes management, because they were not talking about only beta cells, they were not talking about glycemic control, but they are also having action on alpha cell. Later on it was again fortified by SGLT2 later on, but they provide an effective and well tolerated alternative to management of diabetes. I am talking about sulfonylurea. We need sulfonylurea also, but when patient is having hypoglycemia, when patient is young diabetic, these are the better agent to start with, and maybe you can add sulfonylurea whenever it is needed. So we have a better alternative. Guidelines has acknowledged them as a well tolerated adverse effect profile, as well as urge healthcare professional to use gliptin should they be struggling with regards weight or hypoglycemia. So whenever you want a safer drug, this is the first drug to use. And no gliptins are similar, they have big differences. HbA1c reduction almost same, hypoglycemia rate least with vildagliptin, and vildagliptin has shown the benefit across with efficacy and safety and even beyond glycemic control. Actually, one slide was missing in that. Even with vildagliptin, there is improvement in retinal blood flow, and reduction in retinopathy was also a small study. So it is not only the drug which acts on beta cell, it is also having beyond glycemic control action also. Thank you.
Question from audience.
Yes. For mild liver involvement, it is safe, but moderate to severe, no. Because as per label indication, if ALT is more than 3 times the upper limit, then you cannot use vildagliptin in patient with that. So patient with NASH, you have to be bit, I will say this, the previous speaker's molecule will be better, 5 liters and 10 liters.
So what is your take on sitagliptin for that matter?
Comparison of
SGPT and SGOT.
See, with sitagliptin, there is no label contraindication as far as SGOT, SGPT label is concerned, but again, with severe renal impairment, we don't have data. So with severe hepatic involvement, we don't have data, but mild to moderate you can use. We have data with sitagliptin where it has shown reduction in that NASH parameter also, and even reduction in FIB-4 score also. There are two small studies are there. So definitely you can use sitagliptin more, but it is not as safe as linagliptin and tenagliptin because we don't have data in severe hepatic involvement.
So if you do a reduction in dosage, that means vildagliptin 50 milligram once daily with metformin, in those SGPT around 60 or 70? Is it fine?
No.
Or still you need to...
for hepatic involvement, mild hepatic involvement, you can use full dose. Moderate, don't use.
Don't use. Okay.
There is no dose reduction.
Okay, fine. Perfectly fine. So, yes, please.
Yeah, you can.
It's a wonderful talk. Just to complement to your talk, this gliptins basically they are faring very well even in those patients who are having low C-peptide level. The in vivo study that we have generated and published in Metabolic Syndrome Journal that has proven its efficacy over SGLT2 inhibitor as well as sulfonylureas. They really fare well, and the quantum of HbA1c reduction was 1.1% against 0.8% with sulfonylureas and SGLT2 inhibitors. So even those patient population where C-peptide is really low, the gliptins fare well as compared to SGLT2 inhibitor as well as sulfonylurea. That's my thank you.
Thank you very much. So, can I ask a direct question to you? What could be the reason for better efficacy, even a low C-peptide? That means there is still, still pancreas is secreting insulin, but not at that level of insulin resistance level, okay? So, what could be the reason for that matter?
Multiple places basically. Some we have already, found out, but some are still remaining to be found out. The receptors for the gliptins may not be restricted to the pancreas only. Some extra pancreatic functions are probably playing some role in reduction of HbA1c.
And
so this
definitely to adding to his point, it is having axon alpha cell.
Yeah.
So sometimes because we have data with SITA, we have data with VILDA, even with linagliptin, that even at the 15 years of diabetes, it has shown HbA1c reduction of 0.5 to 0.7. So maybe 15 days nobody is having enough beta cell and still it is working. So definitely there are, because DPP enzyme is widespread everywhere in the body, so it is definitely beyond beta cell, but it is also contributed by alpha cell inhibition also.
And also to add to the discussion, going a little further ahead, we have also evaluated the patients who are GAD positive also. So in those adult patients who are having,
LADA,
low C,
few LADA patients do respond.
And yes, they do have, GAD positive. They fairly do very good with gliptins as compared to the other group.
Yeah, I will not speak on DIAS because we don't have studies to say, but in clinical practice, even I have seen few LADA patients do respond to gliptin therapy well. Yes, along with small dose of basal insulin at night.
So might be that de-differentiation of alpha and beta cell theory might be included, because
theoretically, yes,
some of the beta cells turns to alpha cell actually, and they produce a glucagon because the cell is not getting enough glucose. So the glucagon releases the more glucose from the liver. That might be the reason, and that might be the probable reason that even a low C-peptide where you can safely use gliptins. And is there any difference between these gliptins for using so? I mean, one is better than other, or which one is the safe one, and which gliptins you have used for those particular low C-peptide patient population?
We have produced the data for various gliptins. The p-value is not coming significant. But yes, we are exploring more studies so far as specifically teneligliptin is concerned, because earlier studies we have proven that there is hardly any difference so far as Indian population is concerned. I'm not talking about the Western population. So far as Indian population concerned, we are not able to hit the significant p-value with any of the gliptins. But yes, because the cost was a major hindrance for using gliptins, that's why we started a study in 2021 for teneligliptin. Let us see what the result is. Thank you.
So still now you have not used teneligliptin. You are using, yeah, perfectly fine. Okay, yeah, please.
Regarding the combination of tenali with pioglitazone, now that the safety as far as QTC is concerned has been well established, can we just increase or maximize the dose to 40, let's say BD, as we have been doing it for other combinations with pioglitazone? Like we have a triple combination which we use twice a day. Can we just step up the dose of teneligliptin with pioglitazone to, let's say, twice a day? Because we do have companies, one or two companies, which have a combination of teneligliptin with pioglitazone.
I will say, see, the problem is pioglitazone dose will also get doubled to 15 milligram to 30 milligram, which will have more cardiac side effect, which is the same case with even teneligliptin 40 milligram. So unless until it's a dire, say situation where you have no option left, then it's fine. Otherwise, I will suggest give pioglitazone and give another 20 milligram teneligliptin at night if you want. But frankly speaking, it's not make much difference because we Indians are better responder to DPP-4 inhibitor as such. So I have seen very good result with 20 milligram. Very few patients are on requiring 40 milligram. And if it is the source, it is better to combine another pathophysiological mechanism rather than stepping, at least for pioglitazone. Because I am also fan of pioglitazone, but I never go beyond 15 milligram.
Okay, so much discussion has been done on gliptins. Wonderful. Thank you very much, all the speakers. I hand over the session to Chairperson Dr. Narendra Patel, sir, from Mehsana, and Dr. Nitesh Patel, who is a close friend of mine from City of Ahmedabad.
So, thank you Parikshit for introducing, and again warm welcome to all of you in DiaCare. So we have a good discussion on DPP-4 inhibition, and before that we have a discussion on injectable insulin pump therapy. So now we proceed further for our next symposium or session, that is on diabetes in young. So for that, I would like to invite Dr. Dhruvi, for our first session. So it's an honor to introduce Dhruvi. She is again very close to us, and she is MD and Fellow of Royal College of Physicians. Yeah, you can. And she is also having fellowship of American College of Physicians, and she is a consultant diabetologist as one of the renowned Institute of Diabetes for Rudraksha Institute of Medical Sciences, and she is heading clinical research in this Rudraksha Institute, and she is a winner of Torrent Young Scholar Award for Diabetes. No, let me finish it because and she is a speaker at various national as well as international forums, and she is also involved in many national and international clinical trials. Over to you, Dhruvi.
Thank you, sir. If you don't mind, I'll take that mic. I tend to move around and stand around and then talk. Warm good afternoon. It's been raining, a very nice environment everywhere. We are having a wonderful second day of DiaCare Con, and it's a pleasure talking to all of you. And I think, we can do a one-to-one, very interactive session instead of a monologue. And wherever you feel you want to discuss and talk, I think with the permission of the chair, we can make a discussive session. I'm a pediatric diabetologist by my training and by my experience. And that is why the topic diabetes in young. So the actual idea was to talk about the dilemma when we talk about diabetes in young. And this, is a Times magazine's first page, which is showing a young teenager and, with a question mark, diabetes, are you at a risk? So, which means that most of us, healthcare professionals, not just diabetologists, but physicians as well, primary care physicians, all of us are seeing a rapid increase in the prevalence of diabetes, that for that matter, not type 1, but even type 2 diabetes and other kinds of endocrinopathies and hyperglycemic episodes in adolescents, in young adults, in teenagers. And this is why we are going to today talk about what are the different kinds of diabetes when we talk about younger population. So now whenever I start to make a presentation, we think and imagine, what do you mean by a young population? My partner here always has a discussion with me that who 38 is okay, and you have to think about malnutrition modulated diabetes. You have to think about type 2 diabetes. You have to think about thyroid disorder related hyperglycemia. You have to think about FCPD in our country. You have to think about MODY, and also you have to think about latent autoimmune diabetes of adult. So all of these forms of diabetes that are in the spoke are what we have to think and talk about. So now this is the graph. Kyare has a very beautiful, this is a very old slide, but it is still pertinent today, that when and how, the prevalence and the age of diagnosis of different types of diabetes and the, different population is there. So now, like Sir said, we have included every young format of a person. So the most pertinent or the most suspected type of diabetes in kids pre-pubertal is type 1. After the pubertal time, during the pubertal time, differentiate again with MODY, monogenic diabetes. Think about malnutrition modulated diabetes. Think about type 2 diabetes as well. Think about other endocrinopathies as well. And for any of them, there is a prospect that this person or this child, think about monogenic diabetes. But the catch here is that if you want to label somebody as a monogenic diabetic person, you have to get a genetic panel done. Without that genetic panel, you cannot label them as somebody having monogenic diabetes, or else you just call them as somebody having early onset of type 2 diabetes. Now, let's talk about if ketonuria is positive. If the C-peptide is less than 0.9, it is type 1. But if the C-peptide is poor or dicey, say 0.9 IU, 1.0 IU, think about FCPD. Also get a lipase amylase done. Think about pancreatitis. FCPD again will not always come up with pain. There might be some teenagers who just come with steatoria or just mild pain, in the left flank, and nobody gets an USG abdomen or an abdominal X-ray done. Think about other endocrine disorders present. Think about the genetic defects. There are Rogers syndrome that we've studied. I don't remember the whole collective thing, but there are syndromes along with B12 deficiencies that might cause some level of dysglycemia. So always and always try to follow a sort of algorithm. This is not the ideal one, but this is one from the pediatric diabetes supplement that I've picked up. It's very beautiful. Now, the Diabetes Care in 2018 brought out a position statement about type 1 diabetes in the children and adolescent. So, up to 2017-18, even these people, the international people, the International Society of Pediatric and Adolescent Diabetes, was focusing only on type 1 diabetes. It was only after that their focus, as in when they came to find out about the epidemiology, their focus started to shift, oh, this could be something other than type 1. And they wanted to talk about that. So they are talking about different sorts of diabetes and how the characteristics of these prevalent forms would be different in terms of the age of onset. Think about age of onset again, the slide which we were showing in terms of the age and the age at diagnosis. The male-female ratio again is something which can be variable in typical diabetes, but otherwise has not much of a difference. The HLA, we don't often do that, but HLA D3 and D4 is important when you want to talk about type 1 diabetes. Ethnicity, again, we don't have to go through the ethnicity, but we are Southeast Asian Indians. And the onset of type 2 diabetes is also 1 decade earlier in our ethnicity in comparison to the Caucasians. So again, a beautiful slide which you all can, refer to. Do not forget antibodies. There are some type 2 diabetic patients who have positive autoantibodies, and then there are some type 1 which are autoantibody negative. So do not forget that. It is important on the basis of some sort of a future therapy comes out for stem cell therapies or some sort of, pancreatic transplant. You need to know what sort of diabetes and autoantibody status does the patient have. Obesity and acanthosis nigricans. Do not forget that. Generally, with obesity, we have to see presence of a buffalo hump, acanthosis present or not, skin tags present or not. try and, observe, clinically examine the patients. It's not just, the lab reports. And again, I'll quote my partner over here. He says, Tamara generation ma jatu ryu chhe, you just see the lab evaluation, and we were taught to do a clinical examination, and that is what I have learned from him. So with all due respect, I think we have his sir also here, all due respect and credit to sir. So there are various dilemmas. Now that was the main point and my main focus over here. I'm going to be very quick. There is low level of awareness, not just among the patients, even amongst us as healthcare professionals, there is low level of awareness about different sorts of diabetes in the younger population. There is significant psychosocial impact. If you've heard the name of Dr. Earl Hirsch, he has just come out with an article in Lancet very recently talking about the kind of stigma that the person with diabetes or a child with diabetes faces. And kudos to Netflix or this Hotstar people, and they are making movies wherein the type 1 diabetic person is depicted as a healthy person, just that they need insulin. So we are trying to come out of that stigma and talk to people about that. There are patients who have reported poor blood glucose control, and there is some sort of therapeutic inertia where we are scared of hypoglycemia, and that is why we do not strive to achieve a good glycemic control. So again, it is pertinent that in such a forum, we talk and we discuss and we interact more. Insulin and medicine doses are skipped, missed, and again, this is not a forum where I must name popular people, but people do tend to go for alternate therapy instead of taking one single dose of insulin or even take medicine. Dora dhaga karwa jai chhe. We've heard कि जवा देवानु. That is again something that I learned. If I would fight with the patient कि ना जवानु होय, I've been taught कि ना जवा देवानु. They let them have their mind का peace. But still, people get drawn to alternate therapies more often. So spend some time with your patient and the family, as well as their peers, whosoever wants to question and whosoever wants to talk to you. What is wrong with my spouse? What is wrong with my child? What is wrong with my mother? Any person in their family, please spend some time and counsel and talk to them about what sort of, why are you prescribing any sort of prescription that you're prescribing for your person. Patients struggle to remain fully compliant because lucky they do prescription, don't send them home. Again, sit, talk to them and explain. And I feel that if people can read on Instagram and Facebook and talk to therapists, we are in a generation which is transitioning and who would sit and be able to listen to you. Patient and physicians both have a concern about both hypo as well as hyper now. Again, when we talk about a younger population, they are very tech savvy. They'll come to you and send you articles about newer technology that is available, newer medication which is available, newer injectable which is available. So please, do not just be cross with them. Just sit and try and listen to them also. That is what they are coming to you for. And try as much as possible to, solve their doubts and questions. There is a simple protocol when we talk about type 2 diabetes and the younger person which we have to follow. If there is an asymptomatic child or asymptomatic teenager, talk about obesity management, get their BMI done, plot a growth chart, and try to find out what are the risk factors. Important question comes when we talk about type 2 diabetes in kids is reversibility. And parents will come and ask you, kitla divas dawa levani chahiye, even if it is not insulin. Like forget type 1. Type 1 is altogether a different story. But even when it is type 2 diabetes, you have established a diagnosis, they'll come and ask you, Sahib, kitla divas sudi godi le khani chahiye, madam kitla divas sudi le. So again, exercise per emphasis, diet, a healthy diet, no emphasis is very, very important when we talk about type 2 diabetic in these children. Don't guarantee them that you will reverse their diabetes, but make sure to explain it that if you follow a good routine, it is something of a probability and not, if not possibility. But also tell them about their future. That if you are a type 2 diabetic right now, if she's a female, her reproductive age line, do a preconception counseling, talk to her about different complications that she might have with that. So there are some suitable tests that you have to get done for type 2 diabetes. HbA1c, of course, do a OGTT of fasting, and don't forget the other concomitant test as well. Blood pressure, a lipid panel, albumin excretion, a fundus, all of these, please do not miss. So this is an actual picture of a patient of a 14-year-old boy with type 2 diabetes, like very, very evident acanthosis nigricans. So I think I'm going to skip a little bit about monogenic diabetes because that's what the next speaker is going to talk about. But something which is very much imperative for us to understand that it is still responsible for a prevalence of up to 1 to 3% of young onset of diabetes. And again, importance is of screening of the genetic panel. There are so many types of MODI. If you see, there are 13 which have been identified, and then there are more. Depending on the genetic panel, it is done for free in CMC Vellore. It is done for free, I think, in Chennai at Mohan Sir's center, and I think Sujoy Sir's center also in Kolkata, but I'm not sure about his center. If you fill up a proper form and get it done, you can get it done for free, but you have to just make sure that they have at least 2 to 3 generation positive family history of diabetes, and one of the family member at least should have had onset of diabetes of before 25 years of age, and of course responding very well to sulfonylurea. Neonatal diabetes, again, something that is good, I would say, because there are remittable neonatal diabetes, and it is diagnosed in the first 6 months of life. Not typical of an autoimmune type 1 diabetes. It could be transient, it could be permanent, but again, you have to get a proper analysis done. If not done, if it remits, if you wait for 6 months and if it remits and if it is the transient type, well, congratulations to the parents, but if not, they'll have to continue with insulin. FCPD, again, a nice X-ray of, fibrocalculi pancreatic diabetes. We are a tropical country. India is a tropical country. I'm standing here and sweating on the stage as well. So we should not forget to differential diagnose any of a younger patient, say, coming to us with complaints. Try and get a small X-ray abdomen done. CT scan, baad mein, but get an X-ray also done. It will give you some idea, of FCPD. There could be presence of, absence of any other, risk factors for chronic pancreatitis, like absence of alcoholism, absence of, hepatobiliary diseases or some other chronic liver diseases. And that should make you realize that it could be FCPD. So, another important thing, in a country like India, where we have a lot of people living below the poverty line, it is malnutrition modulated diabetes. And this is a, guy, a typical picture. Their BMI is always less than 16. And always happens in a poorer background, because since the time of in utero, the fetus never had proper nutritive source. So the fetus did not develop well, the infant did not develop well, the child did not develop well, and that, led to, sort of a, relative insulin resistance, and this person will have a very, very high insulin requirement, but still there will be no ketosis or no ketonuria. Something very, very typical of how you want to differentiate malnutrition modulated diabetes with type 1 is that it will have a gradual onset in comparison to type 1, which will have a very rapid onset. Absence of ketosis is one thing, and C-peptide would be more than 0.1. There will be insulin resistance, but still, in spite of severe hyperglycemia, no ketosis will be present. LADA, again, somebody is going to talk about, but LADA is 1.5 diabetes, a subclass of type 1 diabetes. Again, happens in people above the age of 25, and one typical picture of a LADA person is that for 6 months they'll do very well on OHS. It will be after that, after 6 months, that they'll start to show that they are not responding well to any of the OHS, be it sulfonylurea or metformin or anything. And they will have typical features of insulin deficiency. Weight loss in spite of good sugar control. They will, they'll be very cachectic on their look, and by the looks of it, even without a laboratory test, you will be able to say that there are some signs and symptoms of insulin resistance. So a very beautiful paper by Dr. Desai and Dr. Clark. It was actually Dr. Paul Zimet who coined the term LADA, and he said that there were some types of patient when he studied his data during UK PDS that showed autoimmune positivity. did good for 6 months, and after that they needed insulin. So that was that. I know I'm up of time. And I'll just skip to the importance of screening for microvascular and macrovascular complications in our patients. Younger patients with diabetes, do not forget that. It's not just a diagnosis, but after diagnosis management also, which is very important. Screen for neuropathy, nephropathy, retinopathy, every single organ in the body that could be affected by sugar. Please check them. So a beautiful study, the Day-2 study, said that at least one complication occurred in 60% of the participants. At least 2 complications occurred in 28% of the participants in this study, where the diagnosis of diabetes was at the age of 13. So, try and always screen patients, follow them up well, and manage them well. Severe cardiovascular events could also be, one of the major things that we have to. Just one more minute. So don't treat lightly because they are kids or because they are teenagers or because they are young. This is the population that is going to take care of the country tomorrow. So in fact, you have to be very strict, very stringent with them, and try and make them understand why we are being so strict with them, all right? So take care of the targets as well. Try and see what you're doing. I think I made a larger slide than I would have been able to talk about. This is the summary management of diabetes. This could be all different types of diabetes in the young, and just take care of the patient quite well. But education is something important for any sort of diabetes, and this is what we are doing at our institute called RIMS. I invite you all to visit sometime, and with that, over to the chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, madam. It is very lucid presentation. Any questions from the audience, please? Sir?
I think those who have missed yesterday's 2 talks of Dr. Misra and Dr. D. Mohan discussed about many of the points available on later on.
Madam, when is genetic testing is recommended in young diabetics?
That is what I was saying. If there is, positive 3-generation positive family history, even if there is no positive family history and you feel that C-peptide saru chai, this is a child which is not, showing insulin deficiency signs and symptoms and has got diabetes at a very young age, responding very well to sulfonylurea, that is a catch. MODY, any type of MODY will respond very well to sulfonylurea. It could be the 1st generation also, so you can get a gene panel done. That's that. No ketosis. No ketosis.
What is the role of other anti-diabetic drugs in LADA?
Actually, no role after a point of time. LADA is insulin deficiency, and it will pick up after 6 months. Insulin is the only answer.
So initially can we use DPP-4 inhibitors?
You can use anything in the initial period. That is at your discretion. Until and all the C-peptide is good, the patient is responding, you can use anything. But that good window period, honeymoon period, is 6 months. You will have to keep calling the patient properly at follow-up times, and you will feel that now this person is getting deficient enough. Repeat a C-peptide after 6 months.
I have one question.
It is called idiopathic for a reason. That's the term which we use when we don't know the reason. But it is not 95%, sir. The number is 85 and less. They are autoimmune positive. And the rest, which do not have a positive autoimmune history, there are viral infections that cause type 1 diabetes. Other endocrinopathies that cause type 1 diabetes. And it's called idiopathic for a reason because nobody has been able to answer that question for me yet. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So type 1 diabetes will be very typical, acute onset, actual decay, acidosis, ketoacidosis, and that child or that teenager will tell you, that he is a type 1 child. And for somebody who is LADA, it is a gradual onset, gradual depletion of insulin. So LADA is altogether a separate entity. It is just like type 1 diabetes that has developed slowly and gradually over the period of time. That is why they coined the term latent. They were already autoimmune positive, But gradually it was those antibodies that, you know, started to destroy that beta cells, and that is how they became insulin deficient, and that is why the term is 1.5 LADA or 1.5 diabetes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. But so that could be type 2 as well. We are Southeast Asians. Even if I have a normal BMI of 23, my fat cells, my adiposity could be more. I could be a thin fat Indian. You'll have to get that. So my fat percentage also could be my reason for insulin resistance in my body. So anybody, any Southeast Asian, you remember the YY paradox, the Yudkin-Yagnik one? He said, I am 23, a Caucasian is 23, but my 23 BMI has more fat composition, my body mass composition has more fat percentage. That puts me at a higher risk of having type 2 diabetes at an early age and also at a normal BMI.
Yeah,
You get my point?
Dhruv, I have
Yes,
one
sir.
question.
Yes.
Is there any catch that you can judge initially in early part of LADA, that you are prescribing oral anti-diabetic agent, so you can pick up it early, and is there anything that if you pick up it early and if you manage early, is there does it make
cannot
any
be
difference?
prevented. The only thing that you can do is, if a relatively young person comes to you, good BMI, normal BMI, coming to you with hyperglycemia, you are getting his C-peptide. If you feel there is no catch as such, there is no catch, ketosis negative, like normal person, asymptomatic, there is, if you get a C-peptide run, get an auto-antibody run, get a GAD antibody. That's the only catch, and you cannot prevent it. Hona hi hai.
Excellent. Now, we'll thank you, madam, for the excellent talk.
Thank you.
Now, we will move towards next topic, and next topic is by Dr. Ravikant from Rishikesh on update and monogenic and neonatal diabetes. He is MD, MSc, Diabetics and Endocrinology, Queen Mary University, London, Postgraduate Diabetes, Boston, PG, Diabetes and Endocrine, PG, DHSC, Certificate Clinical Diabetologist, Harvard Medical School, Additional Professor and Head Division of the Diabetes and Metabolism, Editor-in-Chief, Journal of Cardio-Diabetes and Metabolic Disorders, Executive Editor, Current Diabetes Reviews, Editor, Journal of Southeast Asian Medical Clinics, Quarterly Print Journal, International Journal of Obesity and Weight Loss Therapy, the Open Alternative Therapy Nutritional Journal, Journal of the Internal Medicine of India, more than 100 publications and 30 research projects. He is expert initial screening committee, Department of Science and Technology, India, for building world-class biotech GMP manufacturing facility for bulk insulin analog based on in-house developed recombinant DNA technology. So now you can start the talk, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for welcome and introduction. I present myself before the August gathering to have some insights over the updates on monogenic diabetes and neonatal diabetes mellitus. Although I am not a pediatric endocrinologist, I am a diabetologist, endocrinologist, principally focusing on adult diabetes, but yes, we do come across young onset diabetes these days, and the percentage is increasing over the last few years that we have experienced in our clinical practice. So for next 20 minutes, I shall be taking you through the young onset diabetes, principally monogenic diabetes and neonatal diabetes mellitus. So greetings from Rishikesh and from Uttarakhand to this holy place. So how to approach a patient with diabetes? This is a big question. How to approach a patient who has come to you for the first time as a diabetic patient. Now the work has already been simplified more for me by my earlier speaker. When you come across a patient with diabetes mellitus, you can have two types, maybe monogenic or maybe polygenic. We all know what is polygenic, type 1 and type 2. So need not go into the details. So what about this monogenic diabetes? It could be maturity onset of diabetes in young, that is taking place in adults principally, whereas neonatal diabetes is principally taking place in the children or neonates or newborns. So what about this maturity onset of diabetes in young? How to address this issue? The moment you have a suspicion of this kind of diabetes which is monogenic in nature, 20% is accounted by glucokinase abnormalities and rest 68% by the transcription factor abnormalities. And I mean, there are many, many more MODIs which we are discovering. For last approximately 15 years, we have moved from MODI 6 to MODI 13, and many more have been added. That is why this is called MODI X. We don't know what this exactly is. We are exploring more and more genetic and transcription defects. So I shall be focusing on this glucokinase abnormality as well as the transcription factors. So principally we have 4 transcription or 5 transcription factors which are responsible for majority of the transcription factor abnormalities, and most important of them is HNF1 alpha. That is typical of MODI 3. So other than HNF1 alpha, we have many more, but I am not going to the much biochemistry part. I am basically a clinician and all we are clinicians, so we need to go how the approach should be to a patient who is having a young onset diabetes. So principally I shall be focusing on maturity onset diabetes in young along with neonatal diabetes mellitus. So this accounts for approximately 3% of the people living with diabetes. The unique features are, this is a monogenic, that is single genetic defect is there. You can pinpoint this gene. This is an autosomal dominant in nature, and you have to have at least 3 generations in your history while you suspect a patient to have maturity onset of diabetes in young. And one of the parents is affected in these 3 generations. That is the catch for the presumptive or prospective diagnosis of maturity onset of diabetes in young. How to say that this is young onset diabetes? The patient should be typically less than 25 years of age or in the 3rd decade. They present as early onset of diabetes maybe in 3rd decade. When compared to type 2 diabetic patients, my earlier speaker has already elaborated that they do have less insulin resistance or no insulin resistance features. They are also negative for autoantibodies. So principally we have 2 types of MODI. One is glucokinase gene defect. Why I say this is a separate entity? Because this kind of MODI is basically managed by diet and lifestyle modification. They do require sulfonylureas but lesser dose and later in the course of this disease. They have early onset of disease since childhood or since birth, whereas transcription factor defect they ensue late in the course of development of diabetes, of maturity onset of diabetes in young, and they present later in the adolescent or maybe early adulthood. So how to characterize these type 1, type 2 and maturity onset of diabetes of young? So you have clinical parameters, you have biochemical parameters, you have genetic parameters. So let us talk about the clinical parameters. Age of onset, of course, the type 1 is presenting early. The ethnicity we have already discussed. We are 1 decade earlier than other diabetics. Acute onset, decay, type 1, gradual onset, MODI, no decay. This is a typical feature of maturity onset of diabetes young. So obesity is almost not existent in the MODI, whereas type 1 are lean and thin, type 2 basically they are either normal weight or overweight or frankly obese. But at this point of time I must admit that please use the Asian criteria to define obesity, not otherwise. When a BMI is more than 23, we as Indians, we are obese. So that has to be kept in mind. So do not wrongly classify your patient as normal weight by other parameters where BMI more than 25 is taken as overweight. Please don't do that. So the moment we are approximately the criteria for obesity for Indians is almost overweight for our counterparts of the developed nations. So insulin resistance features are of course not there in MODI. Acanthosis nigricans, insulin secretion is variably decreased. Insulin sensitivity is normal in these patients. Insulin dependency is infrequently required. They are basically responding to sulfonylureas, whereas type 1 they have permanent dependency of insulin. So far as the antibodies are concerned, there are large number of people are either IC antibodies or GAT65 positive, and family history which is 100% in MODI as opposed to type 1 diabetic or type 2 diabetic. So we start with the clinical picture of having a family history of 3-generation diabetes. In young onset diabetes, kindly consider MODI, and the history if it is present, you are 100% sure probably that you are coming across a patient with MODI. Only thing that you need to prove which type of MODI you have in your hand and to label it which genetic defect it is. So it is simplified cartoon of how the beta cells they do function
And yes, so the moment the glucose is basically sensed by GLUT2 receptors in the pancreatic beta cell, this goes inside the cell, and glucokinase is the first enzyme that converts glucose to glucose 6-phosphate. At this point of time, the glucose cannot go back in the interstitium, it is trapped now. And then further down the stream, the glycolysis takes place, it generates the ATP, and this ATP leads to opening of the potassium sensitive, ATP sensitive potassium channel. Once this channel is opened, there is a wave of depolarization that leads to internalization of calcium and efflux of calcium from the endoplasmic reticulum that leads to exocytosis of insulin. So anywhere in this pathway, if there is an abnormality, the insulin is not going to be secreted either by the prolonged opening of the ATP sensitive potassium channel or maybe by the transcription factors. So any of these can be at fault. So any of these can be picked up by genetic testing. So the clinical characteristics of the patients with the MODY is the patients who are having glucokinase defect, the onset is at the time of birth even. They maintain a low level hypoglycemia, and fasting hyperglycemia is usually high. They can be managed very well with diet and exercise, and later on they can require anti-diabetic drugs. So transcription factor deficiency or defects, they usually present later in the course of adolescent or early adulthood. The onset is at adolescent or maybe progressively requiring oral anti-diabetic drugs, and later may be required insulin even. So we have already discussed, so 6 months down the line sulfonylurea is useful. But why we use sulfonylurea responsiveness? Because the time when MODY was described, we had handful of drugs. Only sulfonylurea was available, glibenclamide as a powerful sulfonylurea. But we have proven in our own studies that those patients who are adult onset, GAD positive, low C-peptide, they do respond very well to gliptins. And the HbA1c reduction is much better with the gliptins as compared to sulfonylureas. So now the era is changing. We are trying to redefine MODY in the clinical context. So not only we are concerned about sulfonylurea nowadays, we are also concerned about DPP-4 inhibitors. We are also concerned about the SGLT2 inhibitor. But the thing is, the DPP-4 inhibitor is working better than SGLT2 inhibitor and sulfonylurea. This is the subset of patients who are GAD positive, normal BMI and low C-peptide in our subset of patients whom we studied and published the literature. MODY3 is the most common in adults, and the glucokinase 2 defect is the most common variety among asymptomatic fasting hyperglycemia in children. So the moment you have relatively adult, consider MODY3. In child, early onset, consider glucokinase deficiency, that is MODY2. This is the most common type of MODY available with us. It is typically misdiagnosed with type 1 diabetes. This presents before 25 years. These patients are usually not obese. Parents and grandparents are usually diabetic, as the defining criteria for MODY is they should have 3 generations of diabetic parents. Now the question arises, when a diagnosis of type 1 diabetes in children may not be correct, when the family history of diabetes in parents, you do not get a family history, kindly consider MODY. You get a family history, kindly consider MODY. If you don't, then consider the type 1. Yes, evidence of endogenous insulin production even after honeymoon period. So once the patient has gone through the or passed through the acute crisis, then look for the C-peptide level. If it is detected more than 200 nanomoles per liter, then you are probably coming across a patient with MODY, not type 1. When pancreatic islet autoantibodies are absent, that is GAD65 or ICA, they are absent, the chances of MODY being very high. Now this is the scenario with type 1. What is the scenario with type 2? When your diagnosis of type 2 in a young adult can be wrong. They are not obese when you are coming a patient who is having normal BMI, or diabetic family members who are normal weight, not the adult itself or the adolescent itself. If the parents who are diabetic, they maintain a normal BMI, then this is also a indicator that probably you are dealing with a case of MODY. Acanthosis are not detected. No evidence of insulin resistance with fasting C-peptide within the normal range. So here you can pick up a patient with MODY. Now the recent work done by Tim J and others colleagues, they have seen that C-reactive CRP is markedly low in patients with HNF1 alpha, then type 1 and type 2 diabetes or glucokinase. So they have incorporated it in the algorithm for the management and subclassification of the diabetes in young. Now, the algorithm says if the patient is less than 30 years, go for clinical assessment, HbA1c, C-peptide, ketones, as my earlier speaker has said. If the presentation is acute, this is type 1. If the patient is having ketone negative, beta cell antibodies are negative, then you have two types of patients phenotypically. One is obese, insulin resistance, this is type 2. Second is normal BMI, no insulin resistance, strong family history, you have MODY. So you have to subclassify this MODY, and this subclassification can be done by genetic testing only. How to manage? Keep the blood sugar as normal as possible. That's good glycemic control, because these patients are also having a propensity of hypoglycemias. So do not overtreat them. Patient with HNF1 alpha gene mutation can initially be treated with diet and exercise, that is glucokinase deficiency. Although they have marked postprandial hypoglycemia because there is no insulin secreted. So you have to control this postprandial hypoglycemic surge by using natiglinide. So natiglinide can be used basically as a monotherapy or may be used with combination therapy. So what is the current recommendations? Pediatric and adolescent diabetes, International Diabetes Federation guidelines published in 2009 suggest switching patients with proven HNF1 mutation from insulin to sulfonylurea. We all know that sulfonylurea is very well acting on these patients. So the mandate is to shift these patients from insulin to sulfonylurea. But even then, 40% of these patients are still being managed on insulin only. Sulfonylurea remains the first choice of drug in these patients. The patients are extremely sensitive to sulfonylureas, and as long as they do not have any problem with hypoglycemia, they can very well be managed with the sulfonylureas. So maybe 6 months down the line, after that you may require in case of LADA, when you have a confusion, that can be differentiated from MODY by the persistent action of sulfonylurea in maturity onset diabetes in young. Sulfonylurea controls the blood sugar better than insulin. The dose of sulfonylurea is 1/4 of the adult dose. So you have to gradually increase the dose as per the response. If there is hypoglycemia, sulfonylurea preparations such as short acting like glyclazide or slow release preparation or mealtime dosage with short acting agents like natiglinide may be considered. So this is the clinical pearl. So maglitide analogs can be used alone or in combination. Now the studies have proven through case reports that this is equally effective as sulfonylurea is. The HbA1c reduction is as robust as with sulfonylurea. So glucagon-like peptide, GLP-1 receptor agonist, yes, they have shown that the MODY3 is responding to GLP-1 analogs also, and they have conclusively proven that yes, they can be taken off insulin. So it is not only the time when we consider sulfonylureas in context of MODY, we have to explore so many more drugs. We have Indian data, we have data from abroad, we can use these molecules, but with a caution. So now this ends the story with the MODY. Now I am coming to neonatal diabetes mellitus. So we are going to have a discussion on classification, permanent or maybe transient, what genetic studies do you require, pathophysiology, clinical presentation and diagnosis, and of course management. So up to 6 months of life after the birth, if the diabetes is there, this is known as neonatal diabetes mellitus. After 6 months to 1 year, this is infantile basically. The types of classification is transient, that persists for 12 weeks, after that it is no more there, or this may be permanent, that persists throughout early childhood, maybe late adulthood. The transient neonatal diabetes mellitus is basically requiring insulin for 2 to 4 weeks, after that 12 weeks down the line the diabetes is no more there, but it is not permanently cured. Please be cautious about these patients, and this may reappear. In India, we have very less percentage of transient, only 5%. Majority of Indian neonates, they have permanent diabetes. The mutations are basically in the sulfonylurea receptor or ABCC8, that is called ATP binding cassette subfamily membrane, which is the outer subunit of the insulin receptor basically. And the KCNJ11, which is the inner one, KIR, that is potassium sensitive, So they are responsible majority of neonatal diabetes. So I am going to discuss this only. I am not going to the details of more lesser frequently genetic abnormality. The cardinal feature is severe intrauterine growth retardation, hypoglycemia, dehydration, absence of ketoacidosis in these patients. Though transient, it requires annual follow-up of these patients so that you do not miss when they are coming again as a relapse. There is a considerable overlap between transient and permanent, but transient diabetics require less amount of insulin as compared to permanent. So they are the features of the transient neonatal diabetes: severe growth retardation and low C-peptide and level absent auto insulin antibodies. So there may be fetal malformations also in these patients. Now coming to permanent, most of the Indian neonates, they have permanent diabetes, diabetes mellitus. Based on the genetic of neonatal diabetes, they could be either syndromic or non-syndromic. So if you come across with the ABCC8 or sulfonylurea receptor or inwardly rectifying potassium channel abnormality, there could be a developmental delay, and there may be associated so many other malformations also, which are very small in number. I am not going to discuss all this. So this is a cartoon that shows about the glucose uptake and the role of Kc and potassium, inwardly rectifying potassium channel and ABCC8. So this is a defect in the neonatal diabetes. This channel remains permanently open. So there is no wave of depolarization and exocytosis of insulin. That is why they might have severe hyperglycemia at times. So this is what the cartoon says. So glucose 6-phosphate cannot be further metabolized because of the permanent opening of this potassium channel. So what this sulfonylurea does, it closes this channel. The moment this channel is closed, the wave of depolarization is there, calcium influx is there, then the exocytosis of insulin is possible. So treatment modality for neonatal diabetes is not insulin, this is sulfonylurea. And why sulfonylurea? Because these sulfonylurea receptors are also found in the brain. If you treat with insulin, you are going to have developmental delay in neonate with insulin rather than with sulfonylurea. Sulfonylurea is a better choice of drug. It reduces the chances of developmental delay. So so how to switch over from insulin to OHA, sulfonylurea. So you have a slow outpatient switch protocol and a rapid. In 5 days we switch from insulin to OHA. In slow, we increase the dose of OHA on a weekly basis. We take approximately 4 weeks to build up the maximum dose of sulfonylurea. So this is the typical algorithm. So non-syndromic neonatal diabetes diagnosed before 6 months of age, test for 6q24 abnormalities. That is, if it is positive, this is transient neonatal diabetes and continue insulin therapy until recovery. And if it is negative, test for KCN, J11 and ABCC8, that is sulfonylurea receptor, and ABCC8 genetic mutation. And if it is positive, this is a permanent. You can label the patient that this child is going to have a permanent diabetes. Please be careful about this. Shift the patient to oral sulfonylurea to further differentiate whether this is permanent or transient. If the patient responds for 18 months and doesn't require further, then you are having permanent diabetes, and if patient responds, this is transient. So this is the end of my talk. Take home message: the correct diagnosis of young onset diabetes is a key to optimal management. If obese, exercise should be prescribed to promote weight loss. MODY 1, 3, 4 respond very well to anti-diabetic drugs. Insulin replacement therapy in late stages, particularly MODY 1 and 3 is required basically. MODY 2 is non-progressive, can be managed with exercise alone. And the therapy of choice in neonatal diabetes mellitus is sulfonylurea and not insulin. With this, I thank you all very much for patient listening.
Excellent talk. Any questions from the house? Sir, all sulfonylureas are equally effective in MODY or only glibenclamide?
Actually, to begin with the journey of maturity onset of diabetes in young, they have used glibenclamide. But they have glyburate also in neonatal diabetes. They have used glyburate also. So, as we have already discussed, leaving apart this neonatal diabetes, so MODY is basically can be controlled by even DPP-4 inhibitor. It has shown promising results with SGLT2 inhibitors and GLP-1 analogs also. So we have a group of drugs not only sulfonylurea, because sulfonylurea was supposed to be a defining criteria, and I personally believe in 5 years, 10 years down the line, we have to really redefine the definition of maturity onset of diabetes in young, because we are no more using the practices shifting from sulfonylurea to non-sulfonylurea therapy. So we may need to redefine this entity in due course of time.
18-year-old female, normal growth and development, no autoantibodies, no 3 generations history of diabetes. What is your diagnosis? Only fasting hyperglycemia.
Kindly consider in all these young ladies PCOS, lean PCOS as one of the important differentiation. So if I have to work out, I first rule out PCOS before embarking on any kind of diabetes.
If you have any question, yeah, yes, sir.
I think I must consider this a crime. To me, it's a crime. Because a child who is recently born has to live 60, 70, 80, 90 years. Why don't I talk to the patient, the family of the patient, and ask them a viable option when it's being freely done in some of the few centers which are freely screening. Kindly send. And I must urge all of you that a child or a patient should be leveled before starting the treatment. If we are not leveling a patient, we are committing a crime on the patient part as well as our own part, because we are blind actually. We are blind. I think I missed the part where exactly it is being done for free. Madam has already told actually. This is CMC Vellore is telling, and PJ Chandigarh, SGPJ is doing this, and we have our own projects where we are doing it free of cost. So kindly come forward. These institutes are, doing these. And the moment you fill the form, as per the requirement, the test will be done free of cost. It is just to open our eyes and give this child a wonderful years of future ahead. Because I really am bothered about whether this is a permanent diabetes or this is transient diabetes. I have to answer myself. Thank you very much.
So thank you, sir. It was a very good discussion, and it was again a very good lecture as well. And so we'll proceed further for our next topic, that is secondary diabetes. For that, I would like to invite Dr. Sandeep from Jodhpur. May I have Dr. Sandeep? Yeah, please come on dais. Let me introduce Dr. Sandeep, who is an MBBS and MD from AIIMS, and he is having postgraduate diploma in clinical endocrinology and diabetes, and also fellow in American College of Endocrinology. And he is a senior professor in Department of Medicine in SN Medical College, Jodhpur, sir. And he is a member of Research Society of Diabetes in India, as well as American Association of Clinical Endocrinology and API as well. And he has several national as well as international presentation as well as publications. So over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson, for kind introduction. And thank you, organizers, particularly Bansi Bhai, for inviting me on this topic. Topic is secondary diabetes, and I think my job is a bit lighter because Dhruvi and just a previous presenter, Dr. Ravikant, has managed to unload few things for me. So basically, currently, this is the classification of diabetes, 2022 Standard of Medical Care published by the ADA. Diabetes, they classify now in type 1 diabetes, type 2 diabetes, gestational diabetes, and specific types of the diabetes due to other causes. So this number 3, specific types of diabetes due to other causes that we are discussing here, that includes the monogenic diabetes as well as the other reasons for the secondary diabetes. Secondary diabetes term is now relatively obsolete, but it was there in 2016 Standard of Care publication, and these were the reasons for the secondary diabetes. So if you look at the important reasons for the secondary diabetes, first thing is other endocrine disorders like say you can have a hyperthyroidism, Cushing's disease, acromegaly, these pheochromocytomas, all these can present with the diabetes also. Disease of exocrine pancreas can present with the diabetes. Miscellaneous autoimmune disorders like stiff person syndrome can present with the diabetes. Drugs and chemicals can present with the diabetes, and rarely congenital infections like the rubella or Coxsackie infections can present with the diabetes. So, but today I would be here discussing only about disease of exocrine pancreas and drug-induced diabetes, because rest all topics are covered, and endocrine disorders is a major thing that has a big lecture series on its own. So coming to the diabetes due to the disease of exocrine pancreas. Any process that diffusely damages or substantially displaces the normal pancreatic tissue will ultimately lead to the development of the diabetes. And if the individual is more predisposed to type 2 diabetic, particularly if he is having obesity or insulin resistance, even not a very significant damage to the pancreas can ultimately lead to the development of the diabetes. These patients usually require insulin, but insulin requirement is much less than the typical type 1 diabetics, because here alpha cells are also destroyed. So glucagon secretion is also impaired. So there may be various causes, inflammatory causes of the exocrine pancreas that may lead to like acute pancreatitis, chronic pancreatitis, fibrocalculous pancreatic disorder, diabetes, and alcohol, autoimmune pancreatitis. Infiltrations like hemochromatosis, primary or secondary. In India, we more have a secondary hemochromatosis. Rarely sarcoidosis can present with secondary diabetes. Miscellaneous like the post-surgical partial or complete pancreatectomy, trauma, or cystic fibrosis. We will be discussing important one briefly. Coming to the acute pancreatitis. Common metabolic abnormality associated with acute pancreatitis is hyperglycemia, hypocalcemia, hyperlipidemia, and hypoalbuminemia. Incidence of the glucose intolerance varies depending upon the severity. Usually hyperglycemia is transient and resolves within few weeks. But 10% of the patients may have a severe hyperglycemia or even diabetic ketoacidosis. These patients usually have a very severe pancreatitis, and degree of hyperglycemia within first 24 hours of the presentation is indicator of the severity of a pancreatitis and overall outcome. So if the blood glucose is more than 200 in first 24 hours, it indicates the worst prognosis. Permanent diabetes is rare with the acute pancreatitis, but sometimes it may be seen with the fulminant pancreatitis patient who has survived. But in these patients, again, we need to reassess the glycemic status 2 to 3 months, and maybe regularly, annually, so that because they already have some damaged pancreas. Coming to the chronic pancreatitis, incidence of the diabetes in chronic pancreatitis depends on the underlying etiology, extent of the calcification, that is very important, and duration of the disease. If the patient is having a calcific pancreatitis, the picture Dhruvi showed, almost 50 to 70% of these patients have a diabetes. Non-calcific chronic pancreatitis, diabetes incidence is a little bit lower, around 30%. Common complaints we know: recurrent abdominal pain, steatorrhea, and weight loss. Weight loss is here the important thing. And majority of the patients requires insulin, but dose is typically low, as we discussed. And these patients again can have a very brittle control of diabetes. They can have a recurrent episodes of the hypoglycemia again because of the destruction of the alpha cells. Pancreatic carcinoma is one thing which we should be considering in a middle-aged or elderly patient who is coming to you with the recent onset diabetes, with decreased appetite and weight loss. Any diabetic who is presenting to you with the middle-aged and elderly with decreased appetite, weight loss, please consider pancreatic carcinoma. Usually these patients have a mild kind of a diabetes. We should be subjecting these patients to the ultrasound and further investigation if required. Pancreatic surgery obviously can ultimately lead to the development of the diabetes. It depends upon the severity of the extent of the destruction basically. Increased diabetic risk following the distal pancreectomy, because beta cells are more concentrated in the distal part of the pancreas, so distal pancreectomy often have an increased incidence of the development of the diabetes, almost 70%. Total pancreectomy obviously will have a diabetes. Challenges are managing diabetes in these patients because recurrent hypoglycemia and hyperglycemia is, so basically these patients need frequent small meals, along with that multiple small doses of short-acting insulins. Cystic fibrosis is not very common in our situation. It's more of a West European problem. Briefly discussing, basically there is a thick viscid secretion, pancreatic secretion, that causes the ductal obstruction and ultimately pancreatic destruction and pancreatic insufficiency. As the age progresses, incidence of the diabetes increases from the 2 to 3% in the early childhood to almost 50% in the adults. But ketosis is rare in the cystic fibrosis related diabetes. Hemochromatosis is again an important thing. Hereditary hemochromatosis is a mutation in the HFE gene located at chromosome 6. It's not a very common thing, but here we can have a secondary hemochromatosis. Patients with a thalassemia major who has a recurrent blood transfusions ultimately end up with the iron overload and they may develop hemochromatosis. Typical classical triad is cirrhosis, diabetes and bronze skin. So therapeutic approach to the pancreatic diabetes, these patients definitely need a nutritional support because they are malnourished. Liberal protein intake, frequent small meals, low neutral fat intake because they have a fat intolerance, high intake of complex carbohydrate. Alcohol should be absolutely avoided. Pancreatic enzyme supplementation, definitely these patients need to avoid malabsorption syndrome, and multiple doses of the short-acting insulin is usually preferred in these patients. Coming to second important group, that is drug-induced diabetes. We exactly don't know how many percent of the people are suffering from the drug-induced diabetes. There are several drugs which can cause diabetes or worsen the glycemic control if the person is having a pre-existing diabetes. These diabetes may be very slow to develop and can be missed, or it may be very abrupt and present with the hyperglycemic emergencies. Now, increasing use of atypical antipsychotics, newer antipsychotics, and there are newer anti-cancerous drugs which are coming up, and they can also cause diabetes or hyperglycemia. We'll discuss briefly about them. So these are the various mechanisms why these drugs can cause hyperglycemia or diabetes. It may be because of the insulin deficiency, insulin resistance, or combination of the insulin deficiency and insulin resistance. This newer drug alpelisib, that is a PI3K inhibitor used in the breast cancer, it has a direct effect on the glucose metabolism. We'll be discussing each one, important one briefly. Checkpoint inhibitors are the very new anti-cancerous drugs, and they have changed the scenario of the management of the advanced malignancies. Now people with the advanced malignancy with the use of checkpoint inhibitors survive years. They are targeted therapy and drastically change the management, usually used in the malignant melanoma, lymphoma, lung cancers and renal cancers. There are majorly three types of the checkpoint inhibitors. I won't go into detail, but checkpoint inhibitors can cause autoimmune complications in 1 to 2% patients. It can cause autoimmune destruction of the pituitary, autoimmune destruction of the thyroid, autoimmune destruction of the adrenal, or autoimmune destruction of pancreas. Any of them can be occur. And once it occurs, process starts, it is usually irreversible, it doesn't respond to steroids. So this is very uncommon side effect, but very important side effect because it's almost permanent insulin deficient diabetes. Usually these patients present with the acute hyperglycemia. 50% of these patients may have a islet autoantibodies, and usually these patients also have a HLA-DR4 allele which predisposes to the type 1 diabetes. So any person who is predisposed to the type 1 diabetes are more likely to develop diabetes when he is on the checkpoint inhibitors. Anti-cancer drug like alpelisib, this is another newer drug. This is the PI3K inhibitor used in the metastatic breast cancer. Again, its most common side effect is hyperglycemia. More than 60% of the patient hyperglycemia is observed, and more than 60%, and usually typically seen after 2 cycles of the therapy. But good thing is it has a short half-life and it has a direct effect on the metabolism of the glucose only. So once we stop this drug, this hyperglycemia is resolved. The direct effect includes the reduction in the glucose synthesis as well as the preference for the fatty acids for the cells. Glucose is spared, that's why there is a hyperglycemia. Commonly used immunosuppressants like the calcineurin inhibitors like cyclosporin, sirolimus and tacrolimus. These can also cause diabetes. It is called as post-transplant diabetes, and risk factor is old age, non-white ethnicity, HCV positive patient, and sometimes usually these patients are also on the steroids, so that also is a risk factor. And the main mechanism is by inhibition of the islet beta cell expansion. Though it have a sirolimus have a inhibition of the mTOR pathway also. One important thing to note here is that hyperglycemia effect of the sirolimus is significantly less than the tacrolimus. So if the patient is on the tacrolimus and developing hyperglycemia, you can try the sirolimus and see if it is managed or not. Newer immunosuppressant IL-2 monoclonal antibody, that is basiliximab. Again, it is used in the patients with organ transplant for the rejection. IL-2 plays a very important role in the maintenance of the immunologic self-tolerance, and problem with this pathway can lead to the autoimmune diabetes like a type 1 diabetes. Almost 40% of the patients who receive basiliximab may develop hyperglycemia or post-transplant diabetes. Corticosteroid, as we all know, is an immunosuppressant as well as an anti-inflammatory and chemotherapeutic agent. It has been widely used and widely abused also, and we have seen in the COVID era effect of the corticosteroids on the glycemic control. It has been very widely discussed. I won't go into detail, but if the person is on the long-term corticosteroid, risk of new onset diabetes is almost twofold. It depends basically on the dose, duration and route of administration. Older history, other risk factor for development of diabetes is an increased risk factor for development of the diabetes here, and corticosteroids mainly increases the postprandial glucose. Various mechanisms include the increasing insulin resistance, increased hepatogluconeogenesis, and reduction in the beta cell function also. And apart from that, we all know steroids can increase the appetite and cause weight gain. So that further fuels the insulin resistance. Coming to the antipsychotics, it is a very important thing, and in fact in 2003 there was consensus statement by the ADA, American Psychiatric Association, and ACE that said that the antipsychotic increase the risk of diabetes and dyslipidemia with the risk of metabolic abnormality closely aligned to the degree of weight gain, because weight gain is very common problem with these drugs, and prevalence of the diabetes is 2 to 3 times higher in the patient who is taking antipsychotics than the general population. And people with severe mental illness and on antipsychotics are very much at high risk of developing the hyperglycemic emergencies. So these are the first generation antipsychotics and the second generation antipsychotics. Among the first generation, chlorpromazine nowadays is not very commonly used but has a maximum risk. And among the second generation antipsychotics, clozapine and olanzapine both increase the risk of weight gain, insulin resistant, and risk of development of the diabetes. Antidepressant again is an important risk factor. In fact, depression and diabetes is very closely related, and it's a major issue nowadays. Various antidepressant can cause a weight gain, but tricyclic antidepressant is notorious for that. That weight gain can ultimately lead to the increased insulin resistance. And many times we are using tricyclic antidepressant in combination with the pregabalin for treating the peripheral neuropathy in these patients. So that is the one thing. And even in animal studies, it has been shown that tricyclic antidepressant can reduce the insulin release also, apart from increasing the insulin resistance. Anti-epileptic valproic acid, again it's a broad spectrum anti-epileptic, but it has a metabolic effect. It can cause fatty liver, it can cause significant weight gain, dyslipidemia and hyperglycemia. Almost 40% of the people who are on the long-term valproate ultimately develop impaired glucose tolerance. Recombinant growth hormone, people who are short stature with growth hormone deficiency, when growth hormone is given, there is again a significant risk of development of diabetes in these children who are treated with the recombinant growth hormone. Statins, it has been widely discussed and debated, but it is an important risk factor for development of diabetes. In the DPP program, risk was estimated to the tune of 30%. And risk depends on the intensity of the statin therapy, and its mechanism is basically a multifactorial, probably increasing the insulin resistance and decreasing the insulin secretion by impairing the beta cell function. Antiprotozoal pentamidine can cause, it's basically used in the pneumocystis infection and leishmaniasis. It can cause the direct destruction of the beta cells. In early stage, it will cause the hypoglycemia because of the massive release of insulin from the beta cells, but ultimately it will lead to the diabetes or hyperglycemia. Antiretroviral drugs, particularly protease inhibitors, ritonavir, nelfinavir, and indinavir. Here, almost 10% of these patients may develop diabetes over a long period of time because the risk factor is probably increased insulin resistance and effect on the GLUT4 receptor activity. Coming to important group of drug, antihypertensive, particularly beta blockers. First generation and second generation beta blockers can cause impaired glucose tolerance or frank diabetes, particularly propranolol, atenolol, or metoprolol. Third generation carvedilol, nebivolol, or bisoprolol are not associated with these side effects. Meta-analysis showed almost 22% increased risk of new onset diabetes person who is taking long-term beta or this first or second generation beta blockers. And probable mechanism is impaired first phase insulin release, increased insulin resistance because of the weight gain. Another antihypertensive, that is thiazide. Long-term use of thiazide is associated with hyperglycemia again. Important thing is it down-regulates the PPR gamma receptor. PPR gamma receptor is the same on which the pioglitazone acts. So it has an opposite effect of the pioglitazone. So take-home message here is currently when the polypharmacy is almost a norm rather than an exception, we are using multiple drugs in these patients. We should be aware about the diabetogenic potential of these drugs. And if these patients are on the diabetogenic drugs, we should be screening them regularly for development of the hyperglycemia. And if hyperglycemia is detected and if culprit drug is stopped early, like the calcineurin inhibitors or PI3K inhibitors or thiazides or beta blockers, probably diabetes can be reversed. And similarly, malnourished patient who is coming to you with the diabetes, always suspect the pancreatic diabetes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Excellent talk. Questions are invited from the audience. Sir, one question from my side. Are all statins equal in causing diabetes? Statins, or it is a class effect or a drug individual?
There has been several studies which show that different statins has a different effect. But ultimately what these meta-analysis has shown, commonly used statins like you are using the atorvastatin or rosuvastatin increases the risk of diabetes. I think pitavastatin has the lowest risk of development of the diabetes with the development of diabetes, but these are the things that not available out here.
Sir, what about post-COVID diabetes? What is the treatment of choice and how long we should continue for that?
Basically, it depends what was the underlying cause that precipitated the diabetes, whether it was a patient steroid or whether it was a stress. Stress of COVID and development of the diabetes in high-risk patient usually is transient over a 3 to 6 months. We have seen many of these patients again going into the non-diabetic status. But if patient is requiring a long-term steroids and they have developed the diabetes, again these patients definitely need a proper long-term therapy.
Kunal bhai.
That's a very dicey question. Initially, DPP-4 or GLP-1 was correlated with the development of the increased risk of acute pancreatitis. But after that, over a period of years, it has been shown that there is no increased risk. But anyway, if the person has developed the pancreatitis on these drugs, I would like to stop them, and if feasible, if other drugs are available, if we have other options, there is no point in starting these drugs. The place from where I come, Rajasthan, we have a very low incidence of fibrocalculous pancreatitis or related diabetes, so I haven't seen many. So I can't basically comment, but ultimately you need insulin in these patients.
Yeah, just to supplement for talk, it was nicely, wonderfully planned. Just to supplement to already existing, the predictors and prevalence of depression in diabetics is a very important aspect, so as to take care of this clinical entity well in time. So predictors are female sex, obese patient, advancing age, and longer duration of blood diabetes and fasting hypoglycemia. They are the predictors of depression. So whenever you come across these patient population, they definitely require some extra caution. Now the meta-analysis has shown, that is done with our team only, and we have generated moderate level of evidence by using antidepressant alone. That included 396 studies, and we could conclude that yes, there is a moderate level of evidence. The moment you use antidepressants well in time, the quantity of OHs, they come down heavily, and the quality of life improves like anything. So this is just to supplement.
Yeah, this very true. This is in fact a topic. We had a study also on the almost 300 patients, and we presented last time at the RSSDI Pune wala jo tha usme. It's a very complex interaction between the depression and the diabetes. Depression worsens the diabetes, and worsening of the diabetes control worsens the depression. So basically it's a vicious cycle. It needs to be broken. A depressed patient, you can't ask him to adhere to the lifestyle changes, dietary changes and all those things. It's very difficult for the depressed patient to get into that. So need to break that vicious cycle, and I would say the most appropriate drug for these kind of patients, antidepressant patients, I use is bupropion, because it is a weight neutral, and in fact it has been used in combination for the weight loss also, and it doesn't cause much of a sedation. It's a daytime drug, and it's a very excellent drug for these kind of patients.
What about SSRIs that you have talked about, TCAs, but in depression can we use the SSRIs?
It's a basically long list. SSRI you can definitely use SSRI if depression is severe. If it warrants the treatment with the SSRI, you have to use SSRI. If it is not responding to, because if it's not responding to bupropion, definitely I would be sending the patient to the psychiatrist, and he would be treating accordingly. But again, SSRI can cause some weight gain. But tricyclic antidepressants are the most notorious, and we are using for the pregabalin, nortriptyline combination therapy for the peripheral neuropathy. So that's what I wanted to highlight it.
Nowadays, in our country, in fact in our Ahmedabad, lots of transplantation are going on, and we are looking at lot and lot patients with tacrolimus and steroid-induced hyperglycemia.
Yeah.
So excellent presentation. You have covered almost all the aspects. What's your experience of usage of non-insulin antidiabetics for pancreatic diabetes?
Non-insulin?
Antidiabetics for pancreatic diabetes.
For a time, it's just like for a timing you can use it till the pancreas or beta cell last. That's the only thing I can say. It may be 6 months, it may be 2 years, but ultimately patients with the chronic pancreatitis land up with the insulin. We would like to avoid DPP-4 or GLP-1 agonist as it's not.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much for your deliberation. And now we have completed all 3 topics. So we are ending our session here. And for the next proceeding, we have a debate. And for that, I would like to invite for moderating the session, Dr. Urman Dhruv, who is from Ahmedabad.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Because the session is going on time, first thing and foremost thing would be we'll see that rest of the speakers also stick to time so that we can finish within 75 minutes. We have got 20 minutes for speakers. 3 debates are there. So the rules would be 9 plus 2 minutes for each speaker. You can take as a whole or you can take in 2 parts, 9 minutes plus 2 minutes. So each speaker will have to speak or declare how he or she is going to manage the time, 9 plus 2 or 9, 11, 2, whatever is the format. That's number one. We have got experts with us. So I'll call upon Dr. Madhavbhai Desai, whose job would be to make the comments on the debate at the end of the debate. Everyone knows about the topics, but we want the clarity of the thoughts of the speakers or the debaters. So that would be done by Dr. Madhavbhai Desai, and we'll be having 3 minutes for the experts. So not spending much of the time, I'll call upon the debaters. First 2 contestants, that is Dr. Rucha Mehta and Dr. Sunil Kata. First, Dr. Rucha. The topic is what is more important in management of diabetes, weight or sugar? So before she starts, let's have the opinion of the house. Those who believe that weight is more important should raise the hands. And those who believe sugars are more important should raise the hands. I think we have got 50-50 and most of them are still on the borderline. So go ahead, Dr. Rucha. You are taking 9 plus 2 or 11 at a time?
So I'll take 9.
9 plus 2.
The 2 is for question. I was unclear. The 2 is for Q&R, rebuttal. Can we do 10 plus 1 so I can take 10 minutes? And
yeah, you can take 10 plus 1. So we'll be giving 11 minutes in all.
Okay, fine. Perfect. Thank you. Good evening, everybody, and it gives me great pleasure to be here speaking on this topic with fantastic moderators and a very worthy opponent. This is a topic that is very near and dear to my heart, of course, that what should we do for management of diabetes? Should we just simply keep on treating the age-old philosophy, let's treat glucose as a number, or do we really do something about changing this whole paradigm and let's focus on what is the root cause? In the next several minutes, I shall lead you through this whole story of why, how much weight loss, how do we go about this, who are our targets, and if not, why not? So as we all know, very familiar with this story, that weight gain or obesity is now increasingly recognized as the main driver of type 2 diabetes, not only in the Caucasian world, but from very good studies done by Dr. Ramachandran in our very own country and several others. Not only is this rate increasing worldwide, but India now faces this twin epidemic of diabetes and obesity, and we are the 3rd largest with the obesity burden. What is this double burden of obesity and diabetes? I'm just going to show you on this very busy slide the insulin resistance and the beta cell failure that you've been hearing about all day that lies at the core of this type 2 diabetes. So we just spoke about pancreatic diabetes. If there's an insulin secretion defect, maybe weight loss may not work, but we will show you some newer data that may change the way you think. Of course, we all know obesity is not simply linked to type 2 diabetes, but from top to bottom, it affects all your systems. Obstructive sleep apnea, fatty liver, strokes, heart disease, several cancers, infertility, osteoarthritis. No system is left without being affected if you are on the overweight, or what we now like to say, adiposopathy, because you may be normal BMI as in the Indians, but you have excess of adipose tissue. I bring you back to Dr. DeFronzo's seminal talk about the twin defects of insulin resistance and beta cell dysfunction. And is this the only story? What we now know from his lecture, that we should always treat our patients in a wholesome manner and try to reverse and get away from this glucocentric approach and move ahead to a more cardiometabolic era. So if you are a treating physician and you will choose weight-centered approach, you can see to the left of your screen, that will be an upstream intervention. If you simply treat glucose, which is to the right of your stream, you have already lost the battle. You're picking up the bones only, because that would be a very downstream and glucocentric approach wherein complications have already occurred. Hence, how much weight loss do we need to prevent this? And what will you choose among lifestyle, medications, bariatric surgery, so many options out there? What are we truly talking about? Let's talk about the trial that really changed our mind and thinking. Not only it spoke that weight loss could be used as a target for glucose control, but spoke about remission. In the direct trial, which was conducted with about 300 patients being randomized to a control group as well as an intensive lifestyle intervention, at the end of 1 year, patients who lost about 15 kilograms, almost 86% were in remission of all diabetes medications. At the end of 2 years, 70% were in remission. Now, if they lost only 10 to 15 kilograms, so less than 15, still a 60% people had remission. And even if you lost 3 to 4 kilograms, 5% people. Of my population, if I can get 5% people to go into remission, that's great with a very minimal weight loss, because the remaining still came off a lot of medications. So what worked? We need to think. We need to mimic this. Was it the weight loss or was it the intervention? So Dr. Taylor, as a very humble man, he said, yes, there were responders, there were non-responders. And he showed that when you do this weight loss, you are affecting pathophysiology. The liver fat falls, the pancreatic fat falls, glucose-stimulated acute insulin secretion returns. What this means is this could be groundbreaking. The beta cell ability to recover function seems to have come back. What is novel? It was done in real life conditions by routine staff, not by specialists. And this is the first study to set remission of type 2 diabetes as a primary outcome measure. Of course, prior to this, there were several smaller studies. What I want to point out to you that in these smaller studies, we saw remission only if the patient lost at least significant 7 to 10%, but they all had improvement in measures. Also, what we saw is that in most of these trials, including the direct trial, the duration of type 2 diabetes was less than 6 to 8 years. So you want to treat your patients as soon as you see them. You want to really propose this to them, and maybe even when they have pre-diabetes. Now let's go and look at outcomes. We always are interested in seeing if we can prevent complications. So in the Look Ahead study, which is a seminal paper, about 5,000 patients are randomized to an intensive lifestyle intervention versus control condition. Mind you, when I say control, they are getting all the best medications available at the time to control diabetes. Long study, 4 years. At the end of 4 years, what do we find? In the intensive lifestyle group who are off medications, about 4.66% weight loss, which correlated with about, what you can see over here, a 7% remission of diabetes. And even at year 1, year 2, year 3, this is maintained. So this is great news for us. Now remember, direct was to look at CV outcomes. If you lose weight and you're an obese and overweight diabetic, what happens to MACE? Major adverse cardiovascular events. Anyone know the answer? It was a negative study. It did not reduce MACE. So does weight loss, what I just showed you so far, not do that? Well, again, I'll point out they did a sub-analysis study and broke down the patients into less than 2% weight loss all the way up to more than 10% weight loss. Subjects, again, who lost more than 10% weight loss had beneficial decrease in the primary MACE outcome. So again, we know how much weight loss. Things to learn by looking at data. So let's switch gears now, because in the interest of time, I can only show you so much lifestyle changes. Medications for weight loss. Now we have medications that cause weight loss, and we have anti-diabetic medications that also cause weight loss. So these are medications that are approved for weight loss.
2 minutes.
And we know that most of these are not available to us except Orlistat. The GLP-1 analogs in much higher doses, such as liraglutide and semaglutide, showed that patients could have reduction of diabetes and remission even, but when they are stopped, that effect goes away. Now you tell me, is giving a medication, again, what are they doing? Trying to get weight loss, an effective way to do this. I would say my colleague has lost the battle already if that's going to be his point. Now older medication classes, we know they bring down HbA1c. That's a glucocentric approach, not without side effects such as hypoglycemia, not without side effects such as weight gain, and hence they defy the pathophysiology of type 2 diabetes. Will the emerging dual and triple incretin therapies change my mind? So what we can see at the bottom, it shows you 5% all the way to 30% weight loss. We know the newer molecule tirzepatide has now about 18 to 20% weight loss. What's in the pipeline for you folks to learn here today? We have cagrilintide plus semaglutide, and that may beat bariatric surgery. That may cause a 25 to 28% weight loss, but so far bariatric surgery has the highest amount of weight loss. We know from several good studies. So number one is the STAMPEDE trial, wherein medical therapy versus sleeve gastrectomy and RYGB. Of course, who won the battle? Patients in the surgical arms had a greater weight loss and remained in remission of type 2 diabetes. And in these studies of bariatric surgery, the patients with type 2 diabetes are even on GLP-1, the best possible medications. So weight loss again. Now, the longest trial we have, Dr. Mignoni's data again. Here you look at BPD, which is biliopancreatic diversion, and RYGB, again superior. So what I present to you is the goal for impactful weight loss. At 3%, glucose gets better, triglycerides get better. Not that bad, your patients can do this. At 5%, HDL cholesterol improves, blood pressure improves, NASH, quality of life improves. At 10%, obstructive sleep apnea. At 15%, we may have remission of type 2 diabetes, reduction in CV events and mortality. Can you name a single drug that can do this? I dare say you won't have anything like this. And hence I present to you that weight loss should be the primary target as a holistic approach, as people who care about your patients. But why not? I said why not? Because not everyone responds to lifestyle measures. We know this. We have patients all the time who say they follow diets and they don't lose weight. We need at least a 5% weight loss, and only 20% had CV outcome benefits, so we need to understand the non-responders better than the responders. I urge you to read this really seminal paper by Dr. Lingwei and colleagues for more details. My last slide, weight loss is a holistic approach. As I said, if you're a treating physician like me, you want an upstream intervention to prevent complications. Weight loss more than 15% can lead to remission and affect CV outcomes. Dare say, is there any medication with similar benefits? And truly speaking, there can be really no side effects of lifestyle. Not only that, since we are not giving any medications, we have no impact on pharma. It's a very green approach for all your patients. So your genes and your environment and lifestyle make who you are. You make your choice. Do you want to stay upstream with me or let your health go down the drain? Thank you very much.
Well done, Dr. Richa. You'll be getting 1 minute for rebuttal later on. I'll call upon the opponent, Dr. Sunil Kota. What do you want, sir? 9 plus 2, 10 plus 1 or 11?
11.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you so much.
No, in fact, this also shows his confidence that he would not require rebuttal. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for those kind words. Thanks to the organizers. And I know that I am pitted against a mighty opponent, Rucha ma'am. Can we have the slides? Make it 11, please. It's 9, not 9. Yeah, so I would be talking in favor of blood sugars as a more important marker in the management of diabetes, because we all know that it is not only about control of blood sugars, it's also about prevention of complications and also prevention of progression of complications. I'm not able to operate it from here. Okay, so still, diabetes is a disorder of glucose. We all know that. With uncontrolled diabetes, the risk of complications, they do go up. And we have umpteenth number of evidences to suggest that with decreasing glucose, we can reduce the risk of complications. And we know there are targets around, but there are pentars, there are fancy terms like hexards, but we only look at HbA1c, fasting, PPBS, glycemic variability, hypoglycemia, and nocturnal hypoglycemia. And I'm not going to backstab a parameter which we all have been targeting since ages. So with this brief preamble, I'm going to take you through the following points. First of all, pathophysiologically, we all know that Indians not only have higher prevalence of diabetes, but we are seeing a surge in early onset diabetes. And with this, we know that compared to obese non-diabetics, there is a 50 to 70% lower insulin secretion and 15% per year decline that is more rapid in the beta cell function. This is the novel heterogeneous phenotype of type 2 diabetes which we all have been talking about. And if we put this into the Indian context compared to the Europeans, the Indian cohort predominantly are severely insulin deficient vis-a-vis the Western cohorts which are more of mild obesity related. And this is the crux of everything that I am going to talk about, because Asian Indian phenotype, this revolves around two important points. We have a lower BMI and also we have more abdominal fat. So if we want to target weight, we need to have an approach which would be taking care of these points. So what about the complications? Is glucose related to complications? Obviously yes. With increasing A1C, we know that there is a heightened chance of developing all the complications related to diabetes. And you look at all the major landmark trials starting from 1970s till now, we can see that all of them have been focusing on intensive versus conventional glycemic control to control the complications. About microvascular complications, we have enough number of studies in patients having diabetes less than 10 years and we are having diabetes more than equal to 10 years. Even in patients having obesity and diabetes, for control of microvascular complications, we require blood glucose control. What about macrovascular disease? We have evidences in favor of patients having diabetes less than 10 years, more than equal to 10 years. Unfortunately, we do not have much, but still we know that Accord told us that there is a significant reduction of non-fatal MI. This is a meta-analysis published in 2009, which tells us that the overall MACE reduction is to the tune of significant 9%, and MI is also getting reduced to the tune of 15% with intensive glycemic control. This is a cohort study consisting of more than 2 lakh subjects, and what we get at the end is that the lower the HbA1c you get to, there is a higher MACE reduction, and for per 0.9% HbA1c reduction, you get a 33% MACE reduction. Not only that, we also get protection to our liver as far as all the parameters of NASH are concerned. COVID-19, we cannot skip this particular topic. We also know that by proper glycemic control, we can improve the outcome in a patient being admitted for COVID-19. And not only that, perioperative outcome, you can see in intra-hospital better glycemic management is reflecting onto a better outcome. What about cardiovascular risk? There are a number of mechanisms proposed: epigenetic modification, inflammation, oxidation, age formation. But what about the data? This one clearly tells us that 1% increase in A1C is associated with 12 to 43% increase in CV events. Therefore, the glucose control needs to take the center stage. This again is something interesting. 2018 NEJM, they have tried to look at different variables as far as causation of the acute myocardial infarction is concerned. You can see the glycated hemoglobin stands first, followed by systolic blood pressure, followed by LDL cholesterol. Not only that, this meta-analysis of 18 trials tells us that there is a reduction of non-fatal stroke. This trial tells us that early intensive glycemic control is associated with 17% reduction in non-fatal MI and 15% reduction in coronary heart disease. Longevity, is it not important? Yes, it is, because as the age of onset is getting younger, there is higher chance that you will be losing lives. And if there is a drug which is going to, there is some intervention which is going to impact on your longevity, it is definitely important. This is JAMA 2021, which says that reduction of HbA1c from highest quartile 9.9% to 5.9% in the first quartile is associated with life expectancy gain of around 3.8 years. This is interesting, Denmark registry, which tells us that 10 years before death, if you discontinue oral drugs, you have higher chances of having death. And SGLT2 inhibitors, we all know these are predominantly anti-hyperglycemic agents, and it has wonderful beneficial effect as far as reduction of all-cause and cardiovascular mortality. This was interesting. I didn't actually show the content, but there are drugs being proposed like the Metformin, pioglitazone, alpha-glucosidase inhibitor and the SGLT2 inhibitor, which are actually helping us in healthy aging process. Yes, there are demerits associated with anti-hyperglycemic agents, We know that with each 1%, 1 kg increase in body weight, there is around 7% increase in chances of heart failure. Not only that, with 3 kg weight gain, we are offsetting the advantages out of 1% A1C reduction. I appreciate that fact. You look at the weight gain due to the drugs which are used in all these wonderful trials, but despite having weight gain, have we not witnessed the wonderful microvascular and macrovascular risk reduction that they have given to us? Let us take the example of these two molecules, pioglitazone and sulfonylurea. Both are weight gain promoting, but then Iris and Proactive, these are CV safe molecules, these are CV safety data. Carolina has actually reimposed our faith on the age-old molecule glimepiride and gliclazide thanks to advanced study. And there is a concept called metabolic healthy obesity. Probably these are the drugs which are promoting that state, and we cannot exactly negate that. And the wonderful beneficial effect of these two drugs, the gliflozins and the glutides. Probably glucose control is the standard of care, and the differences may contribute to the benefits as far as all the cardiovascular conditions are concerned. What about the guidelines? Let me recollect the Belfast diet study, which tells us that as the age progresses, the insulin secretion gradually goes down, whereas insulin resistance going to a certain level, then it becomes plateau. So probably we need to look at the insulin dysfunction throughout our life, and that's what is important. And if you look at the therapeutic target proposed by all the different bodies as far as diabetes is concerned, whether it is our national RSSDI or the international one, we have targets for fasting, PP, HbA1c, the TIR, and we can have more stringent or less stringent goals, but it revolves around the glycemic targets. Yes, Rucha ma'am was alluding to the fact that we are moving on from glucocentric approach to a cardiorenal or vasculo-glucocentric approach. But does that mean glycemic control has taken a backseat? We all as Indians are very much concerned about the mileage, what much of mileage that we are getting from a particular intervention, and you can see the lines which are circled in red, all of them are talking about if A1C is not above target, if A1C is not above target, what should be your next course of action. So definitely efficacy does matter. So lastly, I will take another 2 minutes to talk about weight loss. What exactly are we doing? So ma'am has actually told us several beneficial aspects of weight loss. Look ahead, a wonderful trial, I must say that, but then even 1/3 of the patients under clinical trial setting failed to achieve 5% of weight loss, and after 4 to 6 months there was 4 to 10% weight loss, and after then after that period there was a plateau, and unfortunately after that there was a rebound weight gain in half of the patients. So probably you are pushing the patient towards a stage probably where the durability of that particular intervention is not always intact. And now let us look at the commonly used weight loss losing strategy and its impact on A1C reduction. You can see A1C reduction is a paltry 0.4 to 0.8%, and this is something very interesting. 2015, it says around 5 to 10% weight loss is required to decrease the risk factors for prediabetes and diabetes, but majority of the interventions that we have been using even fail to give you a 5% weight loss. So do we have enough of evidences which tell us that weight loss is associated with improvement in vascular outcomes? I don't think so, and we know there are a number of side effects, I need not highlight them, and there are a number of perceived barriers, but then we require at least 5% as per the study shown by Rucha ma'am as well, but then majority of the interventions fail to showcase that even. So to conclude, we have definite targets for the glycemic parameters. For weight, we do not have. Do we have enough evidences to tell us that glycemic control is giving you good life? Yes. Do we have enough evidences? We have evidences, but enough, I won't say. Practicability, how practicable it is, because of the perceived barriers of weight loss regimen, but there are plethora of drugs which can reduce A1C to great extent, and there are issues with regards to durability of that particular intervention. And as far as Asians are concerned, because we have low BMI people and we have more of central adiposity, do we have drugs actually to address this particular aspect? No. So probably we still require glycemic control in addition to weight loss, what was promoted by Rucha ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Over to Dr. Richa ma'am for 1 minute rebuttal. No. If you have something to say, 1
I'm
minute.
not sure about the division of time. So yes, definitely a great, I hope the audience got a great overview of both sides of the coin. And as we said he mentioned about what I already said as the why nots is we don't have enough data with interventional trials for diet, of course, and we are aware of that. And that's where we need to find out the responders and non-responders. In fact, the direct trial came out as just in the last several years. 2019 is the first time we started thinking of this as a possible intervention. But we already know what is the HbA1c control in spite of so many medications that are floating around since the 1990s. Would you say, Dr. Kota, that is just number one, if you could answer if targeting glucose as a control has always worked or not. Then you showed several intensive glucose control studies, but I think the point was that should only glucose be the primary point of target, and would targeting glucose take away all the other cardiometabolic risk factors? And so I guess if you could allude on those 2 points.
Thank you, and I'll hand over mic to Dr. Madhavbhai for his expertise.
First of all, I start with a disclaimer that because Dr. Bansi and Dr. Urman are my friends, they have called me expert, but I am not an expert. The 2 experts have already given their comments, but I am like most of you who are the physician, who are the common men of R.K. Lakshman, and what we want to know is what we have learned out of this. And second part is that, second disclaimer is that I am not here to judge who is winner. We are here just debating and it's not a competition. So that's the second part. The third part is debate is always worded in such a way that there is enough ammunition for both the parts and enough lacunae and lack of evidence for both to dig out. And I think both of them have succeeded, and we must give big applause to them for that. That's for sure. Now coming to what Dr. Rucha Mehta has suggested about the weight-centric approach, that the upstream approach. See, she has many positive points. The first and foremost is that the pharmacotherapy is not going to take care of the other comorbid conditions like there's NASH or obesity, or whether it's ONEs or cancers and all that bariatric, plus the bariatric surgery. There says that definitely there have been enough evidence to say that the weight-centric approach is good enough for certain cases. She also probably she did miss one part is the Cuban experience, that there was a trial at the national level where the Cuba went into recession, and then there was a sudden increase in the incidence of diabetes, but then again when the recession went and the people become prosper, and then the things were different. So that's what she said. She elegantly said that the reversal trial, the direct trial, and the stampede trial, and definitely these are the points suggest the weight approach is the best one. She also told about the cost and the side effects of the drugs. So that's all the positive. The other side, Dr. Kota said that the pharmacotherapy definitely starts the treatment very early, immediately. The acute side effects, the COVID and all these, the acute myocardial infarcts and all, they are definitely better controlled and immediately controlled with the HbA1c. But both the things, how is it easy to control the weight, that to a tune of 10 to 15 kg? Not so easy, not so in a real short time. So is HbA1c, in spite of trying all the drugs, not that we control HbA1c if we don't control the weight, right? So I think there are points for both, and as a physician, what we take home is that it's not that we have to treat sequentially. We can always start treatment both together, right? It's not that we first control weight and then only after controlling weight we have to start with the pharmacotherapy. Plus, both of us have agreed that there are drugs which take care of the weight part also, which take up the CVOT part. So that's, I think the debate is evenly balanced and both argued, but they both knew internally and they accepted that both the treatments are to be started parallelly rather than sequentially. That is one. And I think the future debate will be one more angle will be added, whether we should start with the cardioprotective angle from the beginning itself, right? So maybe that patients who are got obese and clear-cut signs of insulin resistance, we start with the weight approach. But those who have got a pre-existing atherosclerotic disease or who have high risk of ASCVD, we start with the cardioprotective approach, whether even that, no, this is just part of this. Okay, so okay, fine. So I think as a physician, what we take the home is that we take definitely do not deny the importance of weight reductions, and we also need to be very careful in choosing our anti-diabetic drugs whenever the patient comes to us. Thank you.
Thank you. We can take the opinion again. Those who are in favor of weight loss and those who are in favor of sugar control. Well, the result is evidence, but I agree that both the things require the equal importance. Thank you, Dr. Madhebhai. And we'll go to the next. We are not introducing any speakers and the experts because everybody is known to you and we are more interested in the topics. So I'll call upon Dr. V.K. Abhichandani as the next expert for the debate. Preventing CV complications in diabetes, which is better? Preventing CV complications in diabetes, which is better? The one option is obviously GLP-1 and the other option is SGLT2 inhibitors. So it's a competition between SGLT2 inhibitors and GLP-1 receptor agonist, and Dr. Snehal Tanna from Mumbai would be there. Once again reminding you, we are reasonably strict, sir, please. Reasonably strict with the timings, 9+2, 10+1 or 11 at a time. You have to give a choice, sir.
9+2.
Okay. So we go ahead. Kindly put the timer of 9 minutes.
Okay, good evening everyone. My topic is almost covered by the previous speakers, Dr. Rucha Mehta as well as Dr. Sunil. Both of them made it umpteenly clear that both sugar control and weight control is required. Now all I have to present to you is which is better, which at the end of this debate you will agree with me that GLP-1 receptor agonists are definitely better than SGLT2 inhibitors. The topic over here is...
Sorry to interrupt, we'll give you this time. Just once again taking the poll. Who are in favor of GLP-1 receptor agonist? Raise your hands. You can put it down. SGLT2 inhibitors. I think practically once again here the same. Go ahead, sir.
The experts have already told their opinion. Anyway, why is this topic? So the topic over here is cardiovascular benefits for an anti-diabetic drug. Thank you, sir. So it all has started since 1999, 2 decades back, where the management of diabetes shifted from glucose-centric approach to a holistic approach, where not just controlling glucose, but also management of other comorbid conditions, and most important amongst those being the cardiovascular outcomes, are supposed to be looked into when we manage our diabetic patients in our individual clinics. We all know this particular slide where definitely a person who has diabetes plus a cardiovascular problem has reduced life expectancy. The prevalence of this cardiovascular disease, as we see in our reviews, are that CVD causes 1/3 or affects 1/3 of our diabetic patient. It causes more than half of our patients to die, diabetic patients to die. That's the reason for their death in diabetic patients. And amongst them, coronary artery disease and strokes appear to be the major contributors. Because of all these factors taken together, there has been a lot of shift in the anti-diabetic medications that the guidelines have shifted them way up and down. And now the latest ones saying that right in the beginning, once the patient is diagnosed with diabetes, after lifestyle management and metformin, you need to choose between 2 major titans. Those are your GLP-1 receptor agonist and SGLT2 inhibitors, depending on whether the patient has a cardiovascular risk or is already having a cardiovascular problem, and hence this clash of titans over here. The clash of titans between these 2 major drugs that protect your that control your diabetes and protect your heart as well. Well, the equity in these 2 titans is not as much as maa jaisa, but yes, definitely there is a benefit in one over the other. And it's basically after metformin, that's a spade of AIDS, ace of spades. After that, you have to choose between these two drugs which will benefit better, as well as I'll stick to the point that the drug that is better to the cardiovascular outcomes in our diabetic patients. If you see the trends in the coronary artery diseases that we see epidemiologically, diabetes, that is uncontrolled glucose, that was mentioned by Dr. Sunil, and weight gain, or that was presented by Dr. Rucha Mehta, appears to be the forerunners in causing these cardiovascular problems. Hence, we require a drug that will reduce both these to a greater extent. Though on an outlook, they both look similar to each other, but ek thoda sa lamba hai dusre se, because you have a lot of cardiovascular benefits from GLP-1 receptor agonist, where you have metabolic effects right from reduction in inflammation, reduction in body weight, the importance of which has been told, HbA1c reduction, glucose variability, dyslipidemia, and definitely NASH, or the reduction in the liver fat. All these result, GLP-1 receptor agonist manages all these metabolic effects, resulting into outcomes from all the CV trials that I'll be showing. As far as glucose control is concerned, GLP-1 receptor agonist offers 63% greater HbA1c reduction as compared to SGLT2 inhibitors, that is empagliflozin, which is supposed to be the standard and the first one which was introduced, and which was shown in this Pioneer 2 study. There were 7 out of 10 patients with on GLP-1 receptor agonist achieved good control as compared to 4 out of 10 in empagliflozin group. 4 times more patients achieved HbA1c targets. So hence, at this particular point, GLP-1 receptor agonist appears to be leading as far as glucose control is concerned. As far as weight reduction is concerned, though, there is both of them are almost equal amount of on the face value have equal amount of weight reduction. The mechanisms are different, where GLP-1 receptor agonist has both peripheral and central action in reduction of weight, hence resulting into 24 times greater weight reduction than SGLT2 inhibitors, 31% greater reduction in the waist circumference, which also denotes your visceral obesity. The weight loss with empagliflozin is plateaued after 26 weeks, but is persistently seen in GLP-1 receptor agonist. Also, a point of importance over here is that SGLT2 inhibitors cause significant lean body and muscle mass loss as against to GLP-1 receptor agonist, which appears to be a bit of a detrimental effect in your diabetic patients. From here on, things change, and these guys don't look eye to each other. When you compare benefits which are seen on the top as against the caution and the problems that are seen with SGLT2 inhibitors, more as seen on the slide. And also, the Cochrane database of systematic reviews, which has analyzed more than 20 studies, which have equal studies of both GLP and SGLT2/7 each, shows that GLP-1 receptor agonist does have better outcomes in terms of CV safety, MACE reduction, atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. And apart from that, it also reduces stroke by more than 17% and myocardial infarction by 10%. There is significant CV benefits with GLP-1 receptor agonist in terms of better protection from non-fatal MI, better protection from non-fatal stroke, and better protection from CV death as well. If you look at the bunch of evidences from all the CVOTs of individual groups of drugs, right from SGLT2 inhibitors to GLP-1 receptor agonist, the mean risk reduction in GLP-1 appears to be 12% as against 10% from SGLT2 inhibitors. Also, if you compare the major studies, that is an EMPA-REG versus your leader, where liraglutide was used, it appears to be more consistent with liraglutide as far as 3P point MACE reduction is concerned, CV death, non-fatal MI, and strokes are concerned. As far as CKD patients are concerned, which also increase the risk of cardiovascular problems in your diabetic patients, GLP-1 receptor agonists, though are not used as a preventive strategy, they can be used and they are approved for your patients who have eGFR less than 30%. From here, a bit of a back kind of seat taken a bit in your heart failure patients for my side, where because of the diuretic effect of SGLT2 inhibitors, this is the only place where heart failure, where SGLT2 scores, I will tell right in the beginning, over your SGLP1 receptor agonist. But as all of you will agree that the heart failure per se in our diabetic patients is because of the cardiovascular problems that they have in per se. If you prevent the cardiovascular problems, you could actually prevent your heart failure as well. No frills, if you come to the basics of everything without any to the bare minimum, if you have to choose between these two, it's a GLP-1 receptor agonists have ease of use, do not require EGFR monitoring or ketone monitoring, and do not require any management of antihypertensive medications as well. It is safe, there is no risk of hypoglycemia. Just last slide, sir. But the risk of amputation, volume depletion, and fractures are seen more with SGLT2 inhibitors. So much so that right from May 2015 to right up to 2018, there are a lot of FDA warnings given for SGLT2 inhibitors as compared to GLP receptor agonist. And last but not the least, icing on the cake is the systemic inflammation that is reduced as compared to empagliflozin seen in this Pioneer 2 study to a greater extent, almost to the 30% more reduction in the inflammation markers that results into good CV benefits. That's also.
Thank you very much. It was really a nice presentation with honesty, lots of honesty in it. पर सर आप भूल गए कि ये माँ की लड़ाई नहीं पा की लड़ाई है.
Yes,
Empower DEPA.
So the
let's
equity
see
is not as much
what
as
Dr. T.K. Mishwar has to say. Sir, what's your take? 9 plus 2 or 11 at a time?
9 and no plus.
So 11 minutes at a time. You do not want rebuttal. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you. And Snehal is from Bombay, so he showed a lot of Bollywood photographs. He took you away, because you are always seeing Amitabh Bachchan and, you are seeing all the heroes, and then you forget what datas are there. So that was, a very easy way to make you, not to look at what is actually there, but, look at all those, and all the oldies will remember, the hot favorites. So, that Shashi Kapoor and all. And I don't know, but good collection of photographs, not good data, but photographs are excellent. So we do know that, we with the onset of this newer arrival of these drugs and with the data which is there is no denying the fact that we need to look at cardiorenal risk, we need to look at ASCVD, we need to look at heart failure, and we need to look at CKD. Very importantly, we need to look at CKD also. And because of these new drugs and the data which they have shown, the way that we think about treating diabetes has totally changed. And Dr. Rucha and Dr. Kota also initially, while they talked about the weight reduction and this thing and the starting the medicine, now we have got a choice of drugs which will do both the things. There will be weight reduction, there is safety, and we are also looking at all these parameters like ASCVD, heart failure, and CKD. And that is the reason why this slide was also shown, where in the last few years there is a total change in what ADA or EASD or anybody is saying, that right from the first, if you want to give metformin, you can start with metformin, but thereafter you always look at what are the problems which are there, whether there is ASCVD, whether there is heart failure, and there is CKD, and then you choose the next drug, which could be either a GLP-1 or a SGLT2. And Dr. Snehal was talking about FDA saying so many things about, but ADA doesn't. ADA says that SGLT2 is still there. The warnings are given by FDA, but the ADA says that there it is there on top of the chart for starting. And we know how the SGLT2 mechanism, how it works. It has got natriuresis, it has got glucosuria, and various methodologies are proposed about how it could lead to this renal and cardiovascular protection. And we know that there are some common effects and there are some specific effects which are different as far as SGLT2 and GLP-1 are concerned. And because of this, common and specific effects, each of them individually gives us the cardiorenal benefits that we see. And if you see this 2021 paper, what they said was that
we should prioritize the treatment according to the existing evidence. And they said that GLP-1 receptor agonist should be considered in patients at high risk of CV disease, which is what Snehal was saying, and SGLT2 should be considered for patients with heart failure or chronic kidney disease. But what we have forgotten is that we have not really looked at the lifetime risk of severe cardiovascular and renal disease in type 2 diabetes. And this study of huge study, 4,73,399 patients, you can see that those who are CVRD free, those who didn't have any CVRD, the commonest risk, lifetime risk, first chronic kidney disease was 54%, that was followed by CV death, which was 41%, 29% heart failure, 20% stroke, and myocardial infarction, 19%. So two important things which you need to look at, which this study has shown, is that you need to look at chronic kidney disease, and I'm sure that in the next 5-10 years, we will be seeing a lot, and we will be talking about drugs which prevent this from happening. Liver and kidney are now the focus. Of course, always ASCVD was always there in the focus right from a long time ago. So those who are not having any CV risk factor right now, but they are diabetic, it's very likely that they will develop a chronic kidney disease, the commonest thing which they will develop, and I would be more happy giving them a drug which is specifically in that group, which is going to work in that particular scenario. And this is another thing which was again a huge study, in lakhs of people, which showed the impact of chronic kidney disease progression on cardiovascular disease in a contemporary in UK in individuals with diabetes. And there is a strong association between CKD and CV morbidity, and there is a cumulative, the progression is fast, and there is a cumulative increase in risk when CKD is there. I would be more happy in using a drug which tries to prevent this, because I know that as a corollary you are going to get CV disease as a problem later on. And if you see again this Lancet study about 10 years back showed that with as the kidney disease progresses, whether in the form of EGFR reducing or the ACR increasing, there is an increased risk of the cardiovascular disease. And so we need to, again, as I told you, look at that again. So if you see this study which was published in 2019, again China has done a lot of work, and they did a meta-analysis, and they very clearly said that SGLT2 inhibitors show clear superiority in reducing CV and all-cause death, hospitalization for heart failure, and renal events among the new classes of anti-diabetic drugs which we have. Again, if you see this, which was published in 2021, comparing the CV benefits between GLP-1 receptor agonist and SGLT2 as add-on to metformin, this result suggests a greater cardioprotective effect for SGLT2 compared to GLP-1RA when used for secondary prevention in adults with type 2 diabetes. If you see this study which was published in 2021, again it said that there is, the mechanism is not very clear. It's still like metformin. We really don't know what is going on. Both the classes of drugs we are using widely, and now we definitely need to use them in patients who are at higher risk. And they say that treatment with SGLT2 is associated with consistent amelioration of cardiac structure and function and heart failure related outcomes. Again, the gap seems to be leveling off, and more and more data are coming. I think after 2 or 3 or 4 years, this debate will no longer be there. We will have data for SGLT2 also, which is going to support cardiovascular, and I think we will be having data for GLP-1 also, which is going to support renal real world evidence, and whatever other trials are going on are going to change the way that we look at the drugs in a different way. So we know that the chocolate brownie, everybody likes it, and the quintessential favorite is vanilla ice cream. But when you combine the two, there's nothing like that. So what I would like to say is that now is the time when we should forget about me and Snehal being on other side. We should think of which patient we can combine. So rather than debating, now I will tell that the time has come that both the drugs are wonderful, both have got positive effects. If you combine them, and this study again which was published in 2019 shows that if you combine these two, there are lower risk of stroke, lower risk of peripheral arterial disease, lower risk of CV complication, and lower risk of renal problems occurring. So in the right patient, now especially in India where affordability and other problems are very much there, we can use these drugs to get a better outcome. So with that I would say thank you. I would want to shake hands with Snehal, because I don't think that there is any debate on which class to use. The choice is individual, but wherever possible I think we should combine the two groups. Thank you.
Well done, Dr. Ishwar. I agree. In fact, we had given 6 or 8 topics for debate, but we forgot to tell Bansi that you don't have to select all 3 from one side only. So that's probably the reason why probably the similar topics are there. Now coming to our expert, before I hand over mic to him, just have a round of applause for him, because the day before yesterday, those who did not attend the inauguration, he received the Master Teacher Award. And he is really a genius teacher. Over to Dr. Abhichandani for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much for your kind words. And I think after the battle royal, let's have a truce. Right? And Doctor, both of you have alluded to excellent trials. I believe Dr. T.K.M. Ishwar alluded to more contemporary and recent trials. And apart from the heroes that you show, I think there was never a movie which pitched Amitabh against Shashi Kapoor. Only both of them were when they were together, it was a blockbuster. And that is what I think learned Dr. T.K. Ishwar has also alluded to. But having said that, 2021 meta-analysis that I think the TKM you have already included, it clearly showed that the gap between the two is narrowing. And in fact, the impact on MACE is hardly discernible, 12 to 14%. But when it comes to stroke reduction, your molecule plays a major role. GLP-1 stands out. And there is a outstanding difference between efficacy in terms of reduction of hospitalization for heart failure, which goes in favor of SGLT2, almost 3-fold amelioration of the need to hospitalize the patient to control the heart failure. And another study, which I think both of you have not picked up, and that has come just few months back, 2022, and it is looking at primary prevention of cardiovascular event, cardiocerebrovascular events, heart failure, and it's looking at using SGLT2 or a combination of SGLT2 plus GLP-1 receptor agonist, and the outcome of that trial says that there is a strong possibility that in future we will be utilizing for primary prevention either together, or even they have a data suggesting that GLP-1 receptor agonist alone is going to prevent heart failure. So these are exciting times ahead, and I would like to end my comments with a teaser. How many of you think that combining SGLT2 inhibitors with GLP-1 receptor agonists will take the might of tirzepatide? How many of you think? I would like your comments.
So my 2 points, both the speakers is, if we are talking about ASCVD, it was a very loose term, CV outcome. So ASCVD, certainly right now the data speaks in favor of GLP-1. And if we look at the mechanism of action and the 2 curves separating, I would have shown the EMPA-REG outcome, the curves separate very early, within 3 to 6 months. But with GLP-1, it took 1 to 2 years, which tells you GLP-1 is acting at ASCVD and atherosclerotic pathway and affecting pathophysiology, which is shown by even calcium CT scores. The slides you could not show of high sensitivity CRP and calcium CT score. Whereas in SGLT2, we think it's more of the volume-based handling. We can't explain all the mechanism, that is number 1. And number 2, there is a recent meta-analysis by none other than our Dr. A.K. Singh, which he has looked at ASCVD outcome, and the SGLT2s have failed to show benefits, and he writes clearly we don't know why in Asian Indians. He has looked at all the studies, taken only Asian Indian population. GLP-1 offered 71% risk reduction in ASCVD with 0 benefits seen with SGLT2. When he says we can't explain, I actually called him about it. So
it's a great value addition to the proceedings.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rucha. The same point can be seen the other way around also, that whenever you are prescribing SGLT2 inhibitors versus GLP-1 receptor agonist for CV benefit, you have to instruct the patient that GLP-1 receptor agonist required to be taken at least for 1 to 1.5 years before stopping it for CV benefit, not for HbA1c reduction. So the things can be seen from both the ways. So that's where we'll end that topic. Thank you very much, both the speakers. And we'll go to the last part. I'll call upon Dr. Vidyut. Thank you, Dr. Abhichandani. Dr. Abhi had prepared 8 slides, but because of lack of time, we could not manage it. Thank you, Dr. Abhi. Dr. Vidyut Shah, I'll call upon. And also the last topic of the debate, that is SGLT2 inhibitors to be the second add-on drug for all types of type 2 diabetes. Read the sentence properly. SGLT2 inhibitors to be the second add-on therapy for all type of type 2 diabetes. Those who are in favor of can raise the hand. All type 2 diabetes. Fine. Those who are against it, not for all. Okay. So, we'll call upon Dr. Mayur Agrawal. He's from Bhopal, I think. Yes. You want to have 9 minutes and then rebuttal, or 11 minutes?
11 minutes, sir.
Go ahead, sir. We are very happy to see that the debates have been taken sportingly. Nobody is very much willing to go for rebuttal because they are sure about what they are presenting, and that's really very nice. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you organizing for giving me this opportunity, Dr. Bansi Sabu sir, and I welcome you all for sparing your time and attending the last session also. Thank you very much. So my talk is whether it should be given to all the diabetic as a second line drug or not. So let's start with the question itself. So why are we treating diabetes? That's a major question. It's not just a number game that you make your sugars from 300, 200 or something like that. It's not just the number game. Diabetes has its own complication, and these complication you want to prevent. That is why you are treating diabetes. That's a simple answer. To prevent morbidity and mortality. That is why we are treating diabetes, right? So whether the glycemic control alone that was thought before, that is okay. If you do it, will you prevent all the mortality, morbidity? The answer is absolutely no. This is a meta-analysis of 2015. Why I put this? Because this meta-analysis is prior to, this does not include the SGLT2. So this included 14 trial RCT with almost 95,000 patients, and here you can see that even with the glycemic control, the main drugs were used as DPP4 inhibitors and the pioglitazone. It showed that the increase in weight and also increase in heart failure while using the drugs versus the standard care. Standard care is lifestyle modification plus minus metformin. Okay, so glycemic control alone is not enough. Okay, initially the treatment of diabetes was just glycemic control, then it came to a patient centric. That means that depending on the patient you have to make his or her HbA1c. Then came in 2018 this cardiac thing, and then came the glucocardiorenal centric. That means those drugs which are actually useful for the cardiorenal benefit should be used, not only the glycemic control. And now the latest trend is for the pathophysiology. You want to treat the root cause, not just the glycemic control. Okay, this everybody of you must have heard and read about this, the omnis octet of Defronso. So if you combine and see metformin with SGLT2, almost 6 would be covered, and if you include a GLP-1 also, then almost 8 of 8 pathways, pathophysiology would be covered. So obviously a combination is much better, as discussed by the previous speakers as well. So which second drug following the metformin? That's the main question, and what the guideline says. So I'll just cover briefly the 3 guidelines. The first one is obviously ADA, that says that lifestyle modification followed by metformin followed by ASCVD risk factor, whether the patient has already established risk factor or any ASCVD risk factor or established ASCVD, you have to give a SGLT2 inhibitor or a GLP-1 analog. If the patient has heart failure, you have to give an SGLT2, clear cut heart failure SGLT2. If the patient has CKD, by CKD it's mean the DKD, that's microalbuminuria, that means you have to give a SGLT2 inhibitors. To minimize hypoglycemia, again an SGLT2. If you have to lose weight or you want those drug which has less weight gain, then again an SGLT2. Cost is a major issue. It's an ADA. We have here non-patented SGLT2 inhibitor, so it's that almost the cost of an sulfonylurea. So that's not our part here. So you can see here all the part SGLT2 is there. So we can obviously prescribe after metformin, but whether to give in all patients, that I am coming to the NICE guideline. Again the same thing, because of lack of time I am just going fastly. So here you can see if the patient has some heart disease, heart failure, CVD, atherosclerotic, you have to give a SGLT2 inhibitor. If the patient has high risk also, you have to give an SGLT2. Now coming to the BMJ, this is a newer thing. So here you can see those patients who has 3 or fewer risk factor, you can give anything, and the risk factor you will see here Asian. that that everybody of your patient is included now. Male, more than 60, family history, uncontrolled HbA1c. So uncontrolled HbA1c and Asian is included, and uncontrolled hypertension, dyslipidemia. So almost 3 factors every patient would be having, and obesity also. So if these risk factors are there, or already cardiovascular disease including a cerebrovascular or a cardiac event or a chronic disease or both, then what the guideline says, this is from the BMJ. So we suggest SGLT2 inhibitor that the patient having 3 or more risk factors, and those patients who have already established cardiovascular and renal disease, again we recommend SGLT2. That is what the guideline says. So what are the evidence for the SGLT2 inhibitors? There are plenty of evidence, already the previous speakers have told. I'm not going to details. All those EMPA-REG canvas declare credence, and you know that 3-point MACE that was not differentiated in the DAPA. That was because the primary prevention, the sample they took, only the 40% of those patients had a already established risk factor, 60% were in the primary prevention group. Otherwise you will see all these had significant difference in the hospitalization to heart failure and the CKD progression. Okay, now coming to the heart failure trials, recently we have their DELIVER trial also. This is from the previous thing. So DAPA, HF, Emperor Reduce, Emperor Preserved, Soloist, all these shows that you can see here hospitalization to heart failure significantly difference was there, and DAPA, HF, CV death was also different, all cause mortality was also differentiated. Okay, that was significantly different. Now coming to renal outcome, which we don't have specifically for the GLP-1 analogs, the Credence and the DIPA CKD. Here you can see that there was difference to the hospitalization to heart failure, and the 3-point MACE difference was there, and primary renal outcome, which was almost whether the creatinine increase or the patient going into ESRD, that was significantly different in both the trials. So may you argue that okay, the second drug may not be an SGLT2 inhibitor, it should be a GLP-1 receptor agonist. At the previous was a debate, but are there evidence? Yes, there are evidence for that also. The same paper which the previous speaker has shown, that I have also put. So this is the gap is actually narrowing, and both are almost, I would say, on the same, going on the same track. So this is from the this paper. You can see here that the previous one also told that the MACE difference was 12 and 14%. That's non-significant difference between the GLP-1 receptor agonist and the SGLT2 inhibitor, and also CV mortality non-significant different, myocardial infarction, whereas stroke is significantly different in the GLP-1 receptor agonist versus an SGLT2 inhibitor. As already told, 17% reduction in the GLP-1 receptor agonist, and no effect, not increased. It is increased numerically but non-statistically. That means SGLT does not increase, something that is also going into mind, that it increases, it does not increases. Okay, non-statistic. And GLP-1 total mortality, it's almost same. Hospitalization to heart failure, we know that it's the SGLT2. If the patient has heart failure, you have to give, whether now it's used in non-diabetic, so we are talking about diabetic, obviously you will give when you are giving in non-diabetic, right? So last one, the kidney outcome, we know that there is no dedicated trial, and also that is only for the microalbuminuria, not for the creatinine doubling, all those things. So SGLT2 is again a beneficial thing, and now we are giving in those patients who have even EGFR less than 30. That was the previous thing, that you don't give it. Now we are giving it. Even the DAPA included in the trial was up to 25, and the AMPA up to 20, the recent trials. Okay, AMPA kidney and DAPA CKD. So finally I will rest with not to forget the cost. That is again very important. That is why this actually prevent. Now we are getting these drugs at a very lower cost, which have a better outcome. So this should be given to those patients, and now this is even used in non-diabetic patient. So obviously your diabetic patient, even with a controlled HbA1c, if fall into this group, should be given an SGLT2 inhibitor, not just the seeing the HbA1c. Now I have left with 1 minute, just a small discussion. So this is something I have started. Can we have on the screen? This is something I have started, a Hormone India chain. It's a group practice, and I'm the founder for this, and I've started as a group practice and given franchises to other 11 DM.
And really privileged to be sharing the screen and the stage with such dignitaries. And I think it will be, when I got this topic, it was something which was pondering my mind, that day in and out, I also prefer SGLT2 inhibitors to be my first choice of drug. But yes, when I went inside, I thought, let's now dig in and find out some cases where SGLT2 inhibitors, even if I want to use, I may not be, able to use it. So I'll be taking my 11 minutes through, and I think everybody, I'll leave everybody thinking at the end that I think so, all patients cannot be given SGLT2 inhibitors or all subtypes of type 2 diabetes. So yes, I'm against this, and there are some things that we need to ponder upon. Are all type 2 diabetic patients phenotypically same? One. Secondly, are SGLT2 inhibitors all that safe? And lastly, do SGLT2 inhibitors cater to the need of every type 2 diabetic as a blanket therapy? It's like SGLT2, being proposed by Dr. Mayur, by Nawazuddin saying, Apunij Bhagwan hai in Gangs of Wasipur, that no matter happens, I will be there and I am going to be the king. But he also gets demolished in Gangs of Wasipur, so he's like a man-made god. So SGLT2 in not all cases can have this picture. We'll be trying to discuss that further on through my slides. We are Indians with different ethnicity itself. Every kin and corner having different picture, so we cannot generalize all patients of type 2 diabetes having the same phenotype. And I think this is a submixture of something which I recently read about the subtypes of type 2 diabetes. Now we were just knowing about type 2 diabetes as insulin resistant, obese type 2 diabetics, but what else? We in our clinical practice are now finding different kinds of phenotypical type 2 diabetics, which was, it is a Scandinavian study which was collaborated and with the Indian INDAB and ICMR study, and they wanted to study, through the Scandinavian study, they had put on 4 phenotypes of type 2 diabetes, that is subtyping, and there they found out 4 phenotypes: severe insulin deficient diabetes, insulin resistant diabetes. It was a combination of insulin insufficient and insulin resistant diabetes, and MARD, that is mild age related diabetes. This thing could be extrapolated again in our southern study, where it was collaborating with more than 20,000 subjects, and the criteria was they took the C-peptide levels into consideration, the BMI, the HDL levels, the triglyceride levels, and the HbA1c for that matter, the ketone levels, and based on that they took out the conclusions that we also, Indians, have similar phenotype which we see in our clinical practice also. Day in and out, we do not get now morbidly obese type 2 diabetic patients. It is quite debatable that we are getting lean type 2 diabetic patients also, that is visceral adiposity with less musculature, and also we are also getting you can differentiate it from LADA because of autoimmunity negativity, but we are also getting type 2 diabetic patients which are having insulinopenia. So in such category of patients, can SGLT2 inhibitors be safely given? That is something which is my debate today also. So yes, if we make such clustering of type 2 diabetes, what's going to give us the advantage of that we can accurately classify the patient, and based on the pathophysiology we can give that target drug to that patient. This is what is very much important. So this is called as precision diabetes. This is something which is very much important. And I know there has been a lot of talking about SGLT2 inhibitors being safe. They are safe, there's no doubt about it. But if I'm using specific category of patients where I'm using SGLT2 inhibitors, I have to look upon the milder risks also involved. So there are risks involved, as you can clearly see. Though in multiple studies they are all the CVOTs, at the end of the day they are saying the results are quite comparable with the UTIs, but post-marketing surveillance has proven, and also we see in our clinical practice day in and out, the risk of UTI is quite common, and in certain category of patients is going to be a pain for us. Again, secondary mycotic infections are also very common. The risk of hypoglycemia, if used inadvertently without reducing the insulin dosage and the secretagogues, is again going to be a problem. And volume depletion. Typically we have lean elderly diabetic patients who are prescribed SGLT2 with all the more loop diuretics on the 4. So do you think it is not going to cause the volume depletion? I think no, it is going to cause it. And the less common side effects, if it is in a periphery center, you're not educating the patient, it has been also seen that it's going to lead to Fournier's gangrene for that matter. Lower limb amputations have been quite controversial. It has been found out that it is not significant, but if we see, on a clinical aspect, we are clinicians, we are, metabolic physicians, we can understand based on the pathophysiology that it could precipitate in a few patients the risk of the same. So I'm going to put forward different risks which I feel could be obstructing us as using SGLT2 inhibitors as the first choice of drug. The GU infections. It's quite common. It leads in the CVOTs. It has also been found out that it causes 5-fold increase in the risk of genital mycotic infections. And who are more predisposed? Typically uncircumscribed males, elderly males, males who are not able to take care of themselves, and postmenopausal females for that matter because of estrogen deficiency. And yes, post-marketing surveillance also proved the same. Fournier gangrene, though only 55 cases had been registered by the FDA between the 6 years time, but it is quite deadly, and it has been seen that the risk factors were elderly males, again who were alcohol binging or having peripheral artery disease or having peripheral neuropathy were the risk factors included, or the elderly patients or the young patients on immunosuppression. Again, a debatable thing of euglycemic ketoacidosis. So I think you remember we talked about the subtypes of type 2 diabetes. So there was the SIDD, that was severe insulin deficient diabetes. In such category of patients, the euglycemic ketoacidosis is going to be a great hell of a problem. So the risk factors involved in such category of patients would be acute illnesses if they are prescribed, they are on metformin and they were on SGLT2 inhibitors, and we have missed the diagnosis of SID. In such patients, it is going to precipitate the problem, and the euglycemic ketoacidosis is such a problem that it remains undiagnosed, because even at the sugars of 250, you don't, normally don't think of getting a ketone levels done, and because of the glycosuria effect, there is going to be lesser sugar levels for that matter. And again, we also have multiple incidences which have seen that at Saturday night there is binging of alcohol, not taking any food, patients are on metformin and SGLT2 inhibitors which can precipitate euglycemic ketoacidosis. With time depletion, I'm just going to rush through some cases. So all right, sorry. So, okay, the fourth cause which would again ponder my mind would be the volume depletion due to the osmotic diuresis by the SGLT2 inhibitors, and we are using the better for it. So, those patients in which we require the blood pressure reduction, the weight gain, it's a great go. So, it helps us in blood pressure reduction of systolic blood pressure by 4 to 6 millimeters of mercury. But there has been incidences between 1.2 to 1.5% of osmotic diuresis leading to orthostatic, or whether you can say postural hypotension, typically in elderly males having autonomic dysfunction. Even in canvas this was proven, and the word of caution is whenever we are using SGLT2 inhibitors, we have seen the rampant use of SGLT2 inhibitors by our cardiologist friend, and they were in the initial phase they were put on the same amount of loop diuretics, and the SGLT2 was added, and these patients typically used to present to our OPD that after this new medicine has been added, I'm having dizziness and I'm started having falls. So this is something which is very much important. Again, the risk of acute kidney injury per se is less. It accounts to only 0.3%, but again, it is very important in which category of patients the risk is high. It's again going to be the elderly patients, patients who are sarcopenic, patients who have been on loop diuretics for the efficiency of reducing the heart failure risk. But again, such category of patients are something which need to be looked into. I think Dr. Mayur highlighted the fact that SGLT2 inhibitors can be used below 30 eGFR also. That's fair enough, but the efficacy, the glycosuric effect that we want is not going to be there below 30. It is going to have a protective benefit that we can say of. So for that matter you can use it, but above 30 is a way above. Above, talking about the bone fracture risk, again there are multiple, all the CVOTs have shown the results that it is not that higher risk, but canvas again proved it wrong, and there was risk of the same because of the history of orthostatic hypotension leading to fragility fractures, and orthostatic hypotension, which led to risk of fractures in postmenopausal females for the same. And again, last thing would be about the sarcopenia. SGLT2 inhibitors in those patients who are already lean. And if we are using SGLT2 inhibitors, they can lead to sarcopenia. So I'm just going to, just give you a few glimpses in the last 1 minute. ADA itself says it has to be an individualistic approach. So how can we use SGLT2 inhibitors as a blanket therapy for all type 2 diabetes would be my question. And I'm going to brisk through 4 cases. A 35-year male diabetic since 2 years, no complications, BMI of 30, HbA1c of 8.5, on metformin 2 gram per day, and has had a family history significant, but you would love to give SGLT2 inhibitors to this patient, but he has history of recurrent renal stones and recurrent UTI. So do you think SGLT2 would be still a viable option in such a patient? Secondly, a 50-year-old female patient with a history of premature menopause, no complications again, but the BMI of 35, diagnosed recently with diabetes, but she has, because of premature menopause, urge incontinence, history of vaginal dryness, recurrent mycotic infection. So again, would you risk your patient getting into SGLT2 inhibitors for this matter? Case 3, this is an interesting one. A 40-year male with type 2 diabetes for past 6 months, with lot of sugars going haywire, no track of the sugars, BMI of 26. He gives a history of weight loss of around 5 kg in the past 6 months. He was diagnosed with autoimmune hypothyroidism 1 year back, which gives us a glimpse maybe this patient is a case of LADA. But, and he was prescribed by his family physician 2 grams of metformin without any second drug additionally. This patient presents to us, and when we see his HbA1c is 9%, C-peptide is 0.8 and the random sugar is 286, but the GAD antibody is negative. It could be the beta cell, fatigue, or it could be the SID category that we had talked about earlier. So do you think again SGLT2 inhibitors can be used in this case? I don't think so. Last would be, again, these are the very common cases we see day in and out in our clinical practice. An 80-year male patient with a BMI of 26 with a known case of hypertension and coronary artery disease and ejection fraction of 30. So again, we are pampered to use an SGLT2, but wait a minute, he's a chronic smoker with a peripheral vascular, with a lower limb Doppler suggesting of peripheral vascular disease. He also has had a history of femoral neck fracture 1 year back, history of BPH, and he's taking medications for the same. He's on CCB, ARB combination, antiplatelet, statins, loop diuretics. And he has been diagnosed with diabetes, he's on metformin. So would you take a call of giving SGLT2 to this patient? I think no. Just to give a last note, 50% type 2 diabetic patients are having atherosclerotic heart disease. The rest 50 do not have those risk factors. But yes, there is a dimension of using SGLT2 inhibitors as a primary preventive agent. But we have to have a word of caution. We have to have a watchful optimism while using SGLT2 inhibitors, and cannot use it as a blanket therapy for all patients. And typically elderly, frail patients, or patients with autonomic dysfunction, patients with sarcopenia, patients with very low insulin levels cannot be prescribed SGLT2 inhibitors just on a go. Thank you. I rest my case.
Thank you.